108. Evokes, we find nothing of that which is otherwise often the theme in Hölderlin's late poetry, the stinging sun of the south and the scorching summer heat, which awakens the desire for the coolness of the forests. The living one was almost burnt. Nothing of this is in the festivals, which arise in his memories, and nothing of this is palpable even in the memory of the plucky sailors, who under deprivation fight through the winged war on the bare mast. What surfaces in remembrance is nothing other than southern festivals. It is string music and native dance. At the beginning of the poem, the northeast wind of the homeland is named, which is tasked with greeting Bordeaux, so to speak. There, at the mouth of the Garonne, this wind is a travel wind, about which the sailors are happy. The narrator poet feels this too and, with it, his own being away. This is how the recollection of all that is past imposes itself on him. He feels the soullessness of the conversations which he has had since his return home. He calls them mortal thoughts. How could it be otherwise when he remembers the conversations with his friends about the fateful expectations and hopes of liberating Greece, which in the poem Hyperion were evoked between Hyperion and Bel Armin? But where are the friends? Suddenly and without any transition, there is talk of the mariners, who go to India from the Gironde, bringing back beauties from the riches of the world with unending effort and risk. Here, the memories of the plucky sailors, whom he had encountered in flesh and blood in Bordeaux, merge with what the poet has been recollecting out of his poetic dreams. There are two elevated forms of human life, the war hero and the seafaring merchant, who become the object of a meditation before the dreaming eyes of remembrance. The last verse tells us what kind of meditation this is. It sounds like a conclusion. What remains, however, the poets found. One version of the first verse of the last strophe originally read, "But now the friends have gone to India." The second version says, "The men have gone." 52. This points to the true train of the thought of remembrance, from the poetically evoked friends to the lived reality of the admired men. Then, there follows the turn to the ownmost mission of the poet, which forms the conclusion. This is the point of the whole. These memories of the world of Hyperion and of the world of reality in Bordeaux are linked to each other. It is always about overcoming what is distant and holding firm onto what is close. Let us see the concluding strophe from that standpoint. It depicts the place where the Garonne opens into the sea. It is from here that it gets the name Gironde. It is the point up to which the relatives and friends of the departing mariners accompany them in their departure. These are the windy peaks, from where the Dordogne pours down and flows together with the Garonne, taking its exit into the sea. Whatever its precise location, it was the place of farewell, where those who remain behind gaze at the disappearing ships with the keen eyes of love, and those going out on their journey looking back in the same way towards those who remain behind. What is evoked here is a power of the human being. It is the power to overcome distance, to preserve remembrance, and to hold firm to what is close. This is why the poem is called Remembrance. One finally finds it natural that this power of the human being culminates in the poem, where else otherwise? In what remains? The famous however in the conclusion, what remains, however, the poets found, thus, does not 109 mean that poets have a higher initiation into the true than the others. It rather means that they are able to elevate the power, alive in everyone, to hold firm onto that which is absent, in the give and take of memory, which preserves the there, turning this power into something which remains. This is the mission of the poet. They are truly not those to whom words come like flowers. They are the lead singers in times of need, even when they sing the return of the gods. Remembrance is the never to be completed overcoming of distance, and yet, at the same time, the guarantee which lies in the constant risk of farewell and remembrance and the keenly riveted eyes of love. The poem has in its course evoked remembrance, which was for the poetic self-consciousness the abiding experience of his stay in Bordeaux. Yet, let us ask again. What does this experience mean for the poet? What has he learned for him to conclude at the end of the whole poem like a learned man? What remains, however, the poets found. As his heroes of the world of Hyperion ended up cast away, he now learns from those who are completely different, the sailors, that the twists and turns of fate are not only a life of hypoetic dreams. The poet who feels himself lonely recognizes in this his own fate and vocation. We can thus explain the surprisingly gnomic phrase of the conclusion, on which depends the understanding of the whole poem. The one who is drowning in remembrance 53 composes himself. He had asked, where is the abiding? Where is the blessed enjoyment of the festivals? Is there soulful conversation? He comes to experience the separation and the departure into the uncertain distance, which follow the lure of the sea and preserve remembrance. The poetizing eye experiences itself in this. Many harbor dread of going to the source. Here we have something like a model of separation and faithfulness, departure into the distance and return home, which are connected in remembrance. They risk everything and remain, at the same time, steadfast, even if no return and reunion should be granted to the lovers, the remembrance remains. This is the great breath of the sea, whose message the poet perceives. The sea takes but also gives remembrance. In the remembrance of Bordeaux, the poet experiences what remembrance is, and that poetizing is remembrance. If, thus, this poem, unlike the only one der Einzige 12 and many others of Hölderlin's hymns, does not complain about the failing of words because the right word is never found, the poet in the end steps completely onto the side of the heroes and the adventurers, who go into the distance and bring back beautiful things. The spirit is indeed at home, not at the source. We are thus led back by the understanding of the poem to the decisive verse, many harbor dread of going to the source. On this, Heidegger, it seems to me, has given the accurate interpretation and correctly detected the gnomic sense of this many. Many, and even the heroes who are dreamt or the venturing sailors or the poets, belong to those who are here meant by many. It is a distinctive feature to endure this dread of going through risky twists and turns. It is the particularly distinctive feature of poets that they found what remains. They are poets because dread hinders them. This is what seems to lie beyond his own power to name. The unamiable, which exceeds the poetic art as well as the concepts of thinking, is precisely that which is to be constantly ventured and held onto. It is not without right that Heidegger spoke of remembrance. 110. Later, and indeed in the critique of calculative thinking, which wants to take control of everything and appropriate it. Let us ask anew how the concluding lines are connected with what has gone before. It is customary to speak of a triad of gnomic sentences, which is supposed to constitute the conclusion. This does not seem to me to be entirely appropriate. In the two previous sentences, but the sea takes and gives memory and love too keeps the eyes keenly riveted, we indeed have before us two gnomically sounding sentences, but they are precise descriptions of the experience to which the poem gives expression. They describe the to and fro of commemoration and memory, and in both those traveling out and remaining behind. From the recollection of the easy, soulful southern life, which was depicted at the beginning, comes to the poet this other recollection, the one of the heroic men, who take all 54 danger in their stride, and the no less heroic women, who try to preserve both the easy southern life and the heroic men together in commemoration. Here the poet encounters in reality what he had also encountered in his poetic dreams as the poet of the world of Hyperion. What follow these men of the world of Hyperion, who finally went into the far distance, like the sailors, are the yearning and the commemoration, and what follows those who remain behind is love, which looks on and contemplates those who disappear into the horizon and holds firmly onto the present which is missed. This is why love rivets the eye as it awaits an uncertain return. The journey and the separation are uncertain and dangerous not only in the superficial sense, but the sea takes and gives memory. What drives the plucky seafarers away from the homeland and the festive joy of love towards India is the same dread which again and again befalls and leads astray every human being as well as the poet in their steady attempts to go to the source and grasp the divine. The experts of Hölderlin's poetry know the complaint about the shortcomings of the poem and, equally, the steadfast resoluteness with which the poet proves himself in needy times. Thus, the concluding sentence must bring together both of these aspects as the final strophe does on the whole. The versions of the last strophe, which came to be known in the meantime, in fact result in nothing essentially new for the poetic approach of the poet and, what is more important, for the sense of the poem. The distance, which imposes itself in these drafts, farthest/far, in any case does not mean the distance between the port of Bordeaux and the windy peak. This is not the distance which, in the remembrance by the poet, forces itself into words. It is rather the distance which opens up in the breadth of the ocean. We know that it was Hölderlin's poetical approach always to jump far ahead in his guiding words and to be ahead of himself. He is thus compelled to withdraw. What he wants is to produce in its full concretion the scene of separation, farewell, and memory in the form of a living poetic intuition. This transition from thinking of life enjoyed in a dreamlike manner to remembering the great experience which Bordeaux meant for him allows the one who commemorates to encounter himself again and constitutes the meaning of the poem. The "but now," with which the last strophe is introduced, brings together the friends and the men to whom the poet pays homage, in their farewell and in commemoration, in taking as in giving. The great breath of the ocean, which is like the breath of the soul, gathers in itself the commemoration of what is lacking, of what is missing and the 111. Holding fast to it. It is like the alternation between ebb and flow. The pounding of the waves of the soul accomplishes both, brave forgetting and the holding fast of love. The lonely poet, who misses the good conversations which once satisfied him, evokes the power of commemoration. This power receives its vivid presence in the fifth strophe insofar as it takes the place of the farewell where those traveling out disappear into the distance. 55 One only understands the poem in its melos and one also understands the course of the remembrance in the poem only if one holds before one's eyes the deep commonality between separation and commemoration which exists in farewell. Missing and holding fast to what is missed, this is the realm of memory. It happened to the poet when he had returned from Bordeaux. He suffers from being without his friends and missing them. This is how remembering gains power over him. Now, he draws the conclusion for his own activity, the activity of the poet. Farewell and commemoration hold sway over the life of human beings like the in and out of the breath of the sea. In this, he recognizes his own fate as his mission to hold fast to what remains in words. Thus, the poem acquires something of the founding of a truth and something of that very sacredness, which have always distinguished the poet and the seer. The poem hardly tells us what it is that remains. It is remembrance itself which grants its eschatological pathos to the new turn of Hölderlin's final poetic years, the great hymns. But of the divine, though, we still perceive much. 13 This is how Heidegger, for his part, could recognize in this poem his own fate, his remembrance, and his theology of expectation. In the constancy of the awaiting and the persistence in his own question, his mission was to hold fast to the question concerning being and the overcoming of metaphysics, a question which crushed Nietzsche. 112. 112 On a particular occasion, I once listened to a performance of the magic flute in Dresden shortly after the Second World War. Dresden at the time lay completely in ashes and rubble. I was professor at the University of Leipzig and after the war was elected rector of the university. I, thus, had to travel often to Dresden. Once I traveled with the mayor and together we heard the magic flute. The performance took place in a gymnasium. Everything else was destroyed. What was not destroyed, however, was the excellent musical culture of the Dresden Opera, which is associated with the names of such famous conductors as Fritz Busch and Karl Bohm. It had withstood the regime as well as the bombs and the tragedy of Dresden. It was a rare experience for me, like a prelude to the rebuilding of a devastated world and a hope for the culture of humanity. I realized there that there was also a sequel to the Magic Flute by Goethe, with which I had to occupy myself immediately. I had no particular interest in the libretto of Mozart's opera. When I was 12, a very impressive German teacher once told us, "Well, the magic flute is nothing but sung nonsense." In hearing this performance, it seemed different to me, like a message full of sense. It was vocally and instrumentally a masterful performance, which simply did not attempt to compete with the great machines and the art of lighting of the Baroque age. There was in fact only the podium of the gymnasium, the orchestra at its foot and the female and male singers on the podium. Nevertheless, for me, this performance surpassed all the performances of the magic flute I had seen previously. Mozart's music, our own imagination and a shattered sensibility were stronger than the technological culture of our epoch with its means of illusion. Thus, I found myself faced with the question of how music manages to communicate a sense on its own and to produce images without the help of stage props so that nothing was missed. I had before my eyes the most beautiful images of fairy tales, the most beautiful trial by fire, and yet I did nothing other than listen to the music and the voices. What is opera? First, it was an attempt to salvage and transfer Greek tragedy 113 into the modern Christian and humanistic world and breathe new life into it. This is how Monteverdi opened up a new realm with his monodic style of musical art. From Italian opera there developed what we call opera culture in its many branches. In the wake of the lectures we have heard here in the previous weeks, it became very clear how this culture of opera unfolded from the constant need for celebration of the Baroque age and the courts, continuing into the 19th century under the conditions of the competition among the bourgeois. 12. Goethe and Mozart, The Problem of Opera, 1991, 1. 114. In this history, Mozart occupies an exceptional position as culmination and at the same time as transition. I would like to remember my late friend Thrasyboulos Georgiades, who used the expression musical theater. According to Georgiades, Mozart was the first to produce the specifically musical theater and reached his own culmination within it. Certainly, he prepared the later development of opera as well as the musical drama. However, his form of musical theater has remained something unsurpassable. It was something we, young people in the age of the youth movement, indeed we, who otherwise despised opera, always excluded from our negative judgment. Mozart was not just opera. He was more. His theater was no longer the mere play of musical pieces of the Italian opera theater, this succession of recitatives, arias, and choruses. It was no longer entirely arranged around the art of listening as it was obviously the case in the great opera houses of the 18th century. At that time, the curtain of the loge was first opened when the famous singer sang his aria and then was closed again. Certainly, when we open the libretto of the magic flute we find that it is also divided into musical pieces. Indeed, after the success of the magic flute in the Vienna Vorstadttheater, Mozart reports that several encores of individual musical pieces were demanded. Yet, no one will want to claim that this public, which rejoiced at various musical pieces, understood the meaning of the plot as we understand the plot of a play since then. I would like to reflect upon the meaning of the plot of the magic flute and take recourse to Goethe's eyes for this purpose. He wrote and published a sequel to the magic flute, even though it only remained a fragment. What happens in both Schackanader's opera plot 2 and then in Goethe's script is certainly not drama. Nevertheless, there is an essential difference between the libretto of Schackanader, the experienced poet of the theater, and Goethe's sequel. This is manifested in their success. Goethe did not complete his effort. He did not succeed in finding a composer for the script he had prepared. No one dared to engage in a competition with Mozart. Or did 114 they perhaps feel something of the linguistic excess contained in Goethe's poetic words which elude music? Goethe may have wanted to write a libretto, but could he subordinate the poet in him to this task? What is a libretto in comparison to a pure poetic text? The former is just a script for music and receives its sense through music, and the latter is a text which fulfills its task on its own as poetry. Here I would like to insert a remark about semantics. The word poetry Dichtung in fact means dictation diktat. It is derived from dicere to say, from dictere to say by repeating, to dictate, and this means that, through it, something is laid down in an inviolable manner, in which nothing is to be altered, neither syllable nor tone. This is why lyric poems cannot be translated into foreign languages, as we all know. We can only have adaptations which are more or less fine. However, when the translators are true poets, then the adaptations are original works of their own by the poet who did the adaptation. If it has to lay a claim to poetry, the linguistic tone of a poetic creation must come from the linguistic tone of the mother tongue. When Hölderlin undertook to translate Sophocles, poetry was created, but it was a work of Hölderlin and hardly a work of Sophocles. The language we all speak gains in the act of speaking something like a living presence. This living presence, however, receives its existence only as poetic language. 115. Otherwise, while speaking we are always beyond the linguistic tone with what we want to communicate to others and what they communicate to us. How does language itself come to gain a lived body in poetic language and acquire its own weight? This is a theme that concerns philosophers first and foremost because it has to do with hermeneutics. In the poetic word, the meaningfulness of words and the tonal music of language are so tightly joined together that whosoever wishes to have the poem must have the unity of the two. We must hear the music of language and at the same time also re-effectuate the meanings and the discursive sense of the whole. A libretto, by contrast, is not intended to be perceived in the same way as language. We re-effectuate its sense only in hearing the music which is sung and played. The librettos are indeed texts which await a musical scoring, that is to say, await the fulfillment of their task which comes from beyond themselves. Certainly, the texts of Greek tragedy also awaited their performance on the stage, and this too took place with the medium of music. However, in opera the distribution of the weights between the art of words and the art of music is still something completely different from Greek tragedy. In his posthumous work on naming and sounding, Georgiades undertook an analysis of both aspects, the naming power of word and the sounding of language. In particular, he investigated how 115 both work together in the art of music. These are difficult questions and they always require further investigations, especially in the case of Schackhonator, Mozart, and Goethe, where such different problems are intertwined. What has obviously become so typical of modern music is its peculiar laws of reprise, the ever-new variations of resumption or inversion, by virtue of which classical compositional technique incorporates everything individual into a great unitary structure. This is naturally true for opera as well, and indeed the powers of reprise have always been at play in songs. These laws of reprise are also significant for the form of the text which is meant as the basis for the music. In Shakespeare a character, a fate, and a plot, which compels us to involve ourselves in it with a shiver, is conjured up in words. In its time, it did not really need the scenery work on the stage, any more than what I encountered in the magic flute at the gymnasium in Dresden. In the opera, and totally in the case of the magic flute, the plot determines the form only through vague connections. Psychology is futile, if one is looking everywhere for the clear and illuminating motivations which bring the actors to sing their arias and melodies, their duet responses, or to join in the ensemble. Just the level of understanding of the text in any normal performance must have been incomparably lower than, for example, in the Shakespearean theatre or otherwise in dramatic theatre. The opera and its libretto are based upon entirely different principles of composition than character drama. Psychological motivation and the form of participation in the action it leads to are simply not the only unifying principle of theatre. Even ancient tragedy with its play of masks, which is averse to psychology, warns us against expecting everything from mentally participating in the motivations for the action instead of yielding to the new interpretation of the myth known to all. Even ancient comedy works with typical motifs, such as kinship, mistaken identity, role reversal, and with character types, which live on in opera buffa. In this regard, there is definitely a certain analogy between ancient theatre and opera with its sequence of musical pieces. We must remind ourselves of the great 116. Tradition of rhetoric and its capacity to attain preconceived goals and to awaken emotions through the art of speaking. This also becomes the task of opera, not so much to make a preconfigured plot in the libretto believable as to use it 116 in order to lead the affects and passions as such, which move us, human beings, towards a compelling presence and effect. In dramatic theater other laws are in place. So much so that even Calderon's plays, for example, are determined by the formal principles of rhetoric. Yet, in Shakespeare the drama has to develop from the characters who play the persons appearing in the plot. Here it is not so much about the emotions which erupt in the events of the plot as it is about the being of these people, their character, which will become their fate. A character is a habitus which expresses itself in all emotions, a hexus disposition, a self-sustaining identity, which manifests itself in the changing pathemata, in the passions. The actor in Shakespeare's drama is a creator of persons, who can certainly no longer don a rigid mask. By contrast, what makes up the formal laws of the opera are the pathemata, the passions, which are assigned to a role and shaped through the music. This is why the aria in the opera has a privileged place and is not, like most of the monologue in drama, a kind of interplay. It became the mastery of Mozart to lend the conventional forms of opera so much inner musical coherence that the different musical pieces harmonize into a unified spiritual event through Mozart's art of the ensemble. We miss what Mozart does if we look for character developments where the joy of acting on the stage is sovereign. We will see how, for instance, the role of Sarastro misled psychologists. In The Magic Flute we are dealing with a play based on a fairy tale. The plot with its peculiar abundance of contrasts, which was praised by Goethe precisely because of these contrasts, is a magical farce belonging to popular genre. Yet, it is elevated to highly spiritual spheres, right up to the initiation of a noble couple into the temple of wisdom, although in being contrastingly accompanied by the popular element. I would like to show later how Goethe in his own fragmentary work further developed this libretto authored by Schackanader in collaboration with Mozart. We must, first, look at the text of the classical opera by Mozart. The Mozart researcher Otto John, a significant classical philologist around the middle of the 19th century, claimed to be able to prove on extrinsic grounds, which we do not want to repeat once more here, that the libretto of the Magic Flute shows a break in the sense that a complete change in the program occurs between the first and the second act. This clever and naturally very well worked out proof found recognition everywhere at the time. This proof corresponded to a tendency of the philology of that time to see everywhere in texts layers of writing, late editing and montages, as one can indeed often discover them in the screenplays for the theater but also in the writings of late antiquity. He thus took for granted that even Schackander's libretto was put together by these means. Today we 117 have moved away from that supposition, which was dominant at the time. I myself cast doubt on this supposition in my own essay in 1947 on the Magic Flute. For as we know, the plot begins with the young son of a count, Tamino, getting lost during a hunt, pursued by a snake and rescued by three ladies, who kill the snake. It turns out that the one who protected him is the Queen of the Night. Although I have never encountered it in any of the interpretations of the performance so far, it seems to 117 me that what appears as the savior in mythical form is the eruption of the night itself, and that the three ladies with their silver arrows are the first glimmers of the stars, who notify the beleaguered of the saving cover of the night. I could imagine that this could also be implemented in the setting, by darkening the stage to let the first stars appear and finally the whole starry heavens. The staging by Johannes Schaff in Salzburg came impressively close to this when he makes the Queen of the Night appear in an almost glistening moonlight. The plot is in fact a succession of implausibilities. In the first act, the Queen of the Night appears as a woman embittered by a foreign countervailing power. Her adversary Sarastro has kidnapped her daughter Pamina. However, the evil kidnapper appears later as Pamina's noble fatherly protector. He is the guide of the initiates into the Temple of Wisdom. This change in the assessment of Sarastro within the plot provoked the most peculiar constructions from the side of the interpreters. Sarastro is rendered as the rejected suitor of Pamina, who finally mellows in resignation and introduces the young couple into his secret circle of initiates. Pamina, from another perspective, is interpreted as a young woman fighting for her freedom but who is hindered precisely by this evil Sarastro, and his protection, from attaining the real liberation proper to womankind from the pressures of the masculine world, and ultimately she backs down. How are we supposed to resolve the contradictions of the libretto? It is after all a play based on a fairy tale. The logic of the fairy tale is transformation. We have here some easily understandable transformations which seem to overlap with each other. In the middle of the plot it becomes clear that the Queen of the Night had some sort of inheritance dispute with the dying king of the solar world. She wanted to rule over the whole world, whereas the king through his last will had handed over his daughter and the dominion over the solar world, the solar circle, to Sarastro and his friends. Thus, it was not a kidnapping after all, but the execution of a will. 118 It is more doubtful whether there lurks still another motive behind Sarastro's kidnapping, namely that he was hoping to win Pamina's love. When he failed in it, he seems to give up voluntarily. There is a passage in the libretto, which allows for such an interpretation: "To love I will not force you." The librettist and the composer were certainly not interested in depicting the processes of maturation in individual persons. What constitute the actual thread of the plot are rather the levels of love itself. It is the story of human passions. Thus, at the beginning stand motherly love and the elemental love of the daughter for her mother. Then, we have the depiction of the transformation and reversal of Pamina as well as of Tamino. Both have their eyes opened, so to speak, and it is the budding love between the two which is introduced with the famous portrait aria at the beginning and is eventually completed with the trial and the acceptance into the circle of the initiated. Levels of love, awakening of love, transformation of the world through the knowledge of how to be loved. Obviously, it is by the means proper to a fairy tale that this logic presents itself. Finally, we understand the trial of silence as the preparation for the tasks of a man in society, and we admire Pamina's unerring loyalty as proof of the morally binding force of love, which leads to the founding of the family. We will see that Goethe developed precisely this point further. Just as all fairy tales speak a hidden language of wisdom in the plenitude of their implausibilities, so is it the case with the magic flute. If we follow the plot which 118 unfolds not really in an artful manner but in a manner appropriate to theater, we can see how signs are placed for the love story between the two individuals, or, better, for the story of love. We can see how the young maiden initially is still entirely given to an elemental longing for the mother. She is obviously not yet really enlightened by the transformative sparks of love. But when this happens, everything suddenly appears in a new light. Sarastro, the representative of the spiritual order in opposition to the elemental bond to the mother, now appears in his protective and guiding role, and in a superior stature. He will lead the lovers through all their trials and elevate them into the circle of the initiated. What the trials of the young couple mean is that elementary inclination must be elevated to a moral bond. This is how we can understand Pamina's scene with the dagger and the final overcoming of what is merely elemental in the preparation for death. Pamina is tested as to whether she has resolved that it is preferable not to live than to be separated from the one she loves. This should not just happen in fairy tales. The same is true of the trials of Tamino, in which manly resoluteness must prove itself as the power of maintaining the state. 119 Goethe developed a new phase in this progressive path of love as presented in the Magic Flute. In his sequel to The Queen of the Night appears as one of the founding powers in the spiritual experiential realm of humanity, on the one hand, the obscure with its secret, its danger and its richness, and, on the other hand, the radiance of thought and spirit incarnated in Sarastro. Goethe wanted to let these two powers manifest themselves again in their conflict at the moment the family begins its existence. The Queen of the Night wants to kidnap the child issued from marriage. Although the child remains in his parents' care, he is enclosed in a box which cannot be opened. The box must be constantly moved so that the child remains alive. So long as you move, the child lives. Now truly, every new living being who suddenly becomes the focal point of the worry and care of the parents is a secret closed in itself. The infant closed in on itself like a plant is an entirely new, different concern as what stirs to and fro in the swings of love between the two lovers. So long as you move, the child lives. Goethe depicts how, at the end of a long battle between darkness and light, the elemental power, which holds sway over human nature, ascends towards a new freedom in the wonder of language and the exchange of words. The child overcomes all distance with the first exchange of words with the parents and rises up to a new distant realm. In the end, there arises out of the obscurity of natural being the opening of spirit, similar to how in Goethe's Faust II Euphorion flies towards heaven. Now, a new struggle emerges. Once again, the beloved child is separated in the steps of love from the loving parents. This is how, in rough outline, Goethe develops the plot further. Once again, the essence of the trials becomes clear in Goethe's invention when Sarastro himself is put to a new trial. To live is to be tested. This is what Goethe understood as the essential point of Schackanader's libretto. He read it and developed it further as a poet. This further development certainly shows anew the difference between poet and librettist, between the art of words and the art of sounds, and the difference between the muses. In order to make this clear, I set side by side for comparison two passages from Mozart's Magic Flute and Goethe's sequel. In Schackanader's libretto one finds what? 119. Goethe had adopted in this own way. They are the knights, who are assembled as guards for the imprisoned Pamina, and whom Goethe in his sequel makes guard the box with the child of Pamina and Tamino. By focusing on this adoption of a motif, I would once again like to illustrate concretely the difference between the text of a libretto and a poetic text. We know the verses of the two knights: those who walk on this road full of grievances will become pure through fire, water, air, and earth. If they can overcome the terror of death, 120 they will leap from the earth toward heaven. Enlightened, they will then be in a position to devote themselves fully to the mysteries of Isis. Doubtless, these are completely fine verses, but for which it is hardly a concern to convince purely poetically. Schackanader's verses are only supposed to hint at the fact that now the unfriendly world is warded off and love triumphs over the opposite world of night and darkness. In Goethe, the whole thing is played a generation later, and the knights converse in the following way: is it day? Perhaps it is. Does the night come? Here it is. Time passes. How so? Does the hour sound? For us, never. So runs the two-way conversation of these knights. In this, these demonic figures realize that they, who have been excluded from human life, cannot expect and hope for anything from time. The knights continue: in vain do you exert yourself so much up there. Human beings running, escaping before them the fleeting goal. They pull and tear in vain at the curtain hanging heavily over the secret of life over days and nights. These verses are replete with resonance and meaning. For the guards below, it is a secret, the alternating of day and night, the secret of life in its volatile inconstancy and its continuity through being awake and sleeping, and perhaps, as the deepest secret, between life and death. Goethe hints at all of this, and all of this has become resonance in these verses. He thus raises to a new awareness that which lies in the mythical struggle of the magic flute between the queen of the night and the solar realm. They pull and tear in vain at the curtain of life. The way this verge bends in vain stands in the verse and returns in its rhyming word. De Labens does not say anything, but really shows something. The pulling and tearing in their futility, in the eyes of the timeless guards, is concretely there. This is poetry. Not only something is meant, but also that which is meant is there in its enactment, it shows itself. Goethe could not simply poetize in such a way that something is only meant. That is why music has no place here where it could fuse with the word tones. For that, we would need to have violent reformulations, as those which Schubert provides for Goethe's poems, and seldom are they instances of an inner fusion of poetic language with musical language. That music can do what poetry alone cannot does not exclude the fact that even music is denied expression where poetry unveils its own power. My return today to Mozart's Magic Flute and Goethe's sequel in this year dedicated to Mozart may complete my older work of 1947 to 49. I have come to learn from newer discussions on this work, not least by being present once again at a masterful production of the Magic Flute on the occasion of this year's Salzburg Festival. What draws 121 us always back to this opera? Certainly, what directly contributed to its worldwide success through the centuries is the fact that this opera was in congruence with the way people thought of humanity in a century which proclaimed itself as the 120th century of the commoners. In this sense, it could mean something that without any psychological motivation the great love duet of the Magic Flute is not put in the mouth of the lovers, but in the mouth of those who are unequal. Pamina and Papageno, one is a soul awakening to love and the other a carnal man of nature. The soaring flight of the main plot is brought back to nature. Yet, this grand song can be heard at both levels, man and woman and man / strive towards the divine. 122 The generation to which I myself belong, and which came of age when the imperial rule of Wilhelm II was collapsing, was not marked by the figure of Goethe. The well-tempered cultural pride typical of the propertied classes, to whom Goethe gave prominence in the second imperial rule, gave way to a consciousness of crisis. This consciousness strove towards a new boundlessness and recognized itself much more in the pressing urgency of the late Hölderlin, who only then had really begun to find his voice, than in the serenity of the Olympian Goethe. This can be clarified by a couple of significant anecdotes. It is said of Heidegger, who at the time was exercising a mesmerizing effect by the revolutionary pathos of his intellectual energy, that he read out a poem by Hölderlin in a lecture one day and said at the end, "This indeed is a poem." Something different from the rhyming chimes of the old Goethe, although later he spoke differently of Goethe. It may have been at the same time, around 1930, when we all felt alive in Hölderlin, Georg and Trückl, that bold man, the Marburg theologian, said to me one day, "Only when you are older will you discover Goethe one day." And so it was. The Third Reich helped in this discovery. In contrast to the bellowing of the Nazi movement, the lightness and naturalness of Goethe's language acquired a new and quiet power. Moreover, the Goethe Society itself had not quite been brought into line. Thus, bold men turned out to be increasingly right even for me. Return. In reality, it was a return, a rediscovery. I had just turned 18 and was hardly out of my adolescence. The year was 1918. I was already familiar with Goethe, even with his Faust, through my schooling, which was basically done in the style of the late classicism typical of our school culture. One day, it was in Breslau, I heard the great actor of the Max Reinhardt Company, Alexander Moissy, recite a poem which was well known to me. 123 I was as if enchanted. It was the Linzer's Tower song from the second part of Goethe's Faust, which introduces the dramatic concluding scenes with the tragedy of Philemon and Baucis. Born to see, appointed to watch. Sworn to this tower, the world pleases me. 13. 1. 122. I gaze into the distance, I look at what is near, at the moon and the stars, at the forest and the deer. In all of them I see everlasting beauty. And as it pleases me, I am also pleased with myself. You, fortunate eyes, whatever you have seen, be it as it may, it was still so beautiful. 2. I am somewhat at a loss as to how one should read these verses nowadays. Pathos does not have a place anymore in the age of technological supercooling, and verses are no longer around anyway. Yet, even at that time the style of theater was dominated by the contemporary naturalism and a general psychologizing of everything, which had disfigured the art of verse and its rendition to a point of unrecognizability. Then came Moissy, who sang this tower song in such a way that the sweetness of the melody completely captivated you. Now, it must indeed really be a song, and nobody who reads this entry to the dramatic scenes in Act 5 of Faust II can be mistaken about it. What gives this song itself a peculiar resonance, the tone of an irretrievable loss, of a peace irrevocably disturbed, is how the watchman Linzer suddenly becomes aware of the conflagration which will destroy the idyllic happiness of both Philemon and Baucis in their old age, and how he depicts this terrible event in haunting verses. Yet, these verses remain at the same time an overpowering and true glorification of the joy of beholding and the beauty of the world. These are verses that never completely fade away. How can verses be so mesmerizing? Be so much and disclose so much, speak so much and withhold so much. Sing so much. Singing is existing. But how is this song there? Only through the word. It is already a misunderstanding to read these verses as a text, to which are added a melody or different possible tonalities. These verses are already musical tone, they are themselves song, and this was exactly what my inexperienced ear grasped in Alexander Moisey's rendition. There was no choice of possible tonalities or accentuations. It was as if language were singing from out of itself and according to its own melody. Now, we speak of the melody of language even there where language does not sing, where it is not song-like. Thus, we can ask what particular aspects distinguish the language of song, which does not present a lyric text but is itself already a song. What in fact distinguishes lyric grammar in contrast to logical grammar is not only a web made of tone and sense as such, it is not meter and rhyme and inner articulation. 124. All of this is present everywhere, where there are verse and poetry. But how does all this become song? And precisely a song which is already a song, even when no composer tried to make it so. There are indeed enough poems by Goethe which have the form of a song and which, besides, have become lyrics for a song, Gretchen at the Spinning Wheel, for example, or A Boy Saw a Wild Rose. The musical scoring of Goethe's songs and poems is in any case a remarkable chapter, if one considers that Schubert's musical scores, which 123 the whole world admires as immortal masterpieces, were placed by Goethe himself beneath those of Zelter and Richard. Georgiades, the music historian from Munich still in our memory, is certainly right when he says in his book on Schubert III that it is precisely in his song compositions that Schubert displays a peculiar way of subsuming the music to the poetic language and that this is what distinguishes his musical scoring and differentiates it from those of Beethoven, for example. Nevertheless, the transposition of language into music with its rhythm, its laws of interval, its essentially intrinsic possibility of polyphony, is always something different from the chiming of the song poem in its own melody. Song out of language. The Linzer's Tower Song is also a song made out of language and not out of notes, a song-like movement of language which is in no way singing. In the play, The Tragedy of Faust, we indeed have a singing which is acted out, the acting out of the singer with the song. When Moisey sang these verses, he was obviously not on stage, but on the podium. Thus, only the song was resonating. Yet, even today we still read the poem as the text, just as the actor Moisey still spoke the text even when he was almost singing it. This means, though, that he heeded the words of the text as we all do when we hear words. We too listen to them in the way they are melodious in themselves. Those who really sing simply do not speak but lead what is given to them, possibly even set into musical notation, to a melody. What do we do when speaking a song, that is to say, when we read and utter it to ourselves or read it out to others? What are we listening hearken to? Whom do we heed gehorchen? Certainly, to the meter, certainly also to the rhyme. Both are, so to speak, the metronomes of this music of words. However, how do the words themselves with their interpenetration of meaning and sound follow these measures? Or language itself with its interpenetration of meaningful utterance and tonal melody? What is that art, that unlearnable theory of the harmony, which makes someone a poet? Now, even here, and not only in real music, do we have intervals, although they are obviously not 125 calculable. These are intervals and such that they are of a precision which can be felt, from seeing to watching, from the naturalness of what is inborn to the appointed profession, from the rigor of duty, which binds the watchman to the lonely place on the tower, to joy in the whole of the world. These are tonal steps, the steps of thought, the dance steps of being, which form a singular tune. Furthermore, the principle of composition is also one of polarity between far and near, between the stars and the immediate view around, between the quiet wall of shadows of the forest which is always near and the rare sight of the peacefully grazing wild animals emerging out of it. It is a whole of being which even in the leading voice of the sounds of the words brings together the distant and the near as if in a single cantilena. This happens in the way distance fern and stars stern fade away into an indefinite vastness and near na and dear ra make the almost terrifying now of such a fleeting sight become sound. And then what follows is the exercise of 124. Thought, like a great concluding part of a hymn which ends like an aphorism, be it as it may, it was still so beautiful. The everlasting beauty hints immediately at the Protestant language of the choral. Like Gerhard Hauptmann's Honnel, one can overhear the battlements of the eternal city. The whole thereby takes a turn to the generality of a reflection, which fills out the two final strophes. It is thus fitting that in the calm symmetry of this meter arises a slight disquiet, which time and again gets the better of the reader. What the meaning emphasizes does no longer follow completely what the meter prescribes, for however we may turn it, the thought is still that insofar as things please me, I am pleased with myself. This is a typical Goethean thought. It is the thought of an almost heathen self-affirmation and self-reconciliation, but it certainly goes against the meter, as it pleases me, so I'm pleased with myself. Neither the and as it pleases me nor the I'm pleased carry the tone, but the me in as it pleases me and the I in so I'm pleased with myself. It is certainly not a hard imposition of meaning on meter. The meter somehow maintains itself in the background. However, the intellectual transformation, which one calls reflection, is unmistakably mirrored in the shifting of the semantic tone to the words me and I. Does the concluding strophe bring everything back into the suspense proper to the text of the song? It almost looks like it if we take note of the wonderful ascent of the cantilena, you, fortunate eyes, what you have ever seen, be it as it may. Here, what the meter prescribes is in complete harmony with the movement of the meaning and sound like this to the ear. However, in the end, the back and forth of thought can be heard anew, for what it means there is not only that in the end, in looking back at everything that was, it was beautiful. Rather, the word still follows this word was, which certainly owes its stark tone to the meter as well as to its syntactic function, it was still so beautiful. A word which hints at all that is the opposite of the beautiful before the 126th singer, after this still and with this still, professes his own affirmation as in an oath. It is certainly a lighter counter-accent, which can only disturb the joyful persistence of the was ever so gently. Equanimity is reached in the end, the yes appears unconditional and triumphant. Unconditional. Triumphant. The dramatic tragic destruction of this yes and of this peace erupts with gruesome clarity and, at the end of the whole tragedy of Faust, leaves only the one who is blinded with his illusions. When he hears the clanging of the spades that dig his grave, which he understands as dike work meant to acquire new land, he dreams of seeing a free people on free ground. In the end, self-redemption does not seem to fare well. Entire choruses must be mobilized to receive and guide the blessed penitent. In the end. Do we know it now? In the end, do we have pious resignation or, conversely, the triumph of an unshakable belief in the redemptive power of the Spirit, in self-redemption? Or should one in fact understand that even a blind striving, unreal to the point of blindness, always deserves redemption, especially when it can boast of the selflessness? 125. Of a social activity? Do we know this? No, we do not. The riddle Goethe offered himself and us with his Faust is not so easy to solve. In the end, even the verses of the Linzer's Tower Song do not leave us entirely without an answer either. Perhaps, this yes to all and this still are not the whole truth, and yet, without them anything else would not be capable of its own truth. What is given here is really no advice, which indeed nobody would know how to follow. For whom is it not true that they are appointed to their position and must accept themselves and everything, the whole, which is there and happens there, like this watchman? If his song of praise echoes onto existence, it certainly does not mean that he had never before been witness to what is bad, to gruesome horror. By contrast, it remains to be noted that even after he became witness to the catastrophe, this lament thrusts itself into the song. Even here, what always happens is expressed. The watchman sings it, as it literally means. What was once a joy to see, gone it is with the ages. 4. 127. This song of lament, as Faust calls it, is as true as that which the watchman's song of praise glorifies. And so we learn, in a song, what is melodious is what is. Here, nothing can be recalled. And, thus, the primeval sound of life may drone through the soul. If the poet feels fear in his heart, he will redeem himself. 5. In 1947 Karl Jaspers gave a very critical talk on Goethe, saturated with moral radically. In this, he was following the vehement critique by the Danish thinker Søren Kierkegaard, which grew out of a self-tormenting examination of conscience. Kierkegaard attacked Hegel and, in general, the idealism of Goethe's time from a Christian standpoint, which in our century has constituted an epoch in the form of the philosophy of existence philosophy. Jaspers, one of the representatives of this philosophy of existence, also saw in Goethe's self-redemption a lack of existential decisiveness. The great humanist Ernst Robert Curtius confronted Jaspers publicly with acrimonious words, warning him that the attitude of being a moral judge easily turns into self-righteousness. Who was right? For me, this conflict reflected something of the puzzle which poetry is, to be true over and above all objections and yet to be nothing that one can invoke in one's defense. 126. 128. For all of us there is an access to Goethe which we have not chosen but which already predetermines all our engagements with him. We only have to become aware of this access. It is based on the fact that, in the course of the decades and now almost centuries since his death, Goethe's figure and work have acquired a character which has set some standards. We must realize that today, in 1982, we could very well celebrate a centenary. For it was the year 1882 which first inaugurated the enduring and definitive influence of Goethe. The political development of Germany, like the political development of other European states, led from world bourgeoisie to the national state, to use Friedrich Meinecke's expression. While Schiller advocated for the national state, Goethe, the world citizen, was at first simply not in favor of it. For the last 15 years of his life, Goethe was indeed a European celebrity even though he was anything but a German national hero. As we know, his relationship to his beloved Germans was quite strained. It is also significant that the West-East Divan, one of the masterpieces of German lyric poetry, had not yet sold out its first edition in the year 1882. Only after the founding of the German Empire, in the sense of a lesser German III, was successful and consolidated did the cultural figure of Goethe really enter the general consciousness. The whole emergent nation was taking hold of the Weimar legacy. The large edition of Goethe's works, the so-called Sophie edition, which was begun at the time, significantly promoted the increasing dissemination of Goethe's fame in the cultural life of Germany and in world culture. Nevertheless, Goethe's work and Goethe's personality were not entirely without controversy even in our century. It is thus not without interest that it is only since 1932 that Frankfurt University has been called Goethe University. It is also in 1932 that the Goethe Prize was established, whose first recipient was the poet Stefan Georg. For the political constellation was 129 clear. At the time, the poet Stefan Georg incarnated the sensibility of the aristocratic conservatives, who viewed the Weimar Republic, its dubious nature and political weakness with skepticism and disapproval and who, with their sympathy for the national heritage, were later to be crushed in a terrible manner by the revolution of nihilism. Stauffenberg belonged to the circle around George and sealed with his life the violent illusion of the men who dreamed at the time of a revolution from the right. 5. It goes without saying that after 1933 Goethe's legacy was carried on only by bourgeois intellectuals now condemned to impotence. When in 1949 here in Frankfurt, where I was employed as a professor, we tried to take the first steps. 14. What makes Goethe's language natural? A Congress Contribution, 1985, 1. 128. Towards resuming international relations, we used the Goethe Jubilee of that year for this purpose and chose Goethe and science as the theme. The theme science allowed for a format which transcended linguistic constraints and made it easier to reconnect with international culture. We thus emphasized the morphological tendency which possessed its significance in the natural sciences themselves and showcased Goethe as one of its great pioneers. The history of Goethe's influence is always a kind of documentation of the respective present of those who are influenced. It was thus not accidental, it seems to me, that the first lecture of this year's Congress in 1982 is devoted to the theme Goethe and the Enlightenment, in the broad sense in which Mr. Weierhaus depicted it for us yesterday. This again identified this theme as a fundamental current in our own social consciousness of today. This can perhaps be summarized in the recognition that the epoch of the German movement, Dilthey, during which the specific shape of German intellectual history received its imprint from Goethe, German idealism and romanticism, was, as Ernst Troeltsch once said, ultimately only an episode in the great event of the modern Enlightenment. I suggest for today that we deal with the topic of what makes Goethe's language natural. I do this certainly not as a philologist, I have never been a philologist in this field, but as a reflective reader of Goethe. With this topic I believe I can in this way bring to light another fundamental and, I think, also influential trend in our present social consciousness. The global nature of the Enlightenment, in which we stand today, gives rise to new repercussions. What motivates us today is no longer the Enlightenment of the 18th century, which was directed against the oppression of the Church and the courts. The 130 Enlightenment was successful on that front. Today, there is a new wave of the Enlightenment, whose technical effects drive the transformation of our planet into a social industry and make the limits of this undertaking alarmingly visible. What can Goethe signify in this context? If we ask the booksellers of today, they are completely overwhelmed by the demand for Goethe's works despite the fact that a wealth of editions has come into the market to serve this need. Now, as we know, the market can certainly be manipulated. We, the authors, do not harbor too many illusions about this. Nonetheless, in order to do business, one needs to anticipate the basic tendencies of social life. Thus, it seems to me to mean something that Goethe today is once again sought after and, manifestly, essentially by a younger generation. Why? Like all social events of such a kind, it is certainly a complex process. However, one of the reasons for this is, I believe, that a lot of this quasi-German, which is run off-mill today in so many fields of science and journalism, is no longer tolerable. The natural equanimity of Goethe's manner of speaking has gained a new impact from such a contrast. In any case, it was for me the reason to pose the question today, to which I do not want to give any answer but which I would like to articulate along certain directions. What is the basis of the fact that we find Goethe's language so markedly natural? To approach this question, we must first remind ourselves of the great transformation that took place in the course of the last decades in the appraisal of the particular values of the artificial Das Kunstliche and the artful Das Kunstwahl. Let us first consider a process which took place a long time ago, the discovery of the 129. Baroque. Baroque was once upon a time an insult. This is how I learned it in school, and even in the study of literature it was said of Salesian Baroque poetry that it was unbearably bombastic. Today, the English, as well as the Salesian Baroque poetry, is of high repute. Besides other forms of Baroque art and even in Goethe studies, Baroque has become the leading topic of research. We can derive the same from the antiques market. Modest civil servants can at best furnish their homes in Biedermeier furniture but not in Baroque furniture, which is simply no longer affordable. These were and are the transformations in taste and stylistic sensibility. Such transformations play out even today in social attitudes and demarcate new changes, not only poetic, but also anti-poetic. How quickly has, for example, the enormous influence of Hölderlin faded away. He certainly remains a leading poetic figure. One can even call him the great classicist of the 20th century, for it is only through the 20th century, through the Hellingrath edition, only through the deciphering of his late hymns that Hölderlin 131 passed from a marginal figure between classicism and romanticism into one of the great stars of our literature. 6. Nonetheless, there is no doubt that today the emphasis placed on Hölderlin, or perhaps the one placed on him by Heidegger or Georg or Rilke, would no longer be accepted so easily. More likely we will be seeing a return of the soft tones of Hoffmann's Thal. More likely the subtle inflections of Musil's prose, even compared to the artful mannerism of Thomas Mann, will correspond to the taste of our time, as it manifests itself today. What is taking place now is something deeper. A kind of turning away from a specific form of artificiality Kunstlichkeit appears to be looming, an instinctive resistance. It does not have to be the green movement, but the greens are a symptom. The greens indicate a deeper feeling for the stalemate and morass, from which we will have to find out what our task is for our life and our survival. This is why I would like to present a few thoughts and formulate a few questions on what makes Goethe's language natural. Naturalness and artificiality. Allow me to begin with a question that concerns language. Already the word naturalness gives food for thought. Who is still perceptive enough to hear that nature is a Latin word? So natural has the word become for us. Now, the word naturalness sounds relatively late, but it appears in the constellation around Rousseau, through whom nature becomes for the first time an evaluative term and a motto as a rejoinder Gadamer to the rationalism of an enlightenment which had become barren. Thus, it was not without Rousseau's influence that even the German development in Goethe's epoch went on its new and novel way, in opposition to the Baroque. This again reminds us of something which is in general consciousness. I mean the turning away from the French garden style and the turn to the English garden. What is reflected in this turn is the discovery of nature in the art of garden landscaping. With this, we have come close to the decisive figure which had released the incomparably natural character of Goethe's language, in its positive as well as negative aspects. I mean Herder and the discovery of the folk song. There is something illuminating in the fact that this suddenly became a new great figure of value, namely, the ways in which people sing, the voice of peoples in songs, and in the fact that the art of this naturalness, for instance, in the Scottish ballads or in everything else that Herder had collected, became for Goethe a kind of model and an encounter that would 130. Loosen his tongue. Yet, it is certainly not all, for Herder himself, this discoverer of the voices of the peoples in songs, was essentially no poet gifted for song or ballad at all. At bottom, he was no poet at all, but rather the greatest orator of German classics, even in comparison to Schiller, whose poetic 132 power owes much to his oratorical skills. In Herder, we have once more and in a rather elementary way rhetoric poured out before us in all of its force and breadth, in the pathos of the pulpit and with the breath of a soulfulness streaming without end. This is precisely the point from which we can outline the naturalness of Goethe's language. In his language, the rhetorical element seems to be stifled to the point of being indiscernible. We only have to read a few pages from Schiller alongside a rereading of Goethe to become immediately aware of the peculiarity of Goethe's way of poetizing. Schiller formulated this difference with masterful conceptuality, and certainly not without a sideways glance at himself, as the difference between naive and sentimental poetry. With this, Schiller did not obviously intend to classify Goethe simply under naive poetry. With regard to Goethe, Schiller had rather in mind the possibility of a synthesis between the naive and the sentimental, which was denied to him. This is in a first approximation an indication of the naturalness of Goethe's language. Its distinguishing feature is to present in their purity the singible and the sayable. Goethe had indeed on occasion dared to say, the dimension of what is written is always already a lessening of truthfulness. Even in his later years, and certainly greatly tempered by what he saw in Schiller, he similarly spoke of the forced talents, which want to force through reflection what in fact must stream forth by itself out of an intensified form of poetic imagination and impassionate discourse. Here the question forces itself upon us as to how Goethe stands with respect to Augustan poetry, for example, with Horace. There is no doubt that Goethe recognized Horace as a master and admired him. It is quite clear, at least in his youth, that he knew how to value the Anacreontic style. Yesterday, we heard a song which attests to the same thing from his later period. Despite this, it seems to me that in all of Goethe's reflections, a thoroughgoing appreciation of Horace is really lacking and, I believe, this is important to understand. Whoever reads Horace must, how should I call it? Practice a kind of the utmost literary art of the puzzle. The ordering of the words in Horace's verse is of such a conscious and elegant artificiality that, despite all the immediacy of the force of Horace's language and all the magic of the linguistic melody, there is always an ordering of the artistic contrapposto in which what speaks in a poem by Horace is configured into a poem. To me, it seems that the ballad-like aspect, the song-like aspect, which distinguishes Goethe's poem, is very far from this ideal of Horace's poetry. This should not give one an advantage over the other, but it makes another ideal of art visible, the artful. It is, for example, what in the age of naturalism let a Stephen Georg see in Horace a great model. What Georg exhibited in the composition of his poetic verses was a similar goldsmith's handicraft. 133 In order to understand the naturalness of Goethe's language, it is helpful to take stock of the conceptual background which resonates in the word nature. The contours of a concept become apparent against its opposite concepts, for to conceptualize is to differentiate. Thus, for me, naturalness and nature impose themselves in two conceptual oppositions, which give the concept of nature in Goethe its contours, nature and 131. Art and nature and, can one say this in German at all? History or society or even spirit? I prefer to place all my cards on the table and speak Greek. This means physis nature and technicraft, technique, for nature and art, physis and ethos character, for nature and society. Both components can lead us somewhat deeper into grasping the art of naturalness, which distinguishes Goethe's work and essence, indeed not just his poetry but also his prose. It is not by chance that I mention the sayable besides the singible. It is precisely of Goethe, the storyteller, that we should think in this context, and of his genial talent, which fascinated his contemporaries from the days of his youth. The difference between nature and art certainly plays the most important role here. Goethe himself occasionally reflected upon the relationship between nature and art, especially after being initiated into a certain conceptual language by Schiller, a language which took its point of departure in Kantian Fichtian philosophy. But this was mostly in his later years. By contrast, there is a witness for the original form in which Goethe sought to formulate his basic ability for ballad. It stems from earlier times, from Carl Philipp Moritz's Bild und Nachahmung and figurative imitation of the beautiful. Goethe had indeed included a crucial excerpt from it in his Italian journey and explicitly confirmed that it in fact also reflected his own thoughts. What is the fundamental idea on the basis of which the relationship between nature and art is presented here? Of what does the figurative imitation of the beautiful speak? Obviously of the eagerly creative drive to configure. This oft-used expression of the time stems from natural history. From this point on, for Philipp Moritz and Goethe, it is supposed to give expression to the manner in which a feeling of the active power producing the work of art constitutes the authentic essence of the beautiful. This is crystal clear in Carl Philipp Moritz. It means that the work already completed, through all the stages of its gradual becoming, in an obscure intimation, emerges at once before the soul and, in this moment of its first production, is there, before its real existence, as it were. The beautiful thus has already reached its highest purpose in its genesis, in its becoming. Our subsequent satisfaction with the work is only a consequence of its existence. The young Goethe was absolutely clear about the fact that the work is no frozen form but the becoming form of the instant and the creative sketch of itself. He saw this as the appropriate form of his own poetic 134 experience. Obviously, the emerging aesthetics of genius lies behind it, and Kant later formulated the relation of nature to art in the Critique of Judgment as the relation between the beauty of nature and the art of genius. This third critique had particularly convinced Goethe. 7. The genius appears there as the favorite child of nature, to whom it is given to dispense with rules and models and to formulate what is the standard and the model. The Kantian phrase favorite child of nature is, to a certain extent, already present in the thought of Carl Philipp Moritz. The creative genius, the expression is found even here in this context, is of the kind that in fact only the creative innovations in language present what is essential to the poetic art. Nature is raised to a higher existence. The readers are, so to speak, placed before the model of the creator. Their capacity for feeling, as Carl Philipp Moritz calls it, must come so close to the capacity for creation, and this is a deep insight, that a poem is only really there when we, as we so beautifully say, know it inside out, or, to cite Goethe, we must dwell in the work of art, look. 132. At it repeatedly, and, through it, give ourselves a higher existence. Herein lies the fact that the temporality of the poetic saying becomes something like a simultaneity, a true presence, despite its character of succession, which we know from Lessing and his Lacan problems. This is like a dance figure which finds its articulation towards the presence of its figure only in its successive moments. In Goethe's later reflection, which I have just cited, what is formulated as an objection to be dismissed is that artists should strive towards making their work appear essentially like a work of nature. The work certainly functions like nature, but it is because it is supernatural, not outside nature, and points to a higher existence. The relation of art to nature is thus doubtless ambivalent for Goethe. The naturalness of art remains an ultimate evaluative concept, but precisely for the art in the art. We will see how this is reflected in the artfulness of Goethe's language and in the naturalness of his artistic richness. In order to be able to do this, we must first unravel more precisely the second semantic turn in the concepts of nature and the natural. Herein lies, as I believe, the very center of Goethe's naturalness. To put it with an expression of Goethe, it concerns the relationship of nature to conviviality. The language of Goethe is a convivial language. This in turn leads to some further questions. There is a particularly beautiful testimony in Goethe's late work, upon which we will have to reflect further. Why is it precisely the late 135 Goethe who formulated all these things? He once defended the subdued turns of phrase, as he calls them. What he means by that is this: it belongs to the virtue of conviviality that one does not crudely hurl words at the face of people but rather uses expressions like in a certain way. This is his own example. These are expressions which bring a moderation of a convivial kind into the expression of one's own opinion and temper the righteousness and dogmatism of asserting them. Here too, it seems to me, we have touched upon a center of Goethe's poetic manner. This is also how we see him portrayed as a human being. His rare sensitivity to feel what is presently other helped him enchant people. His art was not least based upon the fact that he always reacted to the convivial situation in which he spoke. We even have reports according to which, as a young man, when he was in good spirits, he could in an instant act out a completely new drama, which had never been written, and that this had a captivating influence on everyone present. Even his poetic talent thus has its convivial side. Thinking through the lens of conceptual history, there lies behind the convivial components of language and discourse the relationship between physis and ethos, nature and morals. It is the distinctive feature of human beings that they do not, like natural beings, simply develop into their entelecheity or their specific character through definite formative constraints. Human beings must rather develop themselves. To speak with Aristotle, human beings have proairesis choice, that is to say, they prefer this to that, and their entire life they perform a long series of such acts of preference, which are indeed as many acts of rejecting, for no act of preference is without rejecting something, no win is without loss. Precisely through this, though, human beings develop themselves into that which they are. This is what the Greeks called their ethos, that is to say, this second nature which is built up through exercise and habit. This second nature is not imprinted on human beings by the threatening gesture of a never-to-be-fulfilled otsolon, but rather by the self-evidence of a habitus. This self-evidence of a habitus constitutes what they 133 have in themselves and what their character is. The conceptual opposition, which is the concern here, was first formulated in the Aristotelian ethics as the relationship of physis to ethos. This opposition seems to me to be the conceptual background for the possibility human beings have, which is their distinctive feature, that on the strength of their naturalness, they know how to raise themselves to a convivial form of life, to the art of conviviality and to the artful configuration of language, indeed right up to poetry. Precisely in doing this, they manage to acquire something like an intensified naturalness. How is this general relationship reflected in Goethe's language? I would like to pose a few questions, whose answers by the experts would really be something worth learning. The first question is the following: what role does the mother tongue play and, in particular, what role does this vernacular peculiarity of the mother tongue in Goethe play, thus, the Frankfurt dialect? One hears it very forcefully. "Oh, lean down, Nedge, you who are full of pain." Schmerzensreich is a famous example. There are expressions by Goethe, not so many about 136 the dialect, but some about the mother tongue. We encounter them in relation to remarks about the significance of learning foreign languages. He says of the mother tongue that for it there is no other element than poetry and passionate discourse. Here another question forces itself, the question concerning the significance of French for Goethe. It is well known that modern centuries had the specific task of fully developing Latin into a highly sophisticated literary language. This is how no German philosophical language of really adequate expressive capacity would exist without Kant. Yet, on account of all the influence Latin exercised on the development of the semantics and syntax of the German literary language, Latin represented for Goethe already more of a general presupposition for the linguistic possibilities of German. By contrast, French at the time, in the 18th century, played a particular and dominant role in the cultivated upper class of society. One only has to think of Frederick the Great. This is why Goethe himself acquired an excellent mastery of the French language essentially through his years in Strasbourg, during which he imbibed such decisive influences and formative experiences. This leads to the question whether the strong sociality which may be attributed to the French language had not played a role in the naturalness and conviviality of Goethe's poetic language and linguistic demeanor. We always feel this social element in French, and particularly when we read, for example, the French translations of Greek or Latin, German or even Spanish texts. In these translations, suddenly everything is transformed into the style of a social formality. I wonder whether the conspicuous social timbre of Goethe's naturalness, which in his later years indicates something formal indeed, does not betray the influence of the French language. What is more important is the question initially posed, the question of dialect. Is the Frankfurt dialect, which Goethe quite liked speaking in everyday life, not of a particular quality, and has it not influenced Goethe's poetic capacity for expression in the direction it took? This naturally encompasses the general question of the relationship between dialect and poetic language, as this question is posed everywhere. It may be that dialects lag far behind in comparison to developed literary language when it comes to flexibility and sophistication. Yet, the question is still about how someone who still possesses his own vernacular may precisely through this retain a 134 higher flexibility in his use of the higher language, and this means precisely through the tension between the two ways of speaking which he internalized. Can one imagine Luther without the fact that he was looking into the people's mouth? I have myself constantly felt it as a great impoverishment that I have never really spoken the dialect of my Silesian homeland. This was because 137 in the social life of the time and the corresponding schooling system, the use of the Silesian dialect was utterly frowned upon. In central and southern Germany, the situation was certainly different and the repercussions were equally different. My question concerns the specific kind of repercussion which the Frankfurt dialect may have had on Goethe. We can certainly find many Swabian expressions in Schiller or in Hölderlin. However, does it not have to mean something that there are dialects where the substitution of the high language is the easiest? This is certainly the case with Central German, with Saxon, but also in certain respects with the Hessian dialect. Should one not surmise that in these dialects the naturalness of the linguistic expression and thus even the flexibility in its expressive structure find a particularly favorable precondition? Even today, how forced do people sound when they avoid the Saxon which is natural to them? At any rate, one particular event also allows us to begin to gain a precise knowledge of the flexibility and the productive riches of Goethe's language, which seems so natural. I mean the Goethe Dictionary, which was initiated at the time by Wolfgang Schadwald. It was actually a brilliant idea, which in our cultivated Alexandrianism appears more like a noble exception. With this dictionary it becomes possible to ascertain how a poet with a particular freedom in relation to his language acquired a suppleness in the use of the German language, which is really one of a kind. The enormous multifacetedness of constructions, reconstructions, easy transformations, new compounds, surprising simplifications of words which he produced and built into poetic contexts, in fact also belong to this ideal of fluidity, this being in becoming which we encountered in the fundamental poetological convictions he shared with Moritz. Nothing in this seems like neologisms. Neologisms, new creations of words, are in general of the kind that those who invent them find them indispensable, but no one is willing to borrow them. The constructions of Goethe do not function like this at all. It is not that one could imitate them, but they function in their rather inimitable simplicity like something strewn on the shore by the waves of language itself. On this point, it would interest me to know what the Frankfurt dialect signifies for the flexibility and the naturalness of Goethe's language. Can it be integrated at a higher level into the high language of literature? I add a further question. It concerns the impure rhymes in Goethe. They play a very important role, and it seems to me quite questionable to see it as a kind of lack instead of the purest fulfillment of the rhyming function. Is it not the case that when precise correspondences are tempered, it makes it easier to tie in the rhyme into the linguistic body of a verse? And this, in turn, offers the poetic whole the decisive 138 mediation between the consonants of rhyming words and the assonants of interior vocalization. This effortlessness which permeates Goethe's cantilena depends very often on the impurity of the rhyme, on the slight tuning down which the other rhyming word manifests. Only in rare cases will people derive this so much from the Frankfurt dialect and formulate it in the way I did it a moment ago in broad strokes with the 135. Lean down Nedge and the full of pain Schmerzensreich 9. Generally, vocalization is always granted a broad range, which permits abundant variation. Thus, impure rhyme too, it seems to me, very often presents an opening into the breadth of singing in which the tonal structure of the verse, so to speak, resonates. 10. The convivial attitude of human beings and of the poet Goethe reaches still further into more essential depths. Many researchers, eventually also Emil Steiger, have spoken a lot about the inconsistencies in Goethe's work. They have rightly pointed out that Goethe essentially did not like to make a complete plan and then put it into action like a timetable, as it were. This is undoubtedly true, but is it really correct? Is it not rather suggested by our own rule-bound thinking that this is the reason why Goethe appears to have made changes so often in the creation of his characters or in the composition of his plot? Is this the right entryway to the phenomenon? To give an example, Steiger adduced the figure of the mediator from elective affinities for this thesis. This man appears in the beginning as a master of spiritual intercessions, a true mediator, who emerges as a mediator and conciliator wherever there are spiritual conflicts with his natural knowledge of the soul and his talent for giving advice. Then, his art fails him in the complicated tragedies which take place in elective affinities. Does this really mean that Goethe's conception of this character has changed? I rather believe that human beings indeed under particular circumstances are exposed to real transformations and behave and appear completely different from what one is used to. Is it not perhaps the case here too, in elective affinities, that the high human art of mediation, which this mediator has, hits upon its limits when elementary passions are stifled so that it seems so flat and helpless as a result? In reality one must reckon with such matters. Yet, even where an inconsistency appears inexplicable as such, one can, I believe, reckon with what is convivially binding in Goethe's being. Let us think of the manner in which Goethe integrates reflections into his narrative work. I was told that a few days ago in this place Wolfgang Hildesheimer revealed that elective affinities was unbearable to him 139 because Ottilie in the work thinks like Goethe. It is certainly so. This is Goethe, who with peculiar carelessness intertwines his own reflections in the flow of the narrative. Sometimes these reflections fit the characters in a plausible manner but definitely not always. Even where they fit it is always the case that we completely forget while reading that it is not Goethe himself but one of his figures who is reflecting. This corresponds to the occasional, the first glance, the incidental which Goethe generally cultivates as a fundamental attitude. This is how it obviously costs him no thought to include in the set of his collected poems pieces from Wilhelm Meister, such as the Songs of Mignon, the Songs of the Harpist and similar poems, which clearly have their specific place in the whole constituted by the novel. It seems to me that something of Goethe's convivial nature is at play throughout his work. He does not avoid the random and the occasional. He presupposes the goodwill of the reader and freely embraces the interest of the other. This is more important for him than the formal cohesion of the work. It is a component of his attitude of openness, which reaches into the deeper experiences of life. This goes for many of the so-called inconsistencies in Goethe's work. My concern is not to give an apology for Goethe but to describe that which is noteworthy in Goethe, whether we want it or not, whether we feel close to it or distant from it. How much does he leave open, how much does he leave himself open? 136. This provoked his moral critics, for example, in the manner of Kierkegaard or Jaspers. Yet, does this attitude of leaving much open not also grant Goethe's poems something of their mysterious vitality and depth? Many of Goethe's deviations from a plan appear to me to originate from this attitude, which allows for a movement back and forth between the most diverse spheres. If we find a novella inserted in the middle of a novel, then we take as more or less natural the fact that the plot of the novel and the story found in the novel reflect each other. We take all the many reflections and counter-reflections occurring there as something more or less natural. I go still further. I have always had a soft corner for those who want to understand Goethe's Faust in the sense that they ask themselves how Goethe himself really thought of his poetic rewriting of the folk tale of Faust and how he thought of Faust's redemption in the end. I think the question is wrongly posed. The question presupposes that Goethe must have had at some point in some way but definitely a unified and rational interpretation as to whether Faust was to be redeemed or not and with what right. The same goes for what was supposed to happen or not happen to Mephistopheles. I find many of the speculations undertaken for the sake of interpreting Faust very interesting, for example, Hankel's contribution on the apokatastasis restoration, the recreation of all things, which also includes the great final redemption of Mephistopheles as the fallen angel 11:140. I also find other astute interpretations of Faust fruitful. Yet, was Goethe actually aware of what is asked here? Here is rather what I think Goethe does: he only sets the tone for the multiple possibilities of interpretation and understanding. We know that Goethe comported himself accordingly, and when he was asked questions about his poems, he very much preferred to appear mysteriously and enigmatically evasive. In fact, there lies still more in this being open than just the wisdom of a poet who was constantly dedogmatizing himself, so to speak, through poetry. One of the deepest motifs which resonates again and again in Goethe is his mysterious interweaving of love and death. We are familiar with this from the great scene of the drama Prometheus, written in his youth, in which the daughter of Prometheus observes her female friend in a love scene and comes rushing to her father, completely distraught about what it was which had changed her friend so completely. Prometheus answers with a wonderful speech about how in ecstasy all things rise up and unravel. While we expect that he will say, This is love, he says, this is death. 12. Here is another example from the poem The Bridegroom, a mysterious poem of the later Goethe, which he had given to his daughter-in-law. It has been included in all the later editions. The poem introduces the bridegroom as the speaker, who at midnight, is it in a dream or in a dream-like expectation of the coming wedding night, speaks in delightful verses. How does this whole episode end? At midnight. The gleam of the stars leads in lovely dream to the threshold, where she rests. Oh, be it prepared for me too to rest there, whatever may be, life, it is good. The expectation of the joy of love and the serene prospect of the end of life resonate here in their peculiar intertwining when the human feeling for existence is elevated to 137. Its highest form. It is the same intertwining of die and become, which Goethe in his way always opposes to old age and the proximity of death like an eternal revival. Is this also not natural? I interrupt my questions, they are really only questions which merge into one question: is the naturalness of Goethe not rather the fact that 141 he is always convivial and that his poetry always moves back into the social reality, in which it has its communicable presence? It struck me that when Goethe, this great expert in poetic craftsmanship, speaks about other poets and poems, he employs the word competent tüchtig as his favorite word. This word indicates a civic virtue of the first rank. It is highly valued by Goethe in all the human beings who possess it, not only in handicraftsmen but also in poets. I mean that one senses in this something of the social self-consciousness of the son of a bourgeois living in a free state. If one compares Goethe with his great partners in the classical age of our literature, he exhibits the qualities of a lackey of the aristocracy the least, even though he was most often an employee of an aristocrat, indeed a minister. The civic virtues of competence, carefulness, reliability of ability have themselves always disciplined the poetic inspiration which flows so abundantly in Goethe. The balance sheet of his own life, it seems to me, most closely corresponds to the naturalness of his language. This shows the incidental role, so to speak, which the poetic represented in his own life's work. On this point, I believe, Steiger was correct about what he noticed in Goethe's Tasso. The poetic and tragic self-portrait of the suffering sentimental, something Goethe certainly was, is not only represented in the figure of the Tasso, who had the privilege to say how I suffer, but even Antonio is the self-portrait. Both the great adversary of real life and the poetic dreamer who is shattered by reality best describe the complete ambit of Goethe's life experience. To the naturalness of Goethe's language there also belong measure and balance, with which he knew how to reconcile social constraints with vital force. 138. Part 3. The dimension of language. 140. 184. In recent years, the problem of understanding has increasingly gained in relevance. This is certainly not unrelated to the geopolitical and socio-political aggravation of the situation and the exacerbation of the tensions permeating our present time. Everywhere we see attempts to reach a mutual understanding between zones, between nations, between blocks, between generations failing. They are failing because a common language seems to be lacking and the guiding concepts in use function like incendiary slogans, reinforcing oppositions and exacerbating tensions. It is for resolving these oppositions and tensions that people are coming together. We only need to think of words like democracy or freedom. There is thus really no need for proving the thesis that all mutual understanding is a problem of language and succeeds or fails in the dimension of language Sprachlichkeit. All phenomena of mutual understanding, and misunderstanding, which form the object of the so-called hermeneutics, represent a phenomenon of language. However, the thesis which I would like to discuss in what follows is even a bit more radical. It says that not only the process of mutual understanding among human beings but also the process of understanding itself represents a language event when these processes are directed at what is extralinguistic or at listening to the extinguished voice of the written letter. It is a linguistic event of the kind that consists in this inner dialogue of the soul with itself, which is how Plato characterized the essence of thinking. It is daring to claim that all understanding is linguistic. We only need to take a look around us and at our own experiences in order to have immediately a plethora of apparent counterexamples, in which the silent, tacit understanding presents itself as the highest and most intimate form of understanding. Whoever makes the effort to listen to what language says will be confronted immediately with phenomena such as the tacit agreement or the silent guess. The question obviously arises as to whether these are not, in a certain sense, modes belonging to the dimension of language. I hope to make it even clearer as to why it makes sense to say this. But then what about the other phenomena, to which language 185 itself leads us? I am thinking, for instance, of speechless astonishment or silent admiration. What we encounter thus are phenomena about which we can clearly say, it renders us bereft of words. It renders us bereft of words precisely because it is so clear that it stands there before our ever more encompassing gaze, far too enormous for our words to be sufficient to grasp it. Is this not too bold an assertion to state that being left bereft? 15. 1. 142. Of words is still a form exhibited by the dimension of language. Should this not be that absurd dogmatism of philosophers who try over and over again to stand things on their head when they stand completely fine on their feet? However, when we are left bereft of words, it means that we would like to say so much that we do not know where to begin. The refusal veragon of language testifies to its capacity to look for an expression for everything. It is precisely why saying that we are left bereft of words is itself a figure of speech, such that, with it, discourse does not come to an end, but rather begins. I would like to show this primarily in the first counterexample from language I mentioned, namely that we speak of a tacit agreement. What is the hermeneutic significance of this linguistic expression? The problem of understanding, which we find discussed in so many ways nowadays, particularly in all those sciences in which there is no exact method of verification available, consists in this, that here we only have a mere inner self-evidence of understanding which all of a sudden flashes in our mind. This happens, for example, when I suddenly understand the context of a sentence or a statement made by someone in a specific situation. That is to say, when I am suddenly fully clear and comprehend the right reasons with which the others say what they say, or even the wrong reasons. Such experiences of understanding obviously always presuppose difficulties in understanding, the disruption of agreement. This is how all the effort aimed at understanding begins, with the encountering of something that confronts us as strange, challenging, disorienting. The Greeks had a very beautiful word for the situation in which our understanding grinds to a halt. They called this the atopon, the extraordinary, the strange. This really means that which does not have a place, which cannot be accommodated within the schematisms of what our understanding anticipates, and which, for this reason, takes us aback. The famous Platonic doctrine that philosophizing begins with wonder means this being taken aback, this inability to move forward with pre-schematized expectations coming from our orientation in the world. And this is what calls for thinking. Aristotle, at one point, describes this very nicely by saying that what we anticipate depends on the amount of insight we have in a particular situation. As an example, he gives us the following case: if someone marvels at the square root of 2 being irrational, at the inability of the relationship of the diagonals to the sides of a square to be expressed rationally, then we realize that this person is no 186 mathematician. A mathematician would marvel at someone holding this relationship for rational. This is how relative this being taken aback is, and how much it is connected to the knowledge and to a deeper penetration in the subject matter. All this being taken aback, being astonished and not being able to continue in our understanding are manifestly always tied to moving forward, to a more penetrating knowledge. I therefore assert, we must deliberately disentangle the phenomenon of understanding out of the privilege given to the disruption of understanding if we really want to bring into focus its place in the totality of our existence as human beings, and also our social existence as human beings. Agreement is presupposed where there is a disruption in agreement. The task of the purposeful will to understand, which is supposed to lead to the rectification of a disrupted understanding, is directed first and foremost at the relatively rare hindrances to mutual understanding and agreement. 143. In other words, the example of tacit agreement is so little an objection against the linguistic Natursprachlichkeit of understanding that it rather guarantees the breadth and universality of this linguistic nature. This seems to me a fundamental truth which must again be granted a place of honor after we made the concept of method found in modern science absolute for understanding ourselves for several centuries. Modern science is the science arising in the 17th century founded on the notion of method and of securing the progress of knowledge methodologically. It has transformed our planet in a unique way in privileging a form of access to the world, which is neither the only one nor the most encompassing one that we possess. It is the access which, through methodical isolation and deliberate examination, in the experiment, has prepared the particular fields thematized through such isolation for a new intervention on the part of our agency. This was the grand accomplishment of the mathematical natural sciences, in particular of Galileo's mechanics in the 17th century. It is well known that this intellectual accomplishment of discovering the laws of free fall, of the inclined plane, was not brought about through simple observation. There was no vacuum. Free fall was an abstraction. We all still remember well our own astonishment over the experiment in the classroom at how, in relative vacuum, the small plate of lead and the feather fall equally rapidly. When Galileo abstracted from the resistance of the medium, it was for him an isolation of conditions which do not occur in nature in this manner at all. However, only such an abstraction enables the mathematically exact description of the factors which constitute a result in a natural occurrence, thus enabling the controlled intervention of human beings. The mechanics which Galileo built in this manner is in fact the mother of our technological civilization. What emerges here is a completely determinate methodological mode of cognition which has provoked the tension between our 187 unmethodical cognition of the world, which encompasses the entire breadth of our life experience, and the cognitive accomplishment of science. It was Kant's great philosophical accomplishment to have found a convincing conceptual resolution to this problematic tension in modernity, for the philosophy of the 17th and 18th centuries was consumed by the unsolvable task of unifying the great omniscience of the metaphysical tradition with the new science. It was an effort which could not reach any real reconciliation between rational science based on concepts and empirical science. Against this, Kant found the solution. Seizing on the English critique of metaphysics, Kant's critical restriction of reason and of its conceptual knowledge to what is given in experience indeed meant the destruction of metaphysics as a dogmatic rational science. Yet, the pulverizer of everything, 3 as the contemporaries perceived the gentle professor of Königsberg, was at the same time the great founder of moral philosophy on the basis of the rigorous principle of the autonomy of practical reason. He recognized freedom as a unique fact of reason, that is to say, he showed that the practical reason of human beings and therefore the moral and social existence of human beings could not be conceived without the postulate of freedom. In so doing he ushered in a new legitimacy for thinking under the concept of freedom, in the face of all the deterministic tendencies emanating from modern natural science. In fact, his moral philosophical impulse, especially through the mediation of Fichte, stands behind the great pioneers of the historical worldview, especially, Wilhelm. 144. Von Humboldt, Ranke, and Droysen. Certainly even Hegel and all those who have been positively or negatively influenced by him are imbued in the extreme with the concept of freedom and retain, by contrast to the mere methodological approach of the historical sciences, a drive to thrust into the whole of philosophy. However, precisely this connection between the new science and the ideal of method which it supports was also what alienated, so to speak, the phenomenon of understanding. For the researchers in the natural sciences, nature is, at first, what is alien and impenetrable, which they coerce into speaking through calculation and selective force, through torture by means of experimentation. In the same manner, the sciences making use of understanding understood themselves more and more from the perspective of the concept of a method of this kind. For this reason, understanding was envisaged predominantly and primarily as the clearing up of misunderstandings, as the bridging of the estrangement prevailing between the I and the thou. Yet, is the thou ever so alien as the object of experimental research in the natural sciences is by definition? We need to recognize that agreement is more original than misunderstanding, so that understanding always flows back again into the restored 188 agreement. This, it seems to me, grants the universality of understanding its full legitimacy. Why is the manifestation of understanding of a linguistic nature? Why does the tacit agreement, which establishes itself time and again as the commonality of our orientation in the world, mean the dimension of language? To question in this way implies the answer. It is language which is constantly building and supporting this commonality of the orientation in the world. Speaking with one another is not primarily arguing with one another. It seems to me typical of the tensions within modernity that it is so fond of the expression arguing with one another. Talking with one another is also not primarily talking at cross purposes with one another. A common aspect of what is talked about is constituted in talking with one another. What constitutes the proper reality of human communication is that the dialogue does not set the opinion of one against that of the other or append the opinion of one to that of the other, as if it were an addition. The dialogue transforms both. A successful dialogue is of the kind that we cannot fall back again into the dissensus which sparked the dialogue in the first place. A commonality which is so common that it is no longer my opinion and your opinion but the common manner of interpreting the world first makes moral and social solidarity possible. What is right and is considered right demands, in accordance with its essence, the commonality which is established in the self-understanding of human beings. In fact, common opinion is constantly built in talking with one another and then sinks back into the tacitness of what is agreed upon and self-evident. For this reason, it seems to me justified to claim that all the extraverbal forms of understanding refer back to the understanding which disseminates in speaking and talking to one another. If I start from this insight, it does not mean anything more than this: in all understanding, there lies a potential connection to language such that it is always possible, this is the pride of our reason, to initiate an agreement by talking with one another where a dissensus arises. We will not always succeed, but our social life rests on the presupposition that by talking to one another in the widest scope we manage. 145. To do what is closed to us when we are hardened in our own opinions. It is thus a grievous error if one believes that the universality of understanding, which I take as my starting point and which I try to make plausible, would imply something like a particular harmonizing or conservative fundamental attitude towards our social world. To understand the arrangements and orders of our world, to understand ourselves with one another in this world, certainly presupposes just as much critique and fight against what has been rigidified or what has become alien to us as the recognition or the defense of existing orders. This is manifested again in the manner in which we speak with one another, and 189 build in agreement. We can observe it from generation to generation. Once world history puts on 7-league boots, for as it has perhaps happened in the last decade in particular, we no doubt become witnesses, so to speak, to how a new language emerges. Here, by new language, we certainly do not mean a totally new language. Yet, we imply more than a mere change of expression for the same thing. With new issues and new goals, a new language is also born and fleshed out. A new language brings disruption in mutual understanding, but, at the same time, also brings the overcoming of disruption in the communicative event. At least, this is the idealistic goal of all communication. Under specific conditions, this goal may prove to be unreachable. In particular, the pathological breakdown in agreement among human beings, characterized by the fact of neurosis, is to be counted among such specific conditions. The question also arises as to whether even in social life as a whole, the communication process may not also serve the dissemination and maintenance of a false consciousness. This, at least, is the thesis of the critique of ideology, that the antagonism in societal interests renders the communicative event practically impossible in exactly the same way as in the case of mental illness. However, just as in the latter case, Therapy consists precisely in reuniting the ill with the community of mutual understanding within society. The sense of the critique of ideology is also to rectify false consciousness and thus to found anew a correct agreement. Exceptional cases of a deeply disrupted agreement may necessitate the appropriate forms of restoration based on the explicit knowledge of the disruption. However, they confirm precisely thereby the constitutive function of mutual understanding as such. Furthermore, it is self-evident that language always leads its exhilarating life in the antagonism between conventionality and revolutionary eruption. We have all experienced our first training in language when we came to school. How everything that was no longer allowed there still appeared right to our healthy linguistic fantasy. What happens, for example, during drawing lessons is no different, which often leads to children unlearning at school their passion for drawing and drawing itself. In reality, even the school is, by and large, an institution of social conformism. Naturally, only one among others. I do not want to be misunderstood as if I were referring to a specific accusation in these remarks. I rather mean, this is society, this is how it operates, always normalizing and conformist. This absolutely does not mean that all social education is only a process of repression and that teaching a language is a mere instrument of such repression, for despite all conformism, language lives on. New configurations in language and 190 new modes of expression arise from the transformations in our life and our experience. What continues to exist is the antagonism which makes language. 146. Something common and yet always permits the emergence of new impulses towards transforming this commonality. Now, one will ask whether this relationship between the natural conformism of society and the forces disrupting it, which are released by a critical insight, has not been qualitatively transformed in a highly industrialized and technological civilization. There have always been unnoticeable transformations in the use and the life of language, the emergence and the dying away of buzzwords and slogans. Critical periods, in particular, could be depicted in their decline by observing the transformation in language, as, for example, Thucydides has shown us in the famous description of the consequences of the plague in beleaguered Athens. 5. But in our present circumstances, we are perhaps dealing with something qualitatively new and of a different kind, which did not yet exist in this way. I have in mind purposeful linguistic regulations. This seems to be a state of affairs first devised by technological civilization. What we call linguistic regulation in this way is no longer the unintentional regulations of the schoolmaster or of the organs of public opinion but a consciously manipulated instrument of politics. By means of a centrally connected communication system, politics is able to make states of affairs suggestive insofar as it enacts, so to speak, linguistic regulations in technological ways. A relevant example, which we find again realized just now in a self-transforming linguistic trend, is the characterization of the other half of Germany as DDR Deutsche Demokratische Republik. 6. This mode of expression is generally known to have been proscribed for decades by the administrative regulation of language, and nobody can miss the fact that the recommended expression for it, Central Germany, sets a sharp political tone. Let us abstract entirely from all questions of content and pay attention only to the process itself. The technological form of manufacturing opinion today gives to the centrally controlled regulation of language an influence which distorts the natural conformism of society in a particular way. One of the problems of our present is how to keep in harmony, on the one hand, the politics of a centrally administered manufacture of opinion and, on the other, the demands made by reason to use our free insight and critical judgment in order to participate in determining the life of society. One may have in mind the following as the solution to this problem: it is precisely the distinction of the sciences to enable independence from the manufacture of public opinion and from politics, and to train people to form their judgments on the basis of free insight. In their most proper domain, this must in fact be the distinction of the sciences. But does this mean that they also come to have a public influence by relying on their own strength? However much the sciences, in line with their own intention, may want to escape all manipulations, 191. The tremendous public esteem for the sciences stands well and truly against it. This public esteem constantly limits the critical freedom which it admires in researchers insofar as it proceeds to appeal to the authority of the sciences even where it is in fact a question of the struggles for political power. Is there really a proper language of science to which we should listen? The expression is obviously ambiguous. On the one hand, science develops its own linguistic means for the sake of specification and mutual understanding in communication in the process of research itself. On the other hand, and this is another meaning, it speaks a 147 language which would like to reach public consciousness and overcome the legendary incomprehensibility of the sciences. However, do the communicative systems, which were developed within scientific research, have the character of a proper language at all? When we speak in the sense of the language of science, we obviously mean such communicative systems which do not grow out of everyday language. The best example is mathematics and its role in the natural sciences. What mathematics is for itself is its own private secret. Even physicists do not know it. What mathematics knows, what its object is, what its questions are, is something singular. This is obviously one of the great wonders of human reason, that it unfolds in itself, sees itself as reason and abides by itself while doing research. However, as a language in which we speak of the world, mathematics is a symbolic system among other symbolic systems in the totality of our linguistic behavior. It is not a proper language. Physicists are generally known to be always in the most embarrassing position when they want to make intelligible to others or even only to themselves what it is that they have figured out without using equations. They find themselves constantly in the tension of this task of integration. At this point, even the great physicists become poetic in an often very ingenious manner. What these tiny atoms are all doing, how they capture electrons and carry out other orderly and clever procedures, this is entirely a language of fairy tales, in which physicists attempt to make comprehensible to themselves and then also, to some extent, to all of us, that which they map exactly with their equations. Yet, this is the implication, mathematics with which physicists gain and formulate their knowledge is not a proper language but belongs to the multifaceted linguistic instruments with which scientists articulate what they want to say. In other words, scientific talk is always the mediation of a technical language or of technical expressions. We call it a specialized terminology, by means of the language which has a life of its own, grows and transforms itself. This task of integration and mediation acquires an entirely specific intensification in the work of physicists, for 192 among all the researchers in the natural sciences, they are the most conversant in mathematics. Their case is particularly instructive because they are the extreme case of the use of an extensive mathematical system of symbols. In this poetic imagery we see that mathematics is only a part of the language for physics but in no way an autonomous part. Language is autonomous where, like in the case of the natural languages, it has its actuality as the worldly aspects of different cultures. Now, the question is about the nature of the relationship between the speaking and thinking in the sciences and outside the sciences. Is that which happens in the supple freedom of our everyday speech perhaps only a phase in a convergence towards the language of science? To those who deny this it could be objected that it may seem at present as if natural languages were indispensable but that we would all have to learn a little bit better and finally we would understand the equations of physics without words and perhaps give an account of ourselves and of our actions with equations. Then, we would need no other language any more than the language of science. In fact, modern logical calculus had such an unambiguous artificial language as its goal. But this is controversial. To the contrary, Vico and Herder held poetry to be the primordial language of the human race and held the intellectualization of modern languages to be its impoverished destiny, not the culmination of the idea of language. The question is thus the following: is the view 148 at all correct that every language pursues an increasing approximation to a scientific language as its culmination? In order to be able to discuss this question I would like to oppose two phenomena. One is the proposition usage and the other is the word. I will first explicate both concepts. When I say the word das Wort, I do not mean word whose plural is Wörter, as the lexical entries found in a dictionary. I also do not mean word whose plural is word, as a grammatical term which, at any one time, forms the context of a sentence with other words. I mean the word which is a singular tantum only singular. This is the word that one encounters, the word that one lets speak to oneself, the word that falls into a determined and unambiguous living context and receives its unity precisely from this commonality of a living context. It is good to remind oneself that even the way the New Testament uses language eventually stands behind the singular tantum, the word, for whatever this beginning with the word means, over which Faust broods when he wants to translate the Gospel of St. John, this active word which radiates strength is for Girton not a single magic word, but points, without any allusion to the event of incarnation, beyond the unifying power of human reason, to the thirst for existence. 7. When I oppose the word in this sense to the proposition, the sense of proposition also becomes clear. We talk of propositions in the 193 compounds: propositional logic and propositional calculus in the modern mathematical formalization of logic. This mode of expression, which is self-evident for us, goes back ultimately to one of the most consequential decisions in our Western culture, and this is the construction of logic on the basis of the proposition. Aristotle, the creator of this part of logic, the masterful analyst of the inferential processes of logical thinking, accomplished this by formalizing propositional sentences and their inferential connections. We are familiar with the well-known school examples of a syllogism: all human beings are mortal. Darius is a man, Darius is mortal. What is the kind of abstractive activity being performed here? Obviously this, that only what is stated propositionally counts. All other forms of language and speaking are not made the object of analysis, just the proposition alone. The Greek word is apophansis, proposition, logos apophantikos, propositional sentence, which means discourse, the sentence, whose only sense is the apophanes to let appear, to bring about the self-manifestation of what is said. This is a sentence which is theoretical in the sense that it abstracts from everything not explicitly said. Only that which the sentence itself discloses in its being said constitutes the object of the analysis here and the basis of logical inference. Now I ask, are there such pure propositional sentences, and when and where? In any case, the proposition is not the only form of discourse that exists. Aristotle speaks of this in the context of his doctrine of propositions, and it is clear what remains to be thought: prayer and request, curse and order, to give examples. We must indeed contemplate one of the most puzzling intermediate phenomena, the question. It obviously belongs to the peculiar essence of a question to lie so close to the proposition like none of these other linguistic phenomena, and yet it clearly does not permit any logic in the sense of propositional logic. Perhaps, there is a logic of the question. That the answer to a question necessarily awakens new questions could belong to such a logic. Perhaps, there is also a logic of the request, for example, that the first request is 149. Never the last request. But should this be called logic, or should logic only concern the connection of pure propositions? But how do we define what a proposition is? Can we detach the proposition from the context which motivated it? In the methodology of modern science this is certainly not often discussed. It is indeed the essence of scientific methodology that its propositions are, as it were, a kind of treasure house of methodologically secured truths. Like any treasure house, the one of science also contains a stock to be used at will. In fact, this is the essence of modern science: it constantly enriches the stock of knowledge to be used at will. All the problems pertaining to the social and human responsibility of science which we carry in our consciousness so pressingly since Hiroshima have their acuteness in this. It is a 194 consequence of the methodological consistency of modern science that they are not in a position to master the goals towards which its knowledge is directed in the same manner that it masters the objective conditions themselves. The methodological abstraction of modern science has secured its success insofar as it allows practical application, what we call technology. Technology itself, as the application of science, cannot in turn be mastered. I am in no way a fatalist and a prophet of doom when I dispute that science could limit itself. I rather mean that it is not science as such but ultimately all of our human and political capacities which can alone succeed in guaranteeing the reasonable application of our abilities or, at any rate, lead us to a position where we avoid the worst catastrophes. With this, we recognize at the same time that isolating propositional truth and constructing a logic on the basis of the propositional statement is perfectly legitimate in modern science. It is just that we have to pay a heavy price which modern science in accordance to its essence cannot spare us, to the universality of our productive ability, which science furnishes us. There corresponds no limitation of that productive ability through theoretical reason and with the means of science. No doubt, there are pure propositional statements here, but this means that in them a knowledge presents itself which can serve all possible goals. I certainly wonder whether this example itself, in which the isolated propositional statements turn out to be the basis of the power of technology to configure the world, does not truly show that propositions are never encountered in complete isolation. Does it not seem true even here that every proposition is always motivated? Is it not a break from the religious representations of the medieval world and a resolve to be satisfied and self-reliant that underlie this abstraction and concentration on the productive ability, in the way it finally led to this great methodological thought of modern science in the 17th century? This is the foundation on which a will to know finds its motivation, which is at the same time a productive ability and therefore scorns any limitation or control. By contrast, knowledge in the great advanced cultures of East Asia is distinguished by the fact that the technological application of knowledge was controlled by the binding forces of social reason so that there were possibilities pertaining to individual ability which remained unrealized. What forces, which we lack, made this possible is a question for researchers on religion, historians of culture and ultimately even for the philosophers still to be found who would be really at home in Chinese language and culture. At any rate, the extreme example of modern scientific and technological culture seems to me to show that the isolation of the proposition, 195 its detachment from 150 any kind of context which motivates it, is questionable in its own way, as soon as we look at the whole of science. It thus remains correct to say that what we understand by proposition is a motivated proposition. Here we find particularly telling phenomena, for example, the interrogation or the statement given by witnesses. For reasons concerning judicial wisdom or the necessity of finding justice, we find that witnesses, at least in some cases, are asked questions about which they do not know why they are being asked. In certain cases, the testimonial value of the statement made by witnesses relies solely on the fact that it cannot be intended to exonerate or incriminate the accused because the witnesses cannot penetrate the context which is supposed to be elucidated. Now, anybody who has ever been witness or victim in an interrogation will know how dreadful it is to have to answer questions without knowing why one is being questioned in this manner. To the fiction of a pure proposition, there evidently corresponds, in witness statements of such a kind, the no less fictitious notion of the pure establishment of the facts. It is precisely this fictitious restriction to the factual which then gives lawyers their chance. The extreme example of the statement before a court thus teaches us that people speak with a motivation, that they do not just make a statement but respond. To answer a question is to realize what the sense of the question is and thus what the background is which motivates it. It is well known that there is nothing as difficult as having to answer so-called dumb questions, that is to say, questions which are posed in such an oblique way that they do not point in any clear meaningful direction. What comes to light here is that a proposition never contains its full content of sense in itself. In logic, this has been long known as the problem of occasional expressions. The so-called occasional expressions, which appear in every language, are distinguished by the fact that they obviously do not contain their sense completely in themselves like other expressions. For example, when I say here, what here means is not comprehensible to all by the fact that it was said or stands written, but one must know where it was or where it is. Here requires for its own meaning that it be completed by the occasion, die occasio occasion, in which it is said. Expressions of this kind captured the particular interest of logical phenomenological analysis because it can be shown in these meanings that they include the situation and the occasion in their own content of meaning. The special problem of so-called occasional expressions thus seems to need expansion in many respects. Hans Lips did this in his Untersuchungen zur hermeneutisken Logik investigations in hermeneutic logic. 8. Similarly, in modern English analytic philosophy, for example, among the so-called Austinians, the followers of Austin, 196, there is an important question which Austin expressed as how to do things with words. 9. How can one do something with words? 10. These are examples of forms of speech which transcend into action by themselves, differentiating themselves particularly sharply from the pure concept of proposition. Let us now place the word, but not as the smallest unit which exists in speaking, in opposition to this concept of the isolated proposition with its blurred boundaries. The word which we utter or which is uttered to us is not this grammatical element of a linguistic analysis. About this grammatical element, we can show in the concrete phenomena of learning to speak how secondary it is compared, for instance, to the linguistic melody of a sentence. The word which can be really considered as smallest. 151. Unity of sense is not the word at which the analysis of discourse arrives as the ultimate component. But this word is also not the name, and speaking is not naming. It is not naming precisely for the reason that in the name and in naming, as, for instance, the report of Genesis shows us, there exists the false implication of name-giving. It just does not belong to our basic relationship to language that we would ever find ourselves in the caprice and freedom of name-giving. There is no first word. To talk of a first word is in itself contradictory. There is always already a system of words underlying the sense of any word. I can also not say, for example, I introduce a word. Indeed, there are always people who say this, but they vastly overestimate themselves. They are not the ones who introduce the word. At best they suggest an expression or coin a technical expression which they define. But whether this becomes a word is not up to them. A word introduces itself. Only when it passes into communicative use does it become a word. This happens not through the act of introduction by someone who suggested it, but manifestly when and because the word introduced itself. Even the expression linguistic usage always suggests something which misses the essence of our linguistic experience of the world. It always seems as if one had the words in one's own pocket and pulled them out as and when one needed them, as if language use was at the discretion of the one who uses language. Language is precisely not dependent on the user. Truly speaking, linguistic usage also means language refusing to be misused. Language itself is what prescribes what linguistic usage is. There is no mythologizing of language in this. It rather means a claim made by language which can never be reduced to an individual subjective opinion. We are the ones who speak, none of us individually and yet all of us. This is the mode in which language exists. Furthermore, the word cannot be 197 completely detached from signs or other expressive phenomena through the ideal unity of the word meaning. It was indeed one of the most important logical and phenomenological accomplishments at the beginning of our century that phenomenology, particularly Husserl in his logical investigations, carved out the difference between all signs and the meaning of words. Husserl correctly showed that the meaning of a word has nothing to do with the psychologically real representational images which present themselves when a word is used. The idealization which a word has through having a meaning, which is always one, differentiates it from all other senses of meaning, for example, the meaning of a sign. While the insight that the meaning of words is not simply of a psychological nature was very fundamental, it is equally unsatisfactory to speak of the ideal unity of the meaning of the word. Language manifestly rests on the fact that words, despite their determined meaning, have no univocity but possess a fluctuating range of meaning. It is precisely this fluctuating which constitutes the peculiar audacity of speaking. It is only in the performance of speech, in keeping on talking, in the formation of a linguistic context that the meaning-bearing moments of speech become fixed by adjusting to each other, as it were. We recognize this especially when understanding texts in a foreign language. In this case, everyone knows quite well how the fluctuation of the word meaning stabilizes itself slowly when we go through and reproduce the unity of the sense which a sentence structure has. Naturally, even this is still a completely imperfect description. We only need to think of the process of translation in order to see how imperfect. 152. This description is. Indeed, the whole misery of translating lies in the fact that the unity of the view intended, which a sentence possesses, cannot be found by simply correlating the parts of the sentence to the corresponding parts of the sentence in the other language. This is how these dreadful configurations come about, which are generally imposed upon us in translated books, letters without spirit. What is lacking there, and which alone constitutes language, is that a word gives another word. Each word is, as it were, summoned by the other word, and in turn itself holds the continued progress of discourse open. When a translated sentence has not been so fundamentally transformed by a master in the art of translation that we no longer notice how another living sentence lay behind it, it is like a map in comparison to the landscape itself. The meaning of a word is precisely present not only in the system and in the context alone, but the standing in a context at the same time means that this meaning does not completely separate itself from the plurivocity inherent in the word, even when the context makes the particular sense in question unambiguous. The sense of a word, which is accorded to the word in the discourse in which it is encountered, is obviously not the only thing which is present there. There are other 198 things present at the same time, and the presence of all that is present at the same time constitutes the evocative force found in living speech. We can therefore say that every speaking points into the open horizon of a continued speaking. There is constantly more and more to say in the direction in which speaking began. Here we find the justification for the truth of the thesis that speaking proceeds in the element of the dialogue. When we grasp the phenomenon of language not from the standpoint of the isolatable proposition but from the totality of our comportment in the world, which is, at the same time, a life in dialogue, then we can better comprehend why the phenomenon of language is so puzzling, attractive and forbidding at the same time. Among the actions we perform as rational creatures, speaking is the one most profoundly oblivious to itself. Everybody knows the experience of how one stumbles while speaking and how words escape us at the moment we are consciously attending to them. A cute little story about what I experienced with my little daughter can illustrate this. She had to write strawberries erdbeeren and asked how to spell it. As she was being told, she remarked, "It is funny. When I hear it this way I simply do not understand the word anymore. Only when I have forgotten it again am I right back in the word." This being right back in the word in such a way that one is not turned towards it as an object is obviously the fundamental mode of all linguistic behavior. Language has a sheltering and self-concealing force such that what happens in it is protected against the intervention of one's own reflection and remains sheltered in the unconscious, so to speak. When one has recognized the disclosing sheltering essence of language, then one will be impelled to move beyond the dimensions of propositional logic and advance into broader horizons. Within the living unity of language, the language of science is always only one integrated moment. In particular, there are words of the kind we encounter in philosophical, religious, and poetic speaking. In all these domains the word is something other than the self-oblivious passage through the world. We are at home in the word. It is like a kind of guarantor for that of which it speaks. This stands especially clear to everyone in the poetic use of language. 324. It is not without reason that Reinhard Koselleck uses Heidegger's being and time to show how the questions posed by the historian make it necessary that the fundamental structures of the Heideggerian analysis of existence das Analyse be expanded and modified. This corresponds in a certain sense to my own philological and aesthetic motivations, which led me to try in my own way to develop further Heidegger's beginnings as well as the impetus I received from him. However, it is not easy for me to say a few sensible words on the thought process of a historian. I feel that I must call to mind a famous saying by Hegel. He said of the newspaper that it was for the thinker the realist's morning prayer. Something of a realist's morning prayer is also how the lecture by Reinhard Koselleck, given in my honor, sounded to me today. I feel truly honored. Not only because it is one of my friends and students, who, in such a consistent and assured manner, gave an account of what he does and to where it has led him. What is more significant for me is that he has presented us this account in this form and on this occasion. I take this in fact to be a validation of my own efforts. Whoever finds hermeneutics important, must know above all that one has to listen and that one can only give someone who is able to listen something to understand. We were invited to a conversation today, and I wish we could pursue this conversation more often. My own hermeneutic project, in its fundamental philosophical intention, is not very different from the expression of the conviction that only a dialogue brings us closer to what matters. It is only when we are exposed to the possible opposing view that we have opportunities to go beyond the narrowness of our own biases. Now, I certainly cannot hope to succeed in finding a counter-response in the moment and in such a situation, a response which is in no way adversarial, but which, like any word, is a response, that is to say, it responds to something from which one has grasped that it questions and it turns to one demanding a response. At the moment, I cannot hope to find such a rejoinder gegenwart which would really amount to a response. Yet, any attempt at a response, 325 even if it is not the rejoinder, introduces something in the space opened by the horizon of the question, a definiteness of sense which creates a commonality. Therefore, in continuing the unending dialogue which we call thinking, from discourse and counter-discourse, from a retrospective look and a perspective look, from looking back and looking forward, I would like to bring to the discussion something of the commonality which presents itself to us in such a moment. When I agreed to say a word of gratitude at the end of the celebration in my honor, I was filled with the 154 sense that we live in this world in a peculiar time. We live in an imperiled world and with an imperiled consciousness of the future, as it must be felt by all people today and certainly most strongly by young people. As it happens, from those who represented and still represent the discipline of philosophy in academic instruction, we expect something other than just a retrospective backward glance full of gratitude at the path pursued by their own experience and thought, on which they were accompanied and enriched by those who are older, of the same age and ever younger. At bottom, we all know that perhaps the greatest possibility that life always brings to us is that of theory, of theoretical distance and the free view which is to be gained from there. We know that this view always remains bound to conditions, as Reinhard Koselleck so powerfully developed then. I mean the powerful realities within which human life in common plays out. If we turn our attention to these, then the joy in meaning, this all-encompassing philology, can seem like an escape into a dream world. We only need to think of the fact that the intellectual world, which human beings seek to navigate according to their own most self-determination, is also accompanied by so terrible a fact as that the human species invented war. It is something which, in the case of living organisms of a higher degree of organization, does not occur in nature among members of the same species. Already this very first point in the speech of Koselleck mired me in thoughts which I have myself often entertained on this topic. I am fully aware of the fact that the gaze of the one who understands is checking for any trace of meaning and is always on the lookout for meaning. This meaning always opens itself for human beings in the irrationality of what happens and of history, something like horizons of expectation, of hope, of adventure, of not despairing. Perhaps, we must say that this is the greatest human strength, in the face of the challenges which reality metes out to us through nonsense, insanity, and destructive meaninglessness, to withstand and to remain indefatigably in search for what is understandable and for meaning. I can hardly hope to express myself clearly and succinctly about the basis of this truth. When I seek to formulate the peculiarity of human beings with Aristotelian means, and he is ultimately the master of those who have this knowledge, it means the following: 326 to reflect on what it means for human beings to have language. It is certainly true that, in comparison to the factors which actually determine human situatedness and behavior, language, in a certain sense, is almost more like what brings all these factors together. Yet, Aristotle is right when he distinguishes human beings from animals by the fact that human beings have language. This means that they not only use signs to exchange information about pre-existing instinctual purposes or threatening dangers, for example, as birds do with warning calls or mating calls, or as all the other forms of exchange in which animals interact with each other by giving signals. By contrast, human beings are so far removed from the complex of their natural faculties and capacities that in this freedom there is incorporated at once the responsibility for themselves and their own, for themselves and for all of us. This is what is innate to our own exceptional position within the totality of living nature. Like other natural beings, we follow constraints, impulses, dispositions, as if driven by them. And yet, there is a range of possibilities which remains open to us. It is a range of a different kind which is open for us. It is the space of open possibilities, of what is plausible not only in the space of what is left open with which our thoughts play, but 155. The space in which we have to make the decisions in which the constant struggle for domination and submission takes place. It is the space of human history. This is how we have the famous definition of the human being in the text by Aristotle on politics, which came to be known in Latin as animal rationale, rational animal. What the Greek text in fact teaches us is that it is not so much about reason as about language. It is not just about exchanging signals, like mating calls and warning calls. The distinctive feature of language is rather to represent states of affairs to oneself and to others. Even the word state of affairs Sachverhalt has something very peculiar about it. There is something selfless about granting the affairs Sach its own behavior Verhalten and about bowing to this behavior of nature in our behavior. This is something which we rightly call reason and which acts itself out in our rational action. It presents itself in the marvel of taking a distance, which we are capable of doing in language, to let something remain open. Hermeneutics, if I may mention it in the modest limits within which I must feel jointly responsible, is the elaboration of this ability which is in equal measure wonderful and dangerous. It is more than just one of the purposeful natural endowments of a living being that it can let something remain open, weigh it in its import and time and again consider its possibilities anew. After having uttered this statement, Aristotle continues, for, precisely through this ability of the logos reason, speech, human beings have a sense for what is beneficial and harmful for them. This means that human beings have a sense for something which is perhaps not alluring at the moment 327 but holds a promise for something later. Human beings thus have the peculiar freedom to project themselves forward towards distant goals and to seek the appropriate means to reach these goals. This capacity to project oneself into the future in advance is a remarkable capacity but also a dangerous one given the sagacity and rigid determinateness of natural constraints. Human beings have the sense of time. To this now belongs, as Aristotle's internal consistency gives us to understand, the sense for what is right and wrong. We can always experience something of this implication when we consider the dubious freedom of being able to understand and of wanting to understand. We are always confronted with realities, and mostly with the reality of the other human being. Right rect is fundamentally the great order created by human beings, which sets limits for us, but also allows us to overcome disagreement. If we do not understand each other, misunderstand each other or even misbehave, it is this order that allows us to put everything back in order again and integrate it all into something which is common to all. All this is not of our making. All this happens with us. Thus, it may very well be, as the clear and sober gaze of the historian has placed it thoughtfully before our eyes, that we are never the masters of history. We only know stories. In order to make stories possible, we are always already engaged in the inflexibly sharp and fundamental oppositions evinced by historians, the oppositions between friend and enemy, secrecy and openness and all the other fundamental categories whose polarity belongs to any history. Thus, both having language and having history go together and constitute the distinctive feature of human beings. Hence, it is completely legitimate for a historian to read Being and Time for what it has to say in terms of anthropological content and to expand the categories of historicity in such an anthropological manner, as Koselleck has done here. But then, they remain categories, fundamental concepts of a world of objects and of the knowledge of such. 156. A world. They are fundamentally different, it seems to me, from the Heideggerian concepts, which seek to elaborate the historicity of Dasein existence and not the basic structures of history and its knowledge. It is certainly the case that the analytic of Dasein presented by Heidegger can, for its part, be understood by the historian from a historical distance, as a historical phenomenon or at least as a contemporary historical phenomenon. History is a universal. Koselleck's theory of history offers a theory of categories for this universe, which articulates a gigantic field of human knowledge. This theory of categories does not intend to provide a legitimation for the interest in the subjective world of history and histories. Yet, in all historical knowledge there is understanding. Droysen's theory of history decisively expresses this and is to this extent a hermeneutics. This does not mean that Droysen is only thinking of language and linguistic testimonies when he defines the task of the historian 328 as an investigative understanding. This is how Schleiermacher, as a theologian and exegete, had seen the task of hermeneutics, and Dilthey had explicitly designated the expressions of life received in written form as its object. In this sense of hermeneutics, the theory of history certainly also, for its part, encompasses all our linguistic activity, insofar as it knows how to determine temporal connections to our environment in linguistically formulated statements, for example, in the changes in the use of language and, above all, in the changes in the conceptuality of a time period. Philosophical hermeneutics, however, does not follow the tradition of hermeneutics, but goes straight to its foundation in the life world. When hermeneutics pursues, as with Heidegger, a hermeneutics of facticity, of the self-interpretation of Dasein, and for this reason places the dimension of language at the center of the investigation, hermeneutics has not simply cast the task of understanding, which the historical researchers, and certainly along with many others, are pursuing as theirs, in a broader framework and generality. The dimension of language does not only encompass all kinds of texts, including jurisprudence and religion, for example, thus also the text of a theory of history to the extent that it is formulated linguistically. The dimension of language which hermeneutics considers central is not only that of texts. It also means the fundamental condition of existence of all human action and creation, in the way Aristotle has made this dimension of language powerfully significant when distinguishing the zoon logon ekon, the animal which has speech, from all other living beings. The historical categories, friend and enemy, parents and children, succession of generations, earlier or later, the tensions between above and below, as well as the tensions between the internal and the external, or the secretive and the public, are also to be found to some extent in animal societies. Behavioral research can, in this regard, also teach us much about human beings, because animal societies are so similar and also so different. Now, it is this being different of what is the same that matters. The struggle between above and below, domination and submission, shows other specific structures in the case of human beings. What manifests itself in this form in the human dimension of language and renders these forms human is not an additional endowment which can also be missing. Rather, it means a fundamentally different relationship to time and to the future, and to death. This is how war appears as a specifically human invention, as well as suicide, and the forms of distinguishing between what is public and what is secret. Above all. 157. However, there are stories, of whatever kind, which have been narrated, which can be narrated. What marks all our histories and allows them to become stories, is the fact that we narrate them, these innumerable stories, and narrate them over and over again. There is certainly a difference between, on the one hand, the stories we narrate as storytellers and which are true without being real, and, on the other, the stories transmitted by historiographical representation and reconstructed through critical research, from which history is always put together and rewritten anew. The text of history is never completely finished and also 329 never fixed in writing. The fact that we speak of fixing in writing in today's mode of speaking sounds like an impotent protest of the spirit of language against the constantly changing flow of narration. I can see why, in the age of modern science, history sees itself as more philosophical, which in Aristotle means nothing other than containing more knowledge, than being more scientific, than poetry. Historiography surrenders completely to puzzling over contingency and is consumed by this task. The facticity of the fact, which historians establish, could never compete, in terms of the weight it has, with the facticity which, each of us, who establishes it or comes to know it, knows as his or her own facticity and which we all together know as ours. Clearly, historians do not just tell stories. These stories must be told as things happened. Yet, we have to ask, in what way are we concerned with all these stories of theirs? Why all the effort at preserving and investigating? It is certainly not to work one's way up to the mastery of human destinies, in the way research in the natural sciences enables a mastery of natural processes or is on the way to using these natural processes for human purposes. It is also not to learn something from history, so as to become smarter. Jacob Burckhardt was right, it is not to become smarter that history and historical knowledge can help us, but to become wise forever. Why do stories grab us? To this, there is only the hermeneutic answer, because we recognize ourselves in the other, in what is other in human beings, in what is other in events. This also applies to the pairs of categories which Koselleck has convincingly brought out. Recognition presupposes distance. However, recognition, at the same time, eliminates distance. Recognition, which can also be achieved and described with all these historical categories, is not, however, exhausted in the satisfactory classification of events of other times and foreign worlds. It is the recognition of ourselves, and it thus continually permeates the movement of questioning, which motivates us as human beings. It is the old Socratic question about the good. This should remind us of the Aristotelian feature which is distinctive of language. Not because everything is language. Language does not speak of itself, but of that which is or presumably is. Because language points to the openness, the entirety, and the expansiveness of time and the future, out of free choice and open questioning, the broad horizon of the there-de distinguishes itself from the world of human beings. This is why we listen to those who tell stories. Even if we do not simply listen to stories, but inquire into their historical truth, it remains an interest in the recognition of what is humanly possible and what really happened. The ancient world already saw something correctly when it did not see historiography, even in the face of its master at critique, Thucydides, along the lines of the mathemata things learned of the mathematicians, but along the lines of the poetry of the poets, despite 330 the fact that poetry does not match history in 158. Its power of recognition. Even with our stories, as with any of our decisions in practical life, we contribute to the building of the commonality of what makes sense to us, what appears to us as the good, the better, the right. With these great and beautiful words, I almost feel myself the heir to a scarcely surviving heritage. Yet, in the face of ever-increasing tensions and the increasing disorder, mistreatment, and failure to act, I believe that all of us, in full awareness, should direct our understanding gaze towards what is common to all of us, which we recognize better in the other than in ourselves, and that we should not give up constantly reshaping the hard realities of history into our human possibilities. 331 On an occasion when I have to give thanks for a friendly and moving celebration of my work, it is natural for me to talk about the significance others have for the development of an individual. In the end, the humanity of our existence depends on how far we can learn to see the limitations which we have in our being compared to the being of others. This conviction is also behind the passionate concern, which has animated me for a long time, to pass on what I myself have gathered in knowledge and insight. We learn from those who learn from us. Now, I believe that I do not have any special calling to take any explicit position on the political events of the time, as Karl Jaspers did, whose name this prize bears and for whom I have the highest regard. I am rather convinced that thinking and being trained by others in the task of thinking, exercising freely our faculty of judgment and awakening it in others, pertain as such to an eminent political activity. In this sense, I believe that even my own capacity to judge always finds its limits in the judgment of others and their capacity to judge while also being enriched by it. This is the soul of hermeneutics. That is why in today's lecture by my friend Wilhelm Ans, a well-known word has stuck with me, which I had never heard in such a way. He only mentioned it in passing. The word is, listening audience Hörerskaft. This does not mean here a gathering of students, although in my view such a gathering certainly also belongs to the learning of how to think, but it concerns us all. We all are a listening audience. We must learn to listen, in one way or another, and constantly strive to work against getting entangled in our ego, against getting caught in our willfulness and the compulsion to value our own intellectual inclinations. I would like to show plainly with examples of my own life that which I indicate in such a general manner. As I have also done in my autobiography, it is natural for me today to think of the figures who, in the course of my own life, represented such a function of being the other to whom one learns to listen. In this regard, what I would like to do is not to bring up private experiences of this kind, of friends and life's fellow travelers, but only, as it 332 behoves a scientific event, speak of those teachers from whom I was able to learn this fundamental task of human beings to become a listener, and thanks to whom I too have perhaps something to say to some of my listeners and students. I see my political alibi in this, that, in the great process in which public opinion is formed and disseminated, a word which is said ex cathedra from the chair, with full authority or delivered publicly is to be preserved. As a sign of thankfulness, I would like to name two personalities who are my own contemporaries and two others who, beyond all times, are the teachers of us all. The 17. Of Teachers and Learners, 1986, 1. 160. Contemporaries are Heidegger and Jaspers. I join the name of Jaspers to Heidegger, who was for me decisively influential, not only because of this distinction, which is now bestowed upon me as the successor of the one whose name this prize bears. I am rather thinking of an earlier and, to that extent, more formative experience from early years. Wilhelm Ans managed to evoke before us the significance which we, the younger generation in the 1920s, saw in the intellectual energy, radically, decisiveness, and concentration, which manifested themselves in a natural genius of thinking, as Martin Heidegger was. It was overwhelming. This is why I became a classical philologist. I had the feeling that I would be overpowered by the superiority of this thinking if I did not find my own proper ground on which I could stand perhaps more firmly than this powerful thinker could himself. Now, in the Marburg of the 1920s there were still many others who knew how to nurture our intellectual development, Rudolf Bultmann and Ernst Robert Curtius, Nikolai Hartmann and Paul Friedlander, as well as Richard Hamann and all the others, whom I have depicted in my autobiography. Yet, the energy with which Heidegger showered us with his power of concentration, so to speak, was something like a baptism to a new dawn, to a new vitality of thinking. As you can imagine, this is indeed how young people are. This filled us all at the time with an unlimited and undeserved self-consciousness. We felt as if inspired by this master. I can roughly imagine how difficult it must have been for Heidegger's colleagues in Marburg, in all the possible sciences, when imitators of the radical energy of Martin Heidegger's thought and questions unsettled their seminars and class sessions by their so-called radical questioning. Heidegger was for all of us a great challenge. When I think back at this, I recall the precarious situation in which we lived at the time, having to pursue our career as 333 scholars, after the inflation, after the prosperity of the middle class had been destroyed, dependent on a system of scholarships which had not yet secured its firm financial and administrative basis, and was called remarkably the Emergency Organization of German Science nach Gemeinschafter Deutschen Wissenschaft. Ultimately, it was the power of the impulse emanating from Heidegger which empowered us to gather our own strength, to practice resignation and to concentrate on our own task. It was a stimulus of the highest power. What was helpful for us was that the mutual friendship, the discussion, and the rivalry in living together with others established a community of austerity and adventure. This can be easily understood. Then came the years in which Heidegger returned from Marburg to Freiburg and left us, young lecturers of philosophy, alone, or, to put it better, he set us free, for it makes a big difference if one can pass on in one's own way what has been learned, without the proximity of the master being constantly felt. It was a marvelous possibility which was offered to us, young lecturers. There were Karl Loewe and Gerhard Kruger, to whom I would like to dedicate a word of thankful memory today. And there I was myself. We were suddenly called upon to inherit a great mission. At this moment, after a 10-year-long silence, the first publications of Karl Jaspers appeared, the small volume published by Gosken, Die geistige Situation der Zeit, 3, and above all the 3 volumes which bear the title Philosophy and which, in their whole bearing, deviated completely from the normal academic style of a professor of Teachers and Learners, 1986, 161. Philosophy. This work of 1,000 pages does not include any comprehensive table of contents and not even a single note, not to mention a computer-prepared index. It was like a surprise. Here was yet another individual who had withdrawn from the academic routine and precisely for this reason knew how to present anew the worth of the academic profession. It was especially the humane tone of an unforced serenity which touched me and gave me the task to connect this humanity with Heidegger's mighty pathos for breakthrough. In the prodigious reader which Jaspers was, the whole cultural wealth of our tradition was kept alive in its human riches. Yet, he was separated by a whole world from that into which we had been educated. When I was able to define hermeneutics in a new manner and say that hermeneutics means not believing in any translation, then I had to take issue with a large part of the sources of Jaspers' wisdom. The fact that hermeneutics has to lay out Auslegen the living word, so to speak, and awaken to life anew the word congealed in writing represents the real 334 task here. No translation is really alive. It is only in the living language that the power to awaken accrues, which is granted to us in the wonder of language, namely, to experience the real intention of the one speaking beyond what is said. This is what we were educated to do, and I have stuck to it right up to this day, to awaken language to life. Even in the extended activities of travel and lecturing in foreign countries to which I have turned my attention after becoming emeritus professor, I have tried each time to speak in the language of the foreign country. By contrast, the way in which Jaspers always knew how to gather from translations all the fundamental knowledge in its truly universal scope, as it emerged in its spiritual form, meant a totally different talent or genius. He gathered it in the way a physiognomist knows how to gather something from the facial expression of someone who speaks in a foreign language. To combine this gift, which Jaspers himself called communication, with the radically and scientific rigor which were inculcated in us in our own way of working, allowed us once again to recognize our limitations and presented the reason for which the intellectual capacity of Karl Jaspers gained for me its own significance, alongside the great thinker Martin Heidegger. As a matter of fact, I had the fortune of finding, alongside these two men, 2 more great teachers. One was Plato and the other Hegel. They are certainly 2 very different figures from our history, who cannot be easily and willingly brought together. To make them jointly relevant to our intellectual history cannot succeed without some inner contribution of one's own. Let us begin with Hegel. Anyone can immediately sense how fundamentally different Hegel's magisterial encyclopedic thinking capacities are from Plato, who represents this unique case of a mind which is both philosophical and conceptual as it is poetic and creative. It has also been a mystery to me how Hegel could become an international model of teaching in his time, this Swabian professor of the Brandenburg Marsh Sands. Those who know what Swabian is and how Hegel himself spoke Swabian must ask themselves how the intellectual evocative power of thinking could pierce through the alienating effect of this dialect and become perceptible and influential, a mysterious intermingling of tonal sonority and lexical meaning. Hegel appeared to us as the great synopsis of the word which emerged from Greece, was permeated by Latinization and Christianization and is now awakened to a new thinking in modern languages, above all in our own mother tongue. I became aware. 162. Of the mystery of the dimension of language thanks to Hegel and his full might. This exercised its effect precisely alongside the revolutionary and powerful radicalism of Heidegger's engagement with language. This may sound strange to lay people. They may not even know how much they speak with Hegel when they say, for example, in and of itself 335 the situation is such and such. This holds true, above all, of Luther's heritage and German mysticism as well as the spirit of German poetry, which Hegel introduced into his philosophical reshaping of the tradition. I do not consider it an objection, which has been levelled against me time and time again from many quarters, even by Heidegger himself, that I have never freed myself in my works from the linguistic world of German idealism. What I experienced vividly should also remain alive in my own attempts at thinking. Let us now turn to Plato, the teacher of all those who cannot by themselves do philosophy as a task. We can wonder how Plato can be the teacher of all of us if we try to envisage the intellectual history of our culture in its totality, focusing especially on the sciences, which at that time with the Greeks, were daring to take their first steps, to give rise in modernity to unforeseen and far-reaching advances of a completely different sort. Against the great historical background of the ancient and Christian heritage and its transposition into the thinking of the present, it is a true wonder that this thinker and poet speaks to us so directly, like the great artworks of all times can speak to us. What lent him the ageless immortality of the great creative artistry? We find ourselves following a dialogue of Socrates with someone young or old, following how he scuppers their innermost claims to self-understanding, how he unmasks them before their own selves and how, from the commonality which he had established between himself and the other, he conjures up great visions in which the order of the universe, the order of society and the order of the soul fit together within a magnificent unified order. In the tension-filled, fragmented and damaged situation of our world, how could we not be constantly called upon to take over the great task of understanding this vision and establishing an agreement with this unique and one-of-a-kind teacher? This is the background of my whole active life. I am grateful that this university still opens its doors to me even in my old age and that I am still able to speak to the many young people in the same way as I, in turn, once sat before the great teachers who surpassed me and could listen to them. 14. If we want to engage in a discussion about the significance of Martin Heidegger's philosophy, we cannot do otherwise than start from the fundamental experience which mediated his appearance on the academic scene of philosophy in Germany. This fundamental experience was not limited only to the German-speaking sphere but over time was communicated to the whole world. It is a new experience of the language of philosophy. It may be comparable to what people were able to experience in their time in Meister Eckhart's sermons in German and certainly also in the language of Martin Luther, whose translation of the Bible furnished the German language with a new immediacy. We are confronted with a fact which is, in a certain sense, outrageous. Now the whole world echoes of a man, in responses of one kind or another, in one language or another, a man, who had by himself provocatively declared the inappropriateness of French, English, Italian, and Spanish for philosophy. What kind of experience is this that has taken over philosophizing in this way? What is it that allows us to have this rather unique experience in relation to Heidegger, which can in fact be compared to the impact Wittgenstein had on Anglo-American philosophy? I recall how for the first time in 1920 a student told me about a lecture in Freiburg by the young Heidegger on the basis of excerpted notes. It surely seemed powerful to me, and yet something hardly different from a kind of Chinese. Only later, when I met Heidegger himself in his own voice and the singular power of intuition, which his language radiated, did I begin to have some inkling of the proximity of language to the subject matter of philosophy. It is hardly possible even just to intimate all the further horizons of the problem that were opened up to me in this inkling. We immediately recall the age-old struggle over the education of the youth, fought in Greece between rhetoric and philosophy. Surely, we also recall how the Platonic Socrates brought about a great turn in Attic philosophy 15 when he granted logos reason, discourse the central meaning of providing access to the truth. This became fully clear in Aristotle when in his logic he refined logos entirely in the direction of a capacity to be a conceptual statement, apophansis proposition. This was the expression Aristotle introduced, which was much repeated later on, in order to delineate and distinguish theoretical demonstration from all the other possibilities of speech. What Aristotle founded in this manner upon the logic of judgment, the logic of inference and the logic of concept has since then determined what goes by the name of philosophy in Europe. The late Heidegger simply traced 18. 1. 164. His own language back to this beginning, which is still decisive in all our intellectual endeavors as the language of metaphysics. Heidegger's own beginnings clearly show him to be on the search for a break from this conceptual tradition. Martin Heidegger grew up in the Swabian Alemannic border region, and this instilled in him an unmistakable linguistic gift, which stayed with him, as it did with Schiller, Hölderlin, Schelling, and Hegel. The biographical experiences, which the genial young theologian garnered during his formation, eventually found their expression in the transition Heidegger made, when he was a lecturer Privatdozent, from the Faculty of Theology to the Faculty of Philosophy. Thanks to the recent publication of the early lectures in Freiburg and the works of Wilhelm Ans, Karl Lehmann, Hugo Ott, Otto Poggeler, among others, it has meanwhile become clearer how Heidegger's intellectual endeavors must have clashed for a long time with the dogmatic framework of the Catholic theology of the time, in which he had been educated. From this we can assess what it meant when he was transported into the climate of Marburg in 1923, where Protestant theology had been nurtured for years. It would go well beyond my competence if I were intending a real treatment of the intellectual tensions overlying the theological education of the young student and his maturation into a lecturer in the Freiburg years, before he went to Marburg. There are still important research projects to be undertaken on this topic. As always, in this case too, the things we turn away from may fall into obscurity and conversely, the things to which we turn may be cast into too bright a light. Truth be told, even revolutionary upheavals have their long prehistory. It was certainly the case here. There is one thing, though, which is clear in Heidegger's encounter with the theology of Marburg, the conceptual exposition of the doctrinal contents and the doctrinal tradition of Christianity, as it had been elaborated in the Holy Scripture and in the tradition of the Church, was the predominant form in which the young Catholic theologian Heidegger had been schooled. In opposition to this, he had for a long time immersed himself in St. Paul and St. John. In the Protestant milieu of Marburg, 16 exegesis more than ever took the first place. The emphasis lay entirely on new readings of biblical texts. This may have been grounded in the progress of historical knowledge and biblical criticism, but this emphasis on exegesis was deepened at the time through suggestive and intensive discussions with Rudolf Bultmann. This theologian, as erudite as he was penetrating, took up the provocation offered by Karl Barth's and Gaugerton's dialectical theology positively and thereby tried to bring the totality of his historico-critical, exegetical abilities into harmony. Heidegger was no doubt drawn into this effort, especially since his own ways of thinking always led him to clarify and secure his own thoughts by appealing to the history of philosophical ideas. This was true more than ever in view of the present and past of the Christian message. If one is to find one's way in the age of enlightenment and science, then one needs the art of philosophical thinking. In this way, Marburg represented for the young Heidegger a continuation in his spiritual journey, thanks precisely to the proximity to Protestant exegesis. In Marburg at the time, we obviously also had Rudolf Otto, the great theologian who was called Holy Otto, not because he was a saint, but because he had written a book known to all titled Das Heilige the Holy. It was a kind of phenomenological approach to the secret of the divine, which was designated by the expression the Holy Other. 165. Students in theology at Marburg went from Rudolf Otto to Rudolf Bultmann and were told by Bultmann that the whole of dogmatic and systematic theology, even the Protestant one, was no match for the immediacy of the language of the New Testament. Bultmann managed to make this comprehensible in his own way also in his discussions with Karl Barth, Friedrich Gaugerton and dialectical theology. With Heidegger's arrival in Marburg a new epoch began, even for philosophical thinking. Thanks to publications in Heidegger's complete works, we are now in a position to follow step by step the path taken by the young Heidegger since the early 1920s in Freiburg. It would be an exceptional task to show how Heidegger's language and the terminology he used were enriched at the time through the new conceptual ventures he undertook in his own conceptual construction and how his language improved in constant engagement with the contemporary Neo-Kantianism. This is how the growing presence of the concept of life left an unmistakable trace already in Heidegger's early years in Freiburg. When he came to Marburg, he found himself completely exposed to the full impact of modern enlightenment, which reinforced him in his own scientific pathos, while also challenging it. Naturally, all this meant that in the case of Heidegger, his provenance and 17 lineage, his connection to the message of Christianity, which he never totally abandoned, breathed life into his thinking. Let us ask ourselves how this became manifest in the unusual and unusually powerful language of the young Heidegger. We detect here above all the influence of Kierkegaard. It was in particular a Kierkegaardian concern which Heidegger had already adopted at the time from his reading of Kierkegaard. The pathos proper to Kierkegaard indeed comes down to this: the key is not to understand from a distance, as the Danish Church, in Kierkegaard's eyes, was doing at the time and failing at its own task. The Church took the history of Jesus Christ's act of redemption 2,000 years ago as a story to be narrated, whereas what mattered was to render this message potent in its contemporaneity with us. This became the motto of any genuine exegesis of the New Testament in the Marburg theology at the time. It was fully consonant with Heidegger's efforts to become contemporaneous with the history of philosophy through a dialogue with it. Was this not the task with which the young Heidegger had found himself confronted in his intellectual endeavors for quite a long time? What was he to do about it? The Heideggerian response is deconstruction-destruction. On this point, I always have to clear up a widespread misunderstanding suggested by European languages and responsible in part for a false reception of Heidegger across the world. For the German linguistic sensibility at the time, deconstruction-destruction did not mean Destruktion-Zerstörung at all. It meant a precise dismantling a dismantling of the overlying layers until one returned to the original experiences of thinking. These experiences are eventually encountered, then as well as today, nowhere else than in the language as it is really spoken. In other words, what is at stake is the task of appropriating anew or dismantling the conceptual language of the entire Western history of ideas, which, from the Greeks via the Latin of antiquity and the Christian Middle Ages and via the perpetuation of this conceptual framework, led to the formation of modern thinking and its national languages. The task was thus to treat the traditional terminology deconstructively in order to trace it back to original experiences. 166. To accomplish this goal, Heidegger initially preferred the use of the expression formal indication, obviously in connection with the way Kierkegaard understood himself as a Christian, which consisted in being a religious writer without authority. It is thus not only about avoiding traditional conceptual language as much as possible, a language whose fixed conceptual apparatus was mediated by tradition. Rather, it was about speaking in the way one does when one wants to reveal something. This is precisely what was involved in a formal indication, which only points in the direction in which one has to look. As soon as we grasp this, we recognize in it the pathos of phenomenology. Husserl had already practiced this on simple phenomena with a true mastery of the subtlest art of description. 18 In phenomenological language, what this amounted to was called the fulfillment of the intention through intuition. One spoke of intuition as the giving intuition. Formal indication thus points back to experiences of thinking in the life world. These experiences have been sedimented in language and also originally lay at the basis of the conceptuality of our tradition developed by Greek thinking. Greek antiquity, the Latin Middle Ages and modernity go back to these experiences in their conceptual formation. It is thus not so much about going back rugang to the philosophy of Aristotle as it is going through Durchgang Aristotle. Heidegger had managed to convince Husserl that the first phenomenologist before Husserl was Aristotle. Since his years as a student of theology, Heidegger had naturally been familiar with Aristotle for a long time, but the Aristotle he had appropriated, which was certainly of a very high level at the time, had been shaped by Aquinas. Now, he read with a new inner tension which was demanded of him by his doubts about theology and his religious distress. But he also read another Aristotle then. He read the Rhetoric, and this revealed to him the existential significance of the theory of affects. In the second book of Aristotle's Rhetoric, we have an exposition of how speech reaches the other by stirring the affects. Subsequent to the trail blazed by Plato's Phaedrus, Aristotle had developed this exposition into a whole anthropology. However, something came up short in Aristotle's treatment and became important for Heidegger, who knew what anxiety was: the anxiety of life, the anxiety of death, the anxiety of conscience. After this first access to Aristotle, there was a second access through ethics. It is important that we notice that Heidegger did not directly go to the metaphysics, which in his view was shaped too strongly by Aquinas. I have myself frequently elaborated the significance of Aristotelian ethics in my works, and above all the concept of phronesis, practical wisdom. It is this moral reasonableness and thoughtfulness, this wakefulness, wachsamkeit, and watchfulness, which is manifestly the proper distinction of human beings, making it possible for them to lead their life. From these 2 points of departure, which stand close to living speech and the exercise of thought in practical life, Heidegger then turned to the metaphysics. For a few weeks now we have had in our possession this precious document, which Heidegger had sent to my teacher Paul Naderp in Marburg at the end of 1922 as a kind of programmatic writing. It was preceded by an introduction under the title Indication of the Hermeneutic Situation. It represented an introduction to his studies of Aristotle. This document, which was in my possession, Naderp had offered it to me, was then lost in the course of the war. In the meantime, it, or in another copy, has reappeared. 167. With all of 19 Heidegger's handwritten editions, which I knew, and garbled only on a few pages. Then, the whole typescript was suddenly discovered in another copy, a new discovery we owe to Ulrich Lessing. Besides the introduction, this copy also includes a sketch, thus, a program, of his studies on Aristotle intended for publication in Das Phänomenologische Jahrbuch, the Phenomenological Yearbook. In the meantime, this find appeared in full in the Dilthey Yearbook in 1989, for which I wrote a short introduction. What I find so significant about this matter is how Heidegger found access to the phenomenologist in Aristotle. It is an Aristotle who speaks directly from his own experiences of thinking and whose language, thus, should not be peddled around like a set of letters and conceptual labels, but is intended to be followed as a formal indication. Heidegger was completely clear at that time that, under the sway of the presuppositions of an epoch molded by Christianity, we could not substantially renew or even take over the Greek experience of being. The introduction to his studies on Aristotle, which Heidegger drafted at the time, was even for him not quite yet the firm ground from which his own most questions could be definitely answered. What mattered to him then was only to free the Greek experience in its original sense and to make it visible through its otherness as a kind of provocation, as it were. This provocation was directed as much against the Christian consciousness of our own past as against modernity and the historical consciousness, that is to say, against a reflexively conscious interpretation of our past in the differentiated conceptual forms of our own having been Joas-insane. What Heidegger undertook was this: to establish Aristotle as a kind of counterpart to his own questions, and precisely with the aim of coming to grips with his own questions. I will use an example to illustrate it. We learned something which, in and of itself, was nothing absolutely new, but what was new was precisely the fact that it had to be learned and that which could be learned from it. The example is the Greek expression for being. The Greek word is ousia, as found in Plato as well as in Aristotle. If one wishes to understand this Greek conceptual word, then one must above all heed its use in language, how it is already there outside all the conceptual efforts of thinking. This is what Heidegger did. Through this, we gain our first clue towards understanding the multiplicity of the meanings and of the use of language, which Aristotle differentiates in the concept of ousia, as well as in the famous catalogue of concepts, in Book Delta of his Metaphysics. The conventional lexical meaning of ousia is property, assets, etc., thus that which is in one's possession. 20. When we are speaking of farmers, it is the estate, the landed property and wesen, what farmers cultivate and tend as their own, from which they live and where they dwell. Those who have followed Heidegger's path of thinking, even distantly, will immediately notice how the German language comes into play in this example. German offers something which was also present in some way for the Greek ear and its corresponding expressions. Ousia means what grants presence and wesen. Being is the coming into presence and Wesenheit. We know the verbal power of the German word Wesen essence since Meister Eckhart, and since Martin Heidegger. Even Hegel in the second volume of his Logic, the Logic of Reflection or the Logic of Essence, introduced the word Wesen as a concept for being and thereby conceptualized the 168. Turn of Platonic and Aristotelian philosophy and its overcoming of the pre-Socratic mythology of a being in totality. In this example, we see what this means. Ousia is no longer substance. This was the Latin translation of hypokaimenon, what serves as a basis as the formal expression for what lies at the foundation. This expression could designate the sense of being. Being is what lies before us, das Vorliegende. Yet, besides this formal expression, Aristotle also conceived of being as energio, being at work, actuality, and this comes closer to the concept of essence wesen than the Latin concept of essentia, which is dominant among the scholastics, and which we know as essence in the sense of an undiluted herbal extract. Later, this became one of the most remarkable experiences, which the old students of Heidegger had in his company, a group from the Freiburg years to which belonged Oskar Becker and Walter Brocker among others, besides myself. When, on the occasion of the Freiburg University Jubilee, Heidegger gave a seminar in the old style for his older students, he wrote on the board the first sentence of the second book of Hegel's Logic: the truth of being is the essence wesen. Heidegger insisted with meticulous care that this sentence had to be fully understood from the metaphysics conceived in modernity. Being here means lying before us in the sense of being represented Vorgestelltheit. Truth, in this view, is self-ascertainment, Selbstvergewisserung, thus certitudo, certainty. We should see nothing other than the certainty of what is represented in the statement about essence wesen. This is how fixated Heidegger was on the task of suppressing completely the connotations of the verbal sense of essence wesen, which were certainly not hidden from him and which Hegel had also very well perceived in the German language. It was the late Heidegger who tried above all else to secure his ways of thinking against losing its way again in the most customary sense of metaphysics, in which he saw an oblivion of being. Against this oblivion, in order to be able to see the history of metaphysics in such a way, he often stressed the verbal sense of being and essence in his beginnings, even in Hegel and then later in Aristotle, Meister Eckhart, and Leibniz. When I arrived in Freiburg in 1923, I had the distinction 21 of being invited by Heidegger to read Aristotle with him once a week. At times, his children were running around naked while he was showing me how Aristotle must be read. He began, to unlegitime being is said, being is. As I had learned it in Marburg, it was clear that the translation was, being is understood or conceived or thought. For Heidegger it meant, being is spoken, that is to say, one speaks about being in this manner. This thus takes seriously the legs tie to be said, the legain to say, ta legomena what has been said, and thereby all that which followed from Plato and his Socrates as a flight into the logoi. It means language and what language says. In one stroke, the logic of the tradition, which was still at the basis of German idealism, was transformed into the vivacity Lebendigkeit of a reality in the life world. Logic is encountered as language. I recall my consternation as well that of a very close friend in Marburg at the time, Nikolai Hartmann, when Heidegger also gave him such a private lesson. In this way, Aristotle became, all of a sudden, a contemporary. What had occurred here? A merely functional concept, such as being, was called to life in the way it was encountered precisely in the life world of the speakers and the way they articulated. 169. Themselves in language. Already in his very early years, when reflecting on the concept of life, which was fashionable then, Heidegger pondered the inner motility Bewegtheit of life and saw at the same time that life always tends towards rigidity. This is also true of language and words. Carriers of meaning are reduced to functional signs and sentences to empty dogmas. This orientation towards the living use of language, which Aristotle especially cultivated, then opened a new access to the question of what does being mean, which, in the conceptual language of metaphysics, seemed to have lost its meaning as something unquestionably obvious. In the case mentioned above, we vividly saw that we understand better what the essence of being is when we think of what Grant's presence and Wiesen and Heidegger's students had learned how to recognize a genuine question in the question about being. This naturally presents us with a general task, learning how to think life in all its many dimensions of linguistic self-interpretation and experience. To this belongs the experience of transcendence, the experience of poetry, of art, of the cult, of the right, of the law. All this needs to be thought anew. This was Heidegger's preoccupation. He always began anew along this path. We may ask ourselves, what does our thinking in a culture shaped by science have to learn from these experiences? What I mean is that we need to find a new balance so that our thinking does not simply exhaust itself in the mastery, and exploitation, of nature, that is to say, in making everything readily available, including ourselves. Later on, Heidegger called this calculating thinking. 22 From the deconstruction of the conceptual language of metaphysics we can figure out how we came to the predominance of this thinking. We certainly would need first to grasp the significance of the Latinization that took place. The adoption of Greek thinking, of the Greek intellectual world, by the Latin language is a process which stretched out over the whole of late antiquity, while in the Rome of Plotinus, in the imperial court in the 2nd-3rd century, people were still speaking Greek. All the more do we wonder, what does Latinization mean in this context? Dilthey was the one who introduced the expression the Roman voluntary attitude. An ingenious expression of ingenious precision. What does will actually mean in Latin? Well, we all know it, volunt is the will and vel to want. But what does it mean in Greek? Nobody knows. Here one speaks of bull's tie to want. Yet, anybody who knows even a bit of Greek knows that it actually means to deliberate with oneself. Boule is the deliberative assembly. The Greek word thus means taking counsel, and not the blind impulse of the will or even the will to power. Or it means ethelein to want, to wish. It is not quite easy to say what this word actually means. Yet, we can hear in it, and the linguistic use confirms it, that it does not so much mean giving counsel in view of open possibilities as the closure of such possibilities, a being decided, or even better, being resolute in sklos and sane. Resolution in sklus is a modern variant of decision besklus. In Plato's Gorgias, 522e, we read, ei debole, ethelo if you want I would like to. If you have deliberated and decided, I am ready and resolute too. Both Greek expressions still encompass the whole phenomenon, whereas in the Latin vel and voluntas, as well as in the German willen the will, the meaning of choice and counsel, which lies originally in Boule, recedes in favor of what is decided, wanted, wished. Sit pro ratione voluntas let my will be the reason for it. 3 In Kant's groundwork for a metaphysics of morals the will is a form of practical reason. 170. It is only after Kant, mainly since Schelling and Schopenhauer, that the notion of blind will appeared. In an early letter Heidegger once used the expression the devilry of the will. Anybody who is familiar with the later Heidegger knows the remarkable place the concept of serenity Gelassenheit has received in his thought. It is not any kind of letting go lassen but a holding back Ansichthalten so that one lets be and sets free last und free last by contrast to the resolute hunting down motivated by goals decided by the will, which are constantly concealing from us everything else that could be open to us. We have to realize that the scholarly language of modern science goes back to Latin and thus to the Roman voluntary attitude. This is true, more than ever, of the national languages, which themselves developed from Latin in their different forms. For German there was also something peculiar on account of German mysticism, Meister Eckhart, and Martin Luther. Yet, for the German of the philosophers of the 17th and 18th centuries, the task 23 was still to break away from Latin. It was the tremendous achievement of Kant and many of his predecessors in the German Enlightenment, such as Thomasus and Christian Wolff, to have transformed the language of the scholastic metaphysics of the 18th century from Latin into an elegant, supple, and finely crafted German. By contrast, the vernacular language of Luther and the German preachers found its enormous and all-nurturing influence only later in the linguistic genius of Hamann and Herder. In the time of Goethe and in the aftermath of Kant, all of this converged into the tremendous conceptual force of a Hegel. He was indeed able to integrate the thought of the pre-Socratics into the German language insofar as he indicated the first steps of the concept with being, nothing and becoming, steps which the logic of being took, leading to the logic of essence and of concept. Let us now ask what is gained from the deconstruction-destruction, dismantling of and from the laying bare Freilegung of the provenance of our conceptuality. I answer, the return to what is originally Greek makes us aware of what is our own. This is what the example of the Aristotelian concept of energia can teach us. For instance, we know the word energy belongs to the German language in its own right. Yet, the Greek word itself has a totally different meaning. Energia means being at work am werken, being in exercise im Volljugsen. We, Germans, hear in the word energy the explosive charge of an accumulated force. Since the Renaissance and the beginning of modernity, our present concept of energy comes from the Greek Aristotelian concept of energia, which liberated the dynamism contained in it. In fact, even the Greeks could already hear something of this in energia, for being is not only substantial being, that which lies unchangingly before us and underlies all transitory properties. Energia is rather the mode of being of that which is not produced by us, ergon work, task, but is from nature, such as the simple bodies, the elements, and all living beings. These in particular are not only in movement but possess self-movement. All that which is in motion has being in the sense of motility Bewegtheit, and for this Aristotle introduced the technical expression of energia. This was already one of the most important insights of the young Heidegger. By way of the concept of energia he opened up a new sense of Aristotelian physics. Naturally, this was not physics in the Galilean sense, whose triumphant march covered the entire modern 171 scientific world. The Aristotelian question concerned the being of beings in their motility. By contrast, Galileo's foundational development of modern mechanics is based upon taking the basic concept of motion as something measurable. This does not mean a being in motion, but the process of motion as such, which, for example, in free fall, takes place in such a way that in a vacuum, feathers and lead plates fall at the same speed, so to speak. 24 This powerful step of abstraction, which was only confirmed later through experiments, opened up the dimension in which modern science charted its course of transforming the world from the ground up and ushering us thereby into the age of technology. In ousia and energia as well as in coming into presence and Wesenheit and motility Bewegtheit, something of the linguistic experience associated with the Greeks resonates. Even in the expressions what grants presence and Wesen and coming into presence and Wesenheit, there is unfolding Wesen, and thus our ear can hear something of motility Bewegtheit. This clearly shows itself in the sense of Decayverwesen, which is a deterioration in the unformedness of that which is not living. Being present and Wesen and decaying Verwesen are in this sense very close to each other and allow the original Greek experience of being in turn to speak to us. By contrast, the passage through Latin with concepts such as substantia substance, subjectum subject, essentia essence and actus act made way for a totally different understanding of being in the tradition of metaphysics. With concepts such as subjectivity and objectivity, this understanding of being introduced us into the age of modern science. It was thus not ridiculous chauvinism when Heidegger occasionally spoke of Greek and German as the languages of philosophy. It is rather those very people who feel hurt by such a dictum by Heidegger who suffer from such a chauvinism. This dictum states what is the case, namely, that philosophy and science have put their stamp on the West since the Greek beginning up to our own awareness of these beginnings. The German contribution distinguishes itself only insofar as for us the Greek beginning received new life through Kant and Hegel. In truth, thinking is always bound to the language which is actually spoken. Language offers us our experiences of thinking. This is true for all spoken languages. This is also seen, for example, in Heidegger's particular interest in Japanese and Chinese, because, as spoken languages, they too have found their own possibilities for conceptual articulation and perhaps allow us to get a sense of the experiences of thinking which lie ahead of us. German philosophy has been determined in such a way by its Greek inception and the subsequent transposition of this inception, first, into Latin and, then, into the scientific languages of our scientific culture, that our thinking as a whole is now faced with the task of deconstruction. This task does not consist in a laughable purism, which, say, wants to substitute German words and vocabulary for other words everywhere. It rather consists in enlivening the problematic of the conceptual language which has been handed down to us through the powers of intuition inherent in spoken language. We can recognize this perhaps most clearly in the central position that the concept of consciousness has gained in German philosophy, which is a concept fundamentally denied to Greek as well as Latin. One will now say, but we did not need Heidegger to show us what is problematic and obscuring in the concept of 25 consciousness. 172. Schopenhauer, Nietzsche, Freud, and others did not live in vain. We all know that consciousness presents us a most superficial aspect, beneath which much is hidden. As Nietzsche says, hanging in dreams on the back of a tiger. For however, it was Heidegger's distinction to have managed to deconstruct this concealment at work in the conceptual field most characteristic of philosophy. The deconstruction of the concept of consciousness is, in truth, the recovery of the question of being. This constitutes the revolutionary element in Heidegger's enterprise. He did not question back behind consciousness in the sense in which depth psychology, Typhon psychology and the critique of ideology did it in their own way. What is revolutionary in Heidegger is that he asked the radical question of what we are to understand by being at all, and that this cannot be done if we only go back to the alleged authenticity of consciousness and self-consciousness. Heidegger thus made a breakthrough by taking over the Platonic and Aristotelian question of being. In doing so, he also truly transformed the whole of modern philosophy into a far more radical enterprise, which, even since German idealism and above all since Neo-Kantianism, had based itself, not without reason, upon the Cartesian concept of the cogito. We now stand in the middle of the discussion with the Greek beginning of the West. This lay in the background of being and time. This lay in the background of what is metaphysics, and this question was radicalized into the question concerning the overcoming of metaphysics or even about the end of philosophy in the West. The language of philosophy and its conceptuality belong everywhere to the living context in which a specific language is spoken. This is how the language of philosophy partakes in the role played by language in general as our access to the world. What is the essence of the language which grants us this access? It will be clear to anybody that this question is extraordinarily difficult. Language is hidden to us as language because it always means something. The Greeks did not even have a word for language, just as they did not have one for consciousness or for will. For language, the Greeks either used the word logos, which meant the matters and states of affairs as they are expressed, or they used an expression for the tongue, glotta, through which the linguistic sounds are produced. To this day, language itself is for us something mysterious, unless we only use it for calculation and mastery, in which case it is best when improved through artificial symbols. Truly speaking, language exists where there is dialogue, thus in the being with one another. What is really mysterious is the manner in which language is at work in dialogue. Why can a wrong word at the wrong moment be so disastrous, indeed even deadly? And, conversely, why can the right word at the right moment disclose commonalities and resolve tensions? This is worth pondering. To be with one another is the situation of our life, and 26 to come to an understanding in being with one another is the task assigned to us all. The phenomenon of language has certainly drawn the attention of Greek thought and, especially in Stoic philosophy, it set the essential foundation for the whole subsequent tradition of the philosophy of language. However, the rise of the modern natural sciences, based on mathematics with its technical symbols, launched a countermovement, which gave a new impulse to the phenomenon of language. The language of metaphysics, as it stemmed from Aristotle, dominated the tradition and also determined in a fundamental way the engagement with modern science. This 173. Above all took place in Kant's critique of pure reason and its aftermath. Even the linguistic genius of Herder could not impose itself upon philosophy, especially since his infelicitous critique of Kant's theory of space and time, which based itself on language and its living use, could not prevail against Kant's superiority. Even thinkers such as Fichte and Hegel, who were so powerful in their language, have left no real place for the role of language as the genuine and fruitful depth of experience. Schelling's genial dilettantism may have narrowed the domination of logos and logic, and associated philosophy with art and poetry. However, it was only Wilhelm von Humboldt's romantic sensibility that, in the proximity to German idealism, had grasped language in the full extent of the manifold forms of its manifestation and inspired thereby the linguistic sciences. From this point on, there later developed a linguistic relativism in the renewal of Humboldt's insights, which, I believe, missed the essence of language. Precisely because of the manifold of its appearances, language itself remains deeply concealed. Even such ingenious approaches as those of Chomsky do not do justice to the manifoldness of the world of languages. Heidegger too raised the mystery of language to the privileged object of his meditations only gradually, even though his thinking had been operating in the element of language for a long time. We were indeed talking about Heidegger's linguistic power. It is certainly not always pleasant to be forced to misuse language by the dictatorial intellectual will of a Heidegger. This should be entirely uncontroversial. Yet, when we see how the living visions of thinking are mired in rigid linguistic rules and language usage, as well as in the stereotypes which shape opinions, we must demand of ourselves a violent effort to move away from these ossifications. For this, we need the hermeneutic effort to bring to the fore what we wanted to say when we speak with one another and what we wanted to show the other, in order that we ourselves learn something when we are speaking with one another. In Being and Time, Heidegger already appreciated the significance of language for the analysis of Dasein. Yet, when he treats the meaning of language and 27 discourse read, it is all essentially the explication of a monologue. This is so even when Heidegger is aware of it and insists that discourse is addressed to someone. The fact that dialogue is first of all language and radiates its own luminosity remains a marginal point for him. The situation is different in the late Heidegger. He tried to break out of the constricting scientific culture of the West and come back to other ways and settings for being human. In this, he really undertook tremendous efforts to hear the voice of being in the pre-Socratics, who had not yet found themselves caught in the shackles of logic. The first texts we possess, those of Parmenides and Heraclitus, cannot validate his attempts. These texts simply gave us a glimpse into a linguistic prehistory. Heidegger was aware of only being on the way to language, and this means naturally not on the way to language, but in the thinking about language. Or, perhaps, on the way to language as to the word which is sought. This can be shown best in Heidegger's interpretation of aletheia. Heidegger translates aletheia as unconcealment, Unverborgenheit. Perhaps it would be more correct to say, on the basis of the way the Greeks spoke and with Humboldt and others, unveiledness, Unverhohlenheit. In fact, aletheia appears primarily and for the most 174 part in the context of speaking, telling the truth or even deceiving. Odysseus was the admired hero of lies, in whom even the gods themselves took pleasure. Behind the glittering false brilliance of the lie there is a concealing in the dark. This dark ground lies behind all speaking and seeing. The Greek concept of pseudos false has not yet given this dark ground its conceptual expression, and in this respect disclosure Entbergen is in fact the more appropriate expression for aletheia. Language wrests something out of concealment, Verborgenheit, and brings it into unconcealment, into the word and into the risk of thinking. Since Parmenides, being and appearance, not sincerity and lie, have been the great new themes of Western thinking. What is unveiled in such a way, what is disclosed in such a way, which was concealed before, is at the same time also preserved as that which is sheltered, geborgen, to the extent that it returns into the word. This is the ontological dimension of aletheia. This dimension is completely concealed by the concept of consciousness and its dominance in modern thought, even when thinking takes the concept of being as its theme. Being becomes an object. Object is resistance, Gegenstand ist Widerstand. From the very outset, the object is seen from the perspective of the energy with which the will strives to overcome this resistance. What manifests itself in the concept of object is a will to dominate. This is why Heidegger avoided both the concept of consciousness and the concept of object. He knew that we have methodically secured our dominance over the entities, which we have objectified, and, in this attitude, we can only come to have marginal experiences of our system of domination. 28 In such knowledge of domination we will not only forget the knowledge which can save us but also all the other ways of knowing how to think if we do not change our way of learning. I hardly need to say how easy it was for Heidegger to transition from this point to dwelling, for dwelling is indeed also the word for the fact that we are not face to face with objects in order to dominate them. We dwell wohnen in what is familiar, das gewohnt. This is also language, something in which we live, dwell, and are at home. The word is not like a sign that we put up and then take down once it has served its purpose, as if we had it ready in storage. Word and language are that with which we interact with one another and with the world, where we are at home. Hegel was already aware of this dwelling when he used the beautiful expression to make oneself at home, sich ein Hausen, for characterizing the task of human life. In a similar way, Heidegger has shown in the case of dwelling that the word does not circumscribe the field of what is mastered, but the field of what is familiar. What opens itself there is a space proper to oneself, in which one is never alone. Not only because one is so often there with others but because one is, above all, always surrounded by traces of one's own life and filled with the entirety of one's memories and hopes. The secret of language is its openness. One manages to find the right word for situations which can never be the object of a calculation and for moments which are unforeseeable. In order to make this clear, I have tried to refer to the concept of verbum, the word in the Christian tradition, whose salvific power is not completely unknown even in secular circles. To the disclosure there corresponds a sheltering bergen. Something is sheltered in words. This has nothing to do with romantic and poetic inclinations, even if romanticism and poetry have certainly something to do with language. We must note that words can be something more and do not always. 175. Exercise a referential function. This also means that we dwell in words and are at home in a language. Consequently, words always reach beyond the particular conceptual function, which exhausts its sense in expressions. We are closer to language when we think of dialogue. For a dialogue to succeed, everything must fit together. This is not the case if the partners of a dialogue are not engaged in the discussion and do not move beyond their answer but are only, for example, interested in finding the means of counter-argumentation by which to restrict what was said or simply finding the logical arguments with which to refute what was said. A fruitful dialogue is a unity in which giving and taking and giving finally lead to something that is a common dwelling place, with which one is familiar and in which one can interact with others. We also say this in German, I got on well with him. But in what does one really get on with someone? Answer, in everything. This idiom, which gives expression to an experience, shows that 29 a genuine universe opens up in a dialogue. It is not directly what Socrates undertook, when, in response to the naive cosmological speculation of the oldest thinking, he spoke of the flight into the logoi arguments, discourses. Yet, it remains an aspect of it, only that it would have to be situated in a broader framework of dialogue and dialectic. It would be unnatural and artificial not to speak of Nietzsche in this context. Our French neighbors have precisely attempted to go beyond Heidegger by returning to the radically of Nietzsche. He in fact considered truth and lies, in the extramoral sense, as values of life and finally regarded both as mere masks of the will to power. Doubting truth in so radical a manner certainly belongs to the original experiential possibilities granted to human beings. Without being aware of it we would not manage to see through something like the fictions of consciousness and of self-consciousness and those of the ideology implanted in us. How did Heidegger lead his intellectual struggle with Nietzsche in the 1930s? It is a little bit parochial to want to answer these questions by taking into account the distance which Heidegger in these decisive years took from the biologically racist doctrines of Nazi Germany. More is at stake in the intellectual struggle with Nietzsche. To the task of questioning the underlying basis of the concept of truth from the standpoint of the primary category of the will to power, Heidegger opposed the concept of remembrance on Denken. I do not dare to say that Heidegger came out victorious in this struggle. Yet, most certainly he was aware that he was struggling with the radically of Nietzsche's nihilism and could not lag behind the radically of this thinking. If Heidegger had not found in Hölderlin a partner and violently pulled him into his intellectual camp, he would indeed not have been able to sustain this struggle, and we may see in this the limit, but also the greatness of his genius. He saw in Hölderlin's distress about language his own distress and need in relation to language. He saw in him the poet whose visionary power, without particular theological and historical knowledge, had renewed the heresy of Joachim de Fiore. 5. Joachim taught that an intermediary would always be sent from God or the divine in order to revivify the dying fire among human beings so that the divine would show itself in the series of these intermediary figures which mark the epochs of time. In Islam there are similar convictions. Hölderlin's poetry thus became for Heidegger a theological aid for his thinking, and even more than that. He not only shared the distress about language. 176. Which he recognized in Hölderlin's poetic work. He saw in his poetic creations a measure for all that was to come. When Hölderlin evoked the distance of the gods in times of need, this distress about language, which he bemoans, was at the same time its poetic legitimation. Heidegger 30 recognized himself in this and, in his own way, he interpreted it rigorously in its dogmatic consequences as the New Testament has always been interpreted. He tried to conceptualize his own vision of a new thinking and of a homely being of the human, a new way of being together, as a salvation coming from the poetry and the rhetoric of Hölderlin. Let us finally ask ourselves what the task is which is left to all of us. I am always a bit blindsided when someone asks me what it is really that we still have to learn from Heidegger. If we could only learn it. It is not about learning but about an ability. In each case we should try to do in our own thought what he did, to go back to the original experiences of one's own life and to face the demands of social and political life, and in all this, to use the freedom of intellectual judgment to break through the academyism of valuations and opinions composed with finality, even at the risk of being wrong oneself. I do not believe in the universal language of humanity just as little as in one artificially produced weather for all the inhabitants of the earth. What I believe is that human beings can learn from their own experiences. There are original experiences for human beings in all languages. All of those, who are speaking with one another or even with us, know of the reverence for the exalted just as they know of the mindfulness and shared responsibility for what is concealed by the common future. 366 The homeland is not merely a place of residence which one chooses and can change. The homeland can also not be forgotten. To use a famous word by Schelling, it is something immemorial unverdunklicious. This is why life in exile must be accompanied by thoughts of the homeland, from which one knows oneself to be shut out, as well as by thoughts of return, even if a return is simply out of question. The homeland remains unforgotten. Now, the homeland is no longer the same in our world of an ever-increasing mobility, as it was in more sedentary times. In those days, the thought of a forbidden return from banishment to the homeland was something that was always suffered as a new exclusion. Now, every exile is hard, and so the hope is always alive that the banishment will be lifted and the return to the homeland will be allowed. This is why the dirges which the Roman poet Ovid composed from his place of exile by the Black Sea still resonate in the heart of people today. But what is the homeland for us, this place of primordial familiarity? Where is it, and what would it be without language? Language belongs, first and foremost, to the immemorial nature of the homeland. We know this ourselves from the fleeting experience of traveling. When we return home from a country where a foreign language is spoken, the sudden reunion with our own mother tongue is virtually like a shock. Indeed, it is really the totality of what is familiar, the mores, the practices and the customary world which is permeated by our own language. Certainly, people who are at home in their own mother tongue can learn other languages and eventually so well that they are in some sense also at home in them. Yet, the decisive point here is still the following: for those who live in exile, returning to the world of their own language is not left to their own free decision. Those who have settled only as guests in the language of a host country have clearly not lost their homeland. The same is true even when people spend their entire time abroad if they only know they can come back. But in fact, the homeland is above all the home constituted by language. The mother tongue retains for all of us something of an immemorial homeliness, 367, and this is also true for those who are multilingual, precisely when they hear and speak their own mother tongue again in the fleeting encounters with those from their own country. However, those who are fated to live in exile lead a life between wanting to forget and preserving remembrance, between farewell and remembrance, between loss and new beginning, wherever it may be. To live is to dwell on care in a language. This is why we all must see to it that we make. 19. Homeland and Language, 1992, 1. 178. The foreign place and what is foreign habitable, and must look for a dwelling in another language. Herein lies a rupture which is not to be avoided and which must heal if one wants to live on. Healing is not at all what we so often imagine in our mechanized society, namely, something which someone does, like a doctor. It is always a vital task for the sick themselves. Thus, when one cannot get to hear one's own language anymore, it is a farewell from the language that binds human beings. This is the human background of all exile. In this way, we can measure the weight of the real question: what can a return from exile be? Must it not be a new rupture, a second rupture? Or does it make the first rupture palpable once more like a pain? What is at play in such a rupture is like a crisis in a dialogue. Even when one's own homeland, which one has not abandoned, has been disfigured into something alien, one can in the end only live under the maxim of hope and promise, et illa transit, this too shall pass. Even today we in Germany are experiencing what such a rupture is, which makes dialogue difficult, so to speak. This is how the dialogue between those living in the West and those living in the East is not easy. I recall how difficult it was, even just with my own friends who had gone into exile, to resume conversation by making do with the connections of the postal service, when it had been interrupted by the war. Both partners in a dialogue are then faced with the new task of finding a new identity, which is a continuity and yet also cannot be. However great the power of the spirit and the heart may be, human beings cannot bring back time. That towards which we return has become different and the one returning has become equally different. Time has marked and changed both. For everyone who returns, the task is to dwell in a new language. There is a whiff of alienation in everything to which one returns. Everyone sees a repeat, so to speak, of the primordial task of being in the world, which consists in overcoming alienation. Young children bump against the walls of reality and the dialogue begins in the slow awakening of the exchange of glances, in the first touch, in the first babbling of sounds close to language and finally in the first words. In truth, something of this situation pertaining to our learning to speak is repeated in every case of reaching mutual understanding through dialogue. Language is indeed not what we possess as words and administer according to our free choice. It is in giving and taking that language is constituted. 368 Speaking has its sense in its enactment Valjug and can only exist where one person draws near to another in order to secure the commonality of the experience. It is precisely in this context that the task of literature can be sized up. Literature wishes to put into words that for which there may be no pre-established and pre-cut formulas. We are in an age of increasing regulation in which there is a surge of public information pouring in from all directions all day long, like a stupefying wave. This age is such that for writers and poets, dwelling in language, which language itself could express, must appear almost like a return to what is completely other and estranged. It is from this perspective that the sense of literature festivals can also be quite well determined. Such festivals do not claim that poets will be found here, who could not be found otherwise. It is not at all claimed that something like poetic schools are established here, which is perhaps not the worst thing to have happened in the history of a culture with a high literary standard. Yet, it is indeed important to bolster a mutual. Homeland and Language, 1992, 179. Validation as much among the creators as among the readers of literature. For all the possibilities of cultural creation ultimately depend upon this validation. Let us first ask what a writer really is. I would say that writers are supplicants before language. They want language to answer their prayers. They want it to grant them a favor so that they succeed in making it speak in a new way. In this way, what is merely written as such or what is read as such would not be part of the general process of the flow of information, but we would listen to language. The distinction of poetic language and that which we call literature in the proper sense lies in the fact that here we listen to language. Poetry in whatever form, be it lyric, narrative, or screenplay, is always the claim and the possibility to be like a dictum dictat which is only to be accepted and not submitted to a critical world of experience. The word poetry dictum comes from dictere to dictate, from dictating, even if there possibly resonate in its still older, pre-humanist layers of meaning in the sense of rendering thick dikmeken. At any rate, what writers produce from out of themselves with the intention that it will eventually be read is not something which people pick up by simply hearing abhorred what is communicated to them. It is something to which they listen inured as that which they are made to see through the writer's own linguistic power of evocation. The ability of writers depends on the degree to which readers become aware of this, and their ability to succeed depends on whether this kind of presence of that which is evoked in language finds a response in the readers. It is thus a badge of honor, so to speak, of literary festivals that they bring together many silent readers and that they manage to draw public interest upon themselves by keeping it at arm's length. We should not be ashamed of this or feel belittled because of it. It is 369 in the end a proof of the amount of cooperation of every kind that goes into the commonality in our social life. What comes easily also quickly disappears again. In conclusion, I would like to illuminate a bit more acutely the connection between return and literature. We must be clear about the fact that entirely new tasks have emerged for writers in the age of the Industrial Revolution and automatized communication, when the information given to all of us about everything is massively multiplying itself. In a certain sense, writers must constantly return from exile, when they try to withdraw from the world of words constantly needed and utilized, from all pre-processed opinion-making, ways of speaking and expectations of information prepared by technology. All the more so will we become conscious of what language is in its true possibilities and how literature is assigned this task of returning to language. This turns all poetry into a return from what is alien. I have articulated this at one time in my congratulatory speech when Hilda Dahmen was conferred the Drost Prize, namely, that even in her case, her poetry is a return to language. It is indeed also the task for all of us in our own life to return home from alienation. The poetic word leads the way in this. I would like to distinguish 3 stages in which language can unify us all. For this purpose I first refer to the word used by Paul Celan of the grid of language Sprachgitter. 3 Language is first of all a grid. This begins with the already described process of socialization in the language education of young children. In our world where we express ourselves in language, a world which has matured but has also been 180 polished through socialization, we should recall the geniality of this early age in which one learns how to speak, and we should see in it a model. There indeed we see what language is capable of when it is not overly restricted by the constraint of rules, but when, in a wholehearted attempt to communicate something to the other, it ventures out towards its own self. This is what we observe with astonishment time and again in a 3-year-old child. Here we see that language is not only the grid which hinders but equally the grid which allows for an intimate mutual understanding. The grid is both, even a hindrance, which reminds us of specific conditions without which it would absolutely not be possible to come over to the other. Wittgenstein rightly said that there cannot be a private language. Language is dialogue. A word which does not reach the other is dead. Dialogue is indeed with the other, and any word in the concrete moment needs 370 the appropriate and unrepeatable tone so that it overcomes the other grid, the grid of being other, and reaches the other. The second function, which is connected with this, I would call the veil of language Sprachschleier. It encompasses all those spheres of common courtesy, including the avoidance of harshness and abrasiveness, of impetuosity and irritability, which make living with one another only possible by polishing our manners. No doubt, this veil of language also has its dubious underbelly, for which the famous words of Talleyrand are fitting: language is the very best instrument to conceal one's thoughts. This is in fact the art of the diplomat. Yet, even this is not only something negative. Obviously, this art of hiding one's thought eventually succeeds in reaching the basis for an agreement and a peaceful settlement. With this I come to the 3rd level of language, which is of particular concern for me here in the circle of those who are preoccupied with literary creation. This 3rd level I would like to call the flash of language Sprachblitz. In all measured, well-examined and lucid words which go back and forth in the exchange between people there can be a flash. This reminds me of experiences which I have often been able to have. Allow me to retell one such experience because it is particularly amusing. In order to learn something about the secret of the Dark Continent, I once taught in South Africa in a university for Bushmen. Obviously in English. This was the language of instruction there. I had to deal essentially with the professors, who were Afrikaners, and with the assistants already trained by them. They wanted to gain a feeling for the philosophy in Europe while, for their part, tending to their students. I was once asked whether I would like to speak to all the students about the task of philosophy. It was an impressive spectacle. The Bushmen are very tall and particularly handsome people. There was thus a real gallery of ebony statues around me. However, their face did not betray any expression even when I did everything to reach them. I was in despair. What should I be able to tell them about philosophy when I did not detect the slightest impulse of a response? Later, my colleagues told me that it was unfortunately always so even for them, that they could detect no reaction. Then, I had an idea during my presentation which saved me. I was explaining to them that Greek philosophy had begun with Parmenides and that his insight was that there was no nothingness, but only being. I then added, please be clear about this. Nothing is no thing, for at that moment, something like a wildfire ran through the rows of seats. Did you understand? Did you understand? Nothing is no thing. It was as if a flash of Homeland and Language, 1992, 181. Language had struck them. For a moment it became clear that being is no thing. This story naturally serves more to entertain than to teach, but it has its instructive side. 371. In relation to such experiences we must ask ourselves what we can do from here in the continent of Europe. This is why we are already asking today as to what it means when our highly cultured and highly trained Japanese colleagues come and, by reading our texts through a sheer impenetrable grid of language, they absorb our Western philosophy with an astonishing proficiency and a sterling acuity. During this occasion, we would like so much to learn what they would have had to say to our thinking and to us from their tradition, Confucianism and Shintoism, as well as the values coming from religious and moral traditions. Today, we stand at the inception of a gigantic human process in which we are all implicated. We will never be able to achieve the 18th century Enlightenment ideal of eternal peace in the world if we do not finally succeed at arriving at a real exchange between foreign cultures and our European ones. What does it mean when they philosophize with us and absorb the world literature together with us? Learning foreign languages is quite certainly a part of this. There is no way around it. Translations only provide a first service aimed at surmising something of the resonance, the sound and the sense of the original. However, the omnipresence of the fine arts in all cultures teaches us what is possible where the language barrier is no obstacle, and not least music, the first cultural language of the whole of humanity, teaches us this. Yet, we are here in the space of the German language dealing with literature. I therefore close by illustrating the return to language in a flash of language. It is a famous statement by Heraclitus, which is particularly familiar to me because Heidegger had engraved it on the door of his cabin. In its German formulation, it says, "It is the flash of lightning that steers everything." We have to take this very literally, not as if fire were meant as the element of nature, like water, air, and earth. No, it is the flash of lightning. But is it not paradoxical that the flash of lightning steers? Indeed, this is what one is supposed to understand, that it is a paradox that the flash of lightning must steer. What is then meant here? I opine that it is this, that the momentary brightness of the quiver of lightning suddenly shows the world in a blinding clarity. And even when everything sinks back into the depths of the night, a moment of orientation has been still granted to us and we recognize something of the life of the Spirit in it. Even when much sinks back again into darkness we have been shown the way of searching and questioning, which lurches back and forth between forgetting and illumination. Thus, I finally come to one last point, that we know all language in a form of approximation. I call this the crystal of language, Sprachkristall. This not only evokes the grid of language. It reminds us of the crystal whose grid has a firm mathematical structure according to which crystals form. This is how it is, I think, when the flow of speech gains a legitimate form in poetry. 372. Just as the crystal in its formation and in the firmness of its structure begins to spray its fire when light falls on it, so it is also with the linguistic accomplishment of poetry, that it approaches the hardness, firmness, and permanence of the crystal and captivates not by a pleasant form but by the iridescence of light. A multifaceted glimmering radiates from the poetic structure like from a crystal. We all participate in this and surmise something of the truth of the word which stands in such a light. 182. 258. For a few decades now, the problem of the dimension of writing has been thrust into the foreground of our interests in the area of the prehistory of peoples and their literary tradition. For reasons which cannot be discussed here, writing acquired a methodological precedence over living discourse insofar as the engraving of marks, in giving written signs an advantage over a fleeting speech, represents an aspect of the world with its own ontological status. Texts refer to texts. In the wake of Nietzsche and Heidegger, this point of view was most notably developed by Derrida. At the same time, since we have come to know the Serbo-Croatian epic songs, the growing insight into the perpetuation of oral traditions has conversely amended and refined our view on oral traditions and their vitality. We are thus invited to inquire into the common ground which lies at the basis of both the orality of speech and writing. One will ask oneself, is it not the case that something like a tendency to set into a fixed form is always already included in the usage of words? Words have their meaning. Despite all the reservations that could be raised from older and newer perspectives, there still remains something true in Husserl's decisive distinction between the functions of expression and meaning. The ideal unity of meaning, which Husserl treated in the first of his logical investigations and with which he expanded the field of eidetic reflection beyond the dimension of mathematical objects, indeed includes an artificial isolation of the single word. It is not the word as such that is constituted by a unitary meaning intention, but the choice of the word, and this means speech itself, which articulates itself into words. Only from the context of speech does the manifold of meanings, which can pertain to words, receive its determination. This again cannot be completely reduced to the unity of a sentence provided that speech is embedded in the broad stream of the mutual understanding between persons. This flow of speech does not admit any isolation of its components, and furthermore prelinguistic as well as non-propositional expressions contribute to it. This in fact only makes the real 259 question more acute: how does the unity and sameness of what is meant and communicated take shape in the temporal flow of an event as something that is the same? It is noteworthy that the first steps of reflection in Greek thinking already began with this question. At the end of his second analytic, Aristotle speaks of a process in which the universal reaches its permanent identity. 2. Even though this happens in a text on logic, it is clearly not the logic of argumentation or the logic of inference which can present a satisfying answer to this question. It is rather most clearly the enigmatic character of mneme, of memory, within which something. 20. 1. 184. Permanent is established. This means explicitly the following: from the multiplicity of encounters or perceptions, which are retained, arises the unity of one single experience, and this experience in turn rises to the abiding unity of the universal, upon which the logos reason is constructed. The logos has its foundation in the act of meaning something, in the knowing to think, the immediate awareness of what is meant as such. What has been later derived from this as the theory of conceptual construction, or indeed a theory of inductive reasoning, in fact refers back to the secret of language and its semantic life. This is how Themistius in his interpretation of the Aristotelian text elicited the learning of language as an illustration. In learning a language, the process of coming to an understanding progressively plays itself out in the conventions governing the use of words, which constitute a linguistic community. This linguistic community does not itself consist of a rigid system of rules in the hands of a schoolmaster, but of the pliable mutual agreement among those speaking to each other. This analogy between word and concept dominates Aristotle's interpretation here and goes hand in hand with the precedence given to the judgment, to the apophantic logos in the so-called hermeneutics of Aristotle. The analogy between word and concept must clearly be cast in a broader context. For this purpose, and with regard to a living use of language, I would like to speak not of the unity of the sentence but of the unity of the phrase. This general grammatical expression continues to live on in a definitive way in at least two fields. First, in rhetoric, where the word has today acquired a pejorative color. The phrase is an empty phrase, the pre-existing form of something put into words which is not inhabited by any real act of meaning. Thus, we speak of phrase-ridden speech or even of phrase-mongering when we want to characterize a discourse as being empty. The other use of this word has a decidedly positive ring. In music we speak of the phrasing and recognize thereby that the musical 260 recital includes a rhythm over and beyond the purely musical fixing through notation. This rhythm is ultimately rooted in the rhythm of our own breathing and thus of our liveliness, Lebendigkeit. The negative and the positive colors which lurk within the concept of the phrase obviously point to a twofold pliability of the aspect of language itself. Even in the purely linguistic event, we are familiar, besides the grammar, with something like a phrasing as well as with the formation of relative unities, which corresponds to the musical phrase. In the case of language, we call them, for example, the formula or the formulation. Here too, relative unities come together through sense and sound, which are, for their part, prescribed for the articulating and modulating rhythm of the public lecture or for the reading which aims to comprehend. This leads us to the decisive point, namely the connection between repetition, which is never quite the same, and the constitution of that which is one and the same. This connection is clear as day in the phenomenon of learning to speak. The child learns the word more or less through many repeated attempts at saying it. The use of formulas and formulations in speech also points in the same direction. They occur almost in the manner of a ritual, that is to say, in a unity of meaning and form. This unity is precisely defined by its repeatability, indeed by the inviolability of its integral sameness in the repetition. This is true primarily of all ceremonial use of discourse in the religious realm as much as in the legal sphere, and we encounter it as an integral moment in the widespread use of rhetorical artifice. 185. What is so extremely instructive about this phenomenon of the phrase and the formulaic recurrence of linguistic expressions is its vacillation between mere execution and genuine meaningfulness. Manifestly, the identity of such linguistic unities is not necessarily founded on the unity of the meanings which are at play in the formulaic use of discourse. Rather, wherever a formulaic use becomes customary, a depletion of meaning sets in. The expressive force of the formula can even win out in the way we know from magic formulas in the style of abracadabra. Without doubt, even the formulas which are the most pregnant in meaning have a share in this function, which is more magical than rational. This is certainly true of the formulas of prayers, blessings, curses and the like. Their familiarity and settled recurrence do not diminish their expressive power but are a constitutive part of it. Rhythm itself as such has for a long time drawn the attention of researchers because, on the one hand, it is in a certain sense prescribed and wants to be sustained, but, on the other hand, its recurrence is formally integrated into the course of the movement. Something similar is true in all the cases in which the rigidity of what is meant limits the latitude for variations, a latitude which, in itself, belongs to the repetition of discourse. As a consequence, it is the listener who formally insists on the precise execution of the discourse. In the so-called refrain we all know perfectly well 261 the unifying force which comes into effect in the repetition of what is familiar. Here, we are very far from anything pertaining to the dimension of writing. Nonetheless, ensuring the identity of the formula or of the phrase is a crucial element in such an event of oral repetition. This event is by itself capable of being fixed and is indeed impelled towards such fixing. There is no question that the identity of such recurring formulas is more original than the identity of written signs, whatever the kind of script. Already in the way the epic uses language, recurring formulas constitute a stylistic element as peculiar as the one with which we are all familiar from the use of writing. Song and epic narration are indeed really like a kind of written recording in memory. This is how Plato describes it in the Philebus, 39b. It is mneme which inscribes the logoi discourses, arguments in our soul. The talk of the engram, which is a well-known metaphor in modern psychology and neurophysiology, expresses this connection in a similar way. If we look back at these initial considerations, we can understand why there is a direct path leading from the repetitive form of the ritual to what we call literature. At the beginning of all recording we have the legal document pertaining to the sacred or the profane, a kind of originary lore, to which one can come back at any time and which clarifies what the legal situation is. Inscriptions on graves must have had a similar documentary character, which we find in all cultures. It serves the continued life of the dead in the memory of the living. The first step towards literature is obviously found in the place where a memory, which continues to live on, is evoked anew in artful ways. The invocation of the Muses, with which the Homeric epics begin, is already of such a kind. In particular, the poet's dedication to the Muses at the beginning of Hesiod's Theogony 3 is a kind of literary art form which presents the totality of what follows as a unitary book or work. Obviously, in all this one must be conscious of the fact that such literature, even in its subsequent expansion into the different forms of lyric poetry, tragedy, or comedy, was not meant to be read nor were for that matter the first. 186. Forms of prose. they were meant for public recitation. This means that we are dealing here throughout with textbooks, with things set in writing, which are meant for reproduction and not for personal reading. This state of affairs may take very different forms. Epic poetry has developed a distinct profession of rhapsody. In many forms of lyric poetry, it may have initially been only the poet who recited the verses publicly. By contrast, the choral lyric is already in the literal sense a textbook on the basis of which the public recitation is made. The same goes for all forms of theater. It may have been only in the case of early prose that the author was the sole speaker, at least in a first publication, if one can call it that. But even here a repetition through renewed public reading seems likely. 262 There is thus no strict separation between the dimensions of orality and of writing. Transmission Überlieferung can be brought about in both ways and, in both cases, we have a new orality in which transmission is first brought to fruition. At any rate, we see in the classical age of Greek philosophy how the art of prose was developed into a genuine literary genre. Speeches were even written down, and possibly not for the sake of preservation at all but for the sake of being presented publicly in this form as literature. Or, when they were real speeches, they underwent an artistic refinement and were thereupon also reproduced again and again as literature. Thus, we see in Plato's Phaedrus, 228b, how the young admirer of Lysias carries with him the copy of a great rhetorical feat by the famous orator and is burning to read it out to Socrates. By invoking the Phaedrus, which has cropped up here, we are falling into a new field of problems. The Platonic dialogue Phaedrus stands powerfully in the way of taking for granted the transition from artful discourse to artful writing. From his dialectical analysis of genuine rhetoric, Socrates here draws a conclusion which seems to lead to a radical critique of the dimension of writing altogether. As we see here, if the skillful anticipation of the addressee's reaction also belongs to true rhetorical art, writing becomes a problem. Plato expresses this through the story of the godlike inventor THIRD, which Socrates narrates, 274 cf. He tells us of how THIRD had made many wonderful inventions, and among them also the invention of writing. As he came to the Egyptian king with these inventions, all his inventions were critically tested. Some were praised and others criticized. Finally, he also presented his invention of writing, proudly believing that not one objection could possibly be made against this marvelous invention which will strengthen the memory of human beings. To his painful astonishment, the king declares, but not without gravity, that it is one thing to make ingenious inventions and an entirely different thing to assess their value for the people and the culture. What the inventor of writing recommends as a strengthening of memory in fact causes a weakening of memory. Obviously, we have here a clever variant which Plato introduces on the familiar Greek topic of the first inventors. The story is also, quite obviously, treated as a Socratic fable, even if as one which expresses something true and appears ruinous for the whole thesis of a natural transition from the dimension of orality to that of writing. The arguments are well known. Discourses which are entrusted to writing are helplessly exposed to all sorts of misunderstanding and misuse. When expressed in a lively exchange, speeches 263 can be defended by the speakers themselves, explained, completed, or even 187. Improved, so that misunderstanding and misuse, if they arise, are quickly overcome. In written form, these discourses prove to be vulnerable to all forms of misuse and any misunderstanding. Over and above this, writing does not in fact help to strengthen our inner possession of knowledge, of our mneme and the anamnesis recollection originating from it, but helps to make knowledge a mere appearance and an empty claim. The merely external dissemination of discourse does not serve cognition at all. Socrates then applies this to the case at hand. His young friend, he says, should convey to Lysias that he should not waste his time with such things as manufacturing speeches in a written form. Socrates makes a distinction between the one who loves the true logoi discourses, arguments, the philosopher, and such manufacturing of speeches, which only produces copies and false images of logoi, 278f. As is well known, This rejection of the dimension of writing and the positive turn towards the essential oral dimension of philosophy and the living dialectic have a decisive significance for Plato's entire work. This is confirmed by the famous excursus in the 7th letter. Plato refutes the claim made by the young tyrant of Syracuse who, on the basis of an entirely insufficient tutoring by Plato, had dared to record Plato's essential thoughts in written form. Since then, Plato's unwritten doctrine has been a question as open as it is central for the understanding of Platonic philosophy. Socrates warns against, 276 DFF, treating what is written with utmost seriousness instead of regarding it with playful detachment. Plato follows him with equal decisiveness in the 7th letter. As a matter of fact, in the entirety of his dialogical work, Plato avoids speaking in his own name. All this certainly indicates a radical commitment to dialogue and to the inner dialogue of the soul seeking the truth, which we call thinking. Only in the recreation of dialogical understanding does Plato share his own thinking with his readers. But does a rejection of the invention of writing and of the use of writing really follow from this? Or is it rather an appeal to the right use of writing, something we could call with an expression of our time a hermeneutic appeal? Let us examine what Plato says with regard to this positive suspicion, 274 FF. What strikes us first of all is the brilliant inventor Theoth presenting to the Egyptian king the invention of writing along with a whole series of inventions, whose rank and significance were beyond doubt even for Plato. It is clearly the Egyptian romanticism placed at the service of a critique of his own time which allows Plato to put so much stock in this mythic inventor, just as Greek mythology 264 in the variants made by Aeschylus put so much stock in the inventor god Prometheus. Admittedly, the invention of writing, different from what we see in Aeschylus, receives a lot of prominence in Plato. In the eyes of its alleged inventor, writing is something peculiar and exceptional. In fact, what is reflected in indeterminate ways in such stories about the invention of writing is the adoption and refinement of the Semitic alphabetic script by the Greeks in pre-Homeric times. It seems hardly plausible that Plato was serious when he characterized this invention itself as a dubious acquisition. This is why we are not informed about whether the critical reprimand, issued by the wise Egyptian king to the inventor, is supposed to signify the rejection of the invention. It was known to any reader of Plato that writing had been pervasive for a long time. Rather, it is clear that the Egyptian king rejects only the misuse and the deception which lie in setting speeches and thoughts in. 188. Writing. It is as if the king had foreseen the phenomena of corruption typical of the age of the sophists. The artful speeches in written form eventually must also be counted as part of these phenomena. By contrast, Socrates definitely does not condemn the use of writing as such. In fact, writing is recognized as a solace and remedy when faced with the forgetfulness which comes with age and, in a broader sense, as an aid to memory for those who know and know how to think. The expression encountered here, and which stands in a positive relation to forgetfulness, is hypomnesis, act of reminding, and hypomema, reminder, which means to remember and that which reminds through its external existence as writing. It is a function which is subordinated to the genuine inner possession of mneme and the anamnesis, which arises in mneme. All this points to the proper domain of the inner, to the phenomenon of mneme, the retaining and holding fast, which form the inner possession enjoyed by the human mind and shield it from forgetting. Mnemosyne, the goddess of memory and the protector against oblivion, in fact occupies a distinguished position as the mother of all muses. In Hesiod, she belongs to the oldest generation of the gods, as daughter of heaven and earth, and she had a cult in many places. We encounter her as the divine greatness which specifically presides over memory, memory being that which overcomes even death. In the Orphic mysteries she is the one who is invoked and whose invocation is placed in the grave for the deceased as a passport for the dead. Her stream does not bubble along the white cypresses, the tree of the dead which characterizes forgetting, but promises the thirsting souls through its invigorating sip that they will escape oblivion and remain themselves. What is thematized here are temporality and the capacity to escape temporality, which imprint themselves upon the essence of human beings. In one stroke we find 265 ourselves at the center of Platonic thinking, in the midst of its discovery of the secret profundity which lies in the common expression philosophia and its derivations. This profundity concerns this: what is meant by philosophia is not so much wisdom and knowledge for the sake of knowledge, but rather the never-to-quenched desire for knowledge and the unrelenting search for wisdom. Buddhists tunthi and philosophy nobody among the gods does philosophy. It may be that this new nuance, which Plato introduces in his myth of Eros in the Symposium, has experienced a certain over-resonance in modern times with their never-to-be-completed empirical sciences. It may also be a bit too much in tune with Lessing's famous words that, given the choice, he would prefer the search for the truth over the possession of the truth. In fact, what is meant here, however, is neither an occasional idea by Plato nor even an anticipation of the modern idea of progress or a pathos for enlightenment. Rather, we are dealing with a fundamental insight into temporality and finitude, which is the lot of human beings and separates them irremediably from the divine, despite all their participation in immortality, which may be granted to them through fame and memory. We recall the passage in the Symposium, in which Diotima instructs an astonished Socrates in the art of love, 207 cff. She begins with the demonic power of Eros love, which is an animal urge, and applies it in a specific way to human beings and their distinctive feature, which we call the Mindgeist. With the irresistible violence of instinct, nature compels animals to carry out the preservation of the species and in this way, perhaps even with the sacrifice of their own life, to have 189. A share in immortality, which will be granted not to the single individual, but only to the species. In a similar way, human life not only has this kind of share in immortality, but is granted another comparable, yet remarkable, share in immortality. Individual human beings are constantly regenerated during their corporeal existence. This is a knowledge acquired by the natural sciences of the time, which also plays a role in the Phaedo, 87f. In a similar way, this regeneration also holds true for all their mental and psychological impulses. They must constantly be revived. This is the law of temporality which has been laid on the human mind. What is proper to it moves between forgetting and sinking into oblivion, on the one hand, and recording, retaining, repeating, retrieving, remembering and restoring, on the other. Nothing is a firm possession in the human mind. Everything requires the indefatigable overcoming of oblivion and the rebuilding of that which abides in time. Obviously, we should not take this doctrine to the extent that it is elicited here, as Plato's last word on the matter. It is not even Diotima's last word. Rather, this doctrine is introduced as an explanation in the style of the wisest of all, of those who are perhaps too wise and reduce all cultural achievements of humanity to ambition and the longing for immortal fame. 266 We can still apply this lesson to our problem. This deep insight concerns the presumption of an enduring possession and is associated, as a temptation, with all forms of writing. In this regard, the bold analogy between the reproduction of the species in animal life and the reproduction of knowledge in individual human beings carries a particular significance. Just as in the case of animals, it is literally always a new being which carries on the preservation of the species, so it is clearly also the case with human knowledge that it must continually gain a new relevance if it is to exist at all. This is how Diotima boldly threads the analogy between life and mind. Dead repetition, that is to say, a repetition in which the difference with regard to time and to what is new would be blotted out and which would have an existence like the frozen sameness of writing, would not satisfy the condition for spiritual permanence nor the demand for such permanence. Such a repetition would be an appearance, a copy, a fantasy of knowledge, like those speeches spouted out which are no longer speeches. This is how Plato, through the mouth of the Delphic priestess, defends himself against the tendency towards deterioration, which finds expression in the folly of a dogmatic possession of knowledge. Obviously, it would be a mistake to date back to Plato the consciousness of historicity, which arose in the 18th and 19th century at the end of the age of metaphysics, and which lies inexorably in the way of modern philosophizing. Plato's position towards history presents a specific problem. This problem is certainly in extreme opposition to modern thinking insofar as what we call history meant for him far less a historical process directed towards a completion than a process of decline, which appears as a decline because it is compared to a sacred, fully accomplished beginning. History is the history of a decline, and knowledge is a protection against that decline. This indirectly gives its distinctive feature to what positively corresponds to the tendency which all finite beings have to deteriorate: protection, preservation, and restoration. For now, we have to ask, is it not too radical to apply these insights to the questionable nature of all that is set in writing? Has Plato not left us with too one-sided a position when he so totally secures himself from the decline inherent in the dogmatism of the 190 dimension of writing that he unqualifiedly condemns all textuality? Does this not go too far? Are there not truthful texts, texts which first satisfy the idea of the text and of the claim of literature precisely as text, which are truthful texts by the fact that they are completely the same and impossibly unchangeable? Do we not call all poetic texts in this eminent sense texts? We have to ask whether Plato perhaps champions his own ideas all too one-sidedly, when in his opposition to 267 the sophistic style of misusing the logos for parading oneself, he puts the living transmission, the sowing of the logoi in the soul. This truly has its own deep power to convince, and we will basically have to accept that the continued life of philosophical thought cannot consist in the transmission of reports about the doctrines of philosophers, as it became common in the Greek cultural life since Theophrastus, or as it spreads itself today in the philosophical Alexandrianism of the age of the positive sciences and historicism. It makes sense to say that philosophy does not have its permanence in texts, but that texts can only be aids to memory, and this means for those who know, idoton hypomnesis, a reminding of what is known, Phaedrus 278:1. Are there not texts which possess their peculiar distinction in the inviolability of the letter, such as religious, legal, and even poetic texts? One could even think that in such texts the true meaning of writing is really fulfilled, namely as a codification of what is valid, as a preservation of what is valid against misuse, adaptation, distortion, or even denial. At any rate, it must be conceded that such texts have their proper and unique presence in their literal repetition which is faithful to the letter. This is not about a unity of meaning and of the meaning intention alone which can be presented, and, in the case of international legal treaties, must be presented, in the most different formulations, even in different languages. What is at stake is the singularity of the structure put together in language. Not only the letters, but also the unity of sound and meaning must be exactly preserved and abided by. This tonal totality of meaning may be realized in ever so imperfect and multifaceted approximations, but it is posited as if it were an unchanging standard against which any reproductive realization is measured. This is the true secret that is specific to art and to which there is nothing analogous either in the domain of the truth proper to the sciences or to that proper to philosophy. This goes hand in hand with the fact that works of art can be fully understood at a very different level of expression without the truth of what the artwork says lapsing into a relativization due to this, and without false understanding misplacing its specific critical sense. The growing familiarity with the work of art not only does not exhaust it but allows it, as the same, to become ever richer and speak to us ever more vividly. It seems to me that it is the ritual aspect which fuses here inextricably with the effectuation of a sensible and intellectual meaning. Does this now mean that Diotima is wrong when she recognizes something abiding only in renewal, and that the Platonic Socrates is wrong when he sees in the setting in writing only a secondary activity, and when he separates off what is written as a kind of game from the true seriousness of saying what is true? 268 It could sound as if Plato had put in the mouth of his Delphic priestess his old prejudice against the art of poetry, which he largely banned from the ideal city as a mere imitation of imitations. But no, he does not do this. Diotima mentions the works of poets, of Homer, Hesiod, and others. Likewise, Lycurgus, the creator of the Spartan community, and Solon, the 191 creator of Athenian legislation, are honored. These are the true children that these men have left behind, and not so much their biological children. Symposium 209d. Through these children, they achieve fame and immortality. We will readily count Heraclitus' statements and Plato's dialogues among these achievements of valid logoi, along with all other documentations of philosophizing, which are more works than ways and which surpass the exertions of the concept, as do all works of art in that they are always challenging us anew. Here, the discussion achieves its unity. We have the critique of the dimension of writing directed especially at the literary pieces of rhetoric by Lysias, but also in its unmistaken application to Plato's own work. We have his rejection of the setting of philosophizing thought in writing, on the one hand, and, on the other, Diotima's inclusion of all the works of wise people, poets, and statesmen in the great struggle with temporality and in their push towards immortality. Even such works do not remain in place in a dead sameness and let the events of time rush by them. Plato may not have given any explicit indications on this point. Yet, Lycurgus' children, the laws of Lacedaemon, are celebrated as the savior of the whole of Greece. Solon's laws are celebrated as his Attic legacy. Homer and Hesiod figure as the teachers of the whole of Greece. What we see here, in substance, points to the entire wide realm of the constantly renewed appropriation of this legacy. These children themselves have also been released into life and continue to live in mneme, whether they have been set in writing or not. Their existence consists not in the adherence to the dead letter, but in the constantly renewed application and appropriation as the same and as ever different and new. We should pay attention to this. Diotima without hesitation entrusts this hermeneutic insight to Socrates, who, being himself a constant conversationalist and refuter of all fake knowledge, found an unexamined life, and look exetistos bios non-examined life, not worth living. Diotima herself opens the prospect onto the path of love, which goes through all the logoi and leads to the highest insight, the path of the dialecticians, which is supposed to lead them yet beyond themselves. When Diotima proceeds in this way, she is, however, no longer certain that Socrates can follow her. Symposium 210a. The path of love she describes leads through all the logoi in all their forms, which ought to be traversed, and 269 it is supposed to engender logoi everywhere until it reaches the heights of a final insight into the beautiful itself. In this final vision, in this fulfillment of love, which is only contemplating and being with, theos timonen kai sunina, Diotima recognizes, for her part, the life truly worth living. We have to ask ourselves what this conveys to Socrates and, thus, to us. Plato can hardly distance himself from the life of self-examination, bios anexatastos unexamined life, Apology 38a5, which Socrates considers his own, and he will certainly not ascribe to himself a life of fulfilled vision. Does he not rather say this to himself, and to us who can hardly all follow him on this path? Yet, we know that, in all the restless to and fro of presence and wakefulness, forgetfulness and sleep, which governs every aspect of our temporal and finite being, the dialogue of the soul with itself continues and constantly renews itself so that there is something durable in the end, mneme and anamnesis. In the dialogue on Eros it is the beautiful itself, in the dialogue on the ideal city it is the good itself towards which we are casting our gaze. This highest and unique is not only otherworldly, removed from all temporal decline. 192. Passing away and transience. It also has its existence in everything that is beautiful, in everything that is good, like the animal species has its existence only in all of its exemplars. What we learn here is that it is also true of the word, of the logos, that it only exists when it renews itself constantly. Indeed, this is even true of the dead letters of that which is written, that they reach their existence only when they are revived in the soul. Mnemosyne is the mother of all the muses. 258 One aspect which presents itself right away as the background for the topic voice and language, speaking and language, is the triad of phenomena that we call speaking, writing, and reading. These three concepts, which as experiences and modes of behavior, straddle the entire span between voice and language, are not simply a sequence in which the first is first, the second is second and the third is third. They rather appear intertwined in a very peculiar manner with each other, both in the specific manner in which they are realized and in the reflection upon them as to what they actually are. This is why I would like to place in the foreground the essential significance of writing for language. I speak only of one triad and not of hearing. For hearing obviously belongs to everything that is supposed to be language, whether spoken, written or secret. Yet, how writing and reading belong to language is a matter for reflection. It only takes a few words to recall the kind of loss inflicted upon the living exchange of speech when it is written and set in writing. In a famous passage of Plato's Phaedrus, we are told how the inventor of writing came to the Egyptian king in order to promote among other things his newest invention as something to assist and strengthen memory. Yet, the wise king of Egypt is not at all happy about this and replies, "You have not invented a means for strengthening memory, but one for weakening it." In the age of Xerox, we are all rather clear about the truth of this royal wisdom. How much has been lost due to the domination of writing and its reproduction needs no elaboration at all. Yet, what would make for an interesting topic is the degree to which, for example, the reflection on the deficits in communicative power, which are introduced due to writing, may have led to the situation where these deficits have been made up by the art of writing through literary style. Think, for example, of how in the 17th and 18th centuries the art of reading in connection with the Pietist movement, and generally in connection with the central role of the interpretation of written texts in Protestant preaching, prepared the ground 259 for a culture of writing and reading. At the time, people had first made a calculation or, better, listed the alternative accomplishments which were expected from the art of writing when it must compete with the immediacy of speech in personal conversation. The negative aspect of the dimension of writing is so clear that I prefer to talk of the positive relation between language and writing. I would like to see more acutely how much the possibility of setting language in writing casts an important, even illuminating light on the essence of language itself. Obviously, both the phonetic form of speech 21. 1. 194. And the symbolic form of writing have an ideality in themselves constituting what they are. The word ideality is used here purely descriptively. One should not condemn Plato's truths just because they stem from Plato. It is simply true that language in its essence, exactly like writing, idealizes along the lines of what is essentially constant in the space of what is contingent and variable. Linguistic sounds are linguistic sounds without even remotely possessing the precision of the tonal character which the tones of music claim for themselves within the system of tones. Linguistic sounds have a wide margin for free variation. Their communicative function lies precisely in this, that this margin for contingency never extends so far as to obliterate what is common to all and what is constant in all variations. The same is obviously true of writing and the written signs. Think only of the differences in handwriting, which often calls for an interpreter of oracles to decipher a handwriting. Yet, even this margin is constrained by limits. These are the limits of legibility, which stand in immediate correlation to the articulation of speech. This is borne out in our Western civilization already in the oldest reflections on these matters. I am thinking above all of Plato, who in his reflections, just as the atomists, begins with the expression for the letter, and not the one for sound, phone. The Greek expression is stoicheion letter. Plato reflects on the ideality of what is systematic in language, of the linguistic means, of the different sounds, vowels, consonants, voiceless consonants, etc. He presents their systematic connections, which alone make linguistic competence and speaking possible. These reflections can be understood just as much from the standpoint of what is written as from that of the act of writing and reading. The word gram line, which stands for writing, is not for nothing in the word grammar. This word does not primarily mean language but the art of writing. The ideality belonging to both the sounds of language and the signs of writing tells us something about what language is. The space which language articulates and the view offered by language of what is common are such that space and view are not lost when set in writing. It is precisely through this that speaking differentiates itself from other forms of vocal expression 260, such as screaming, groaning, laughing, etc. All these phenomena obviously do not have in themselves the same ideality of what is meant, which language documents through its capacity to be written down, even if these mental forms of expression cannot exist for their part without conventional expressive values, such as the archaic laugh. I must remind the readers that Aristotle in his famous definition of language uses the expression synthetic convention to kata synthekon means according to conventions. By this, Aristotle rejects certain theories which reduce language and word formation to an imitation of nature and emphasizes the conventional character of all forms of linguistic communication. This conventionality is of such a kind that a convention is never negotiated as a convention, never reached as an agreement. It is a convention which, so to speak, realizes itself as the essence of all agreement and through such agreement. Without our being always already in agreement in this sense, no speaking is possible. Yet, we do not start first with an agreement when we learn to speak. The essential intrinsic connection between language and convention only tells us that language is an event of communication in which human beings are in agreement. This is precisely what is obvious as the 195. Far-reaching dimension in which both language and writing, as well as their relationship, move together. The close relationship between the two is reflected in the fact that we know of transmission in the form of literature, which means that the literary, the letters, and thus the dimension of writing are granted a central distinction here. This distinction appears in the fact that there is no loss when something is transmitted in literary form, whereas all other monuments, compared to written transmission, remain mute as the vestiges of a life lived. These monuments grant us knowledge of many things, reveal much of what is now no more, but they themselves do not tell us anything. By contrast, undeciphered inscriptions are not mute in themselves, only we are still deaf to them. We have here, so to speak, the full existence of things thought contained in linguistically formulated messages, so that something is communicated to us when we decipher the inscriptions. Obviously, it does not have to be literature. Where we use the word literature in an eminent sense, for example, when we speak of Belles lettres shown literature, it is evident that we are marking something out within the infinite multiplicity of things written and printed. We may perhaps say of a good book of the scientific sort, or even of a letter, this is really literature. What we want to bring to words by this is that a true art of language reveals itself in it. Just as often we say of texts, which claim to be literature, well, literature this is not. In a linguistic use, the concept of literature thus represents 261, a value concept within the possibilities of language. This sense can also be imbued with negative connotations, for example, when in the context of a political action someone says that it is literature in a critical and disparaging manner. This in fact means uselessness for praxis. The concept of literature can certainly also be used in a much broader sense. We must envisage the whole breadth of this concept in order to organize our thoughts on the matter. Anyway, I would still say that we all agree that the jottings which lie on this page here are not literature, despite the fact that they are written. What kind of difference is this? Now, obviously that which is written but which neither is nor claims to be literature has its own communicative limit and function. It grants the dimension of writing the specific reference back to what was originally spoken or meant. So are the notes which we make to ourselves, in fact aids to memory, as we are also used to saying. They are there only to reproduce, to a certain extent, what was meant in the original act of thinking and speaking for the author of the note. This relationship undergoes a reversal at the very moment something becomes literature. When I am reading a book, there is no question any more of being referred back to the original act of speaking or writing, for example, to the real voice or the individual being of the writer. I stand here in an event of communication of a totally different kind. This will need to be discussed in detail. A second example besides literature is naturally the letter. The letter is for the one addressed, allowing the dialogue partner and what he or she intends to say to me to speak again, that is to say, the exchange through written means in place of a living exchange. We make the same assumption in case of the letter. When a letter is like literature, let us take the case of Rilke's letters, which are indeed true texts of a literary kind, they are virtually no longer letters. Rilke himself devoted a large part of his working hours, and definitely as working hours, to the writing of such letters. Beyond any doubt, they are 196. Now texts and represent a part of his intellectual creation. It is entirely obvious in this case that this is literature, precisely because it no longer refers back to the situation in which the writer and addressee come to an understanding. We do not need to know who the Countess Nastes was or any of those other respectable ladies to whom Rilke wrote his profound letters about death as the other side of life. These are no longer genuine letters. Genuine letters are rather of such a kind that they refer to something which they presuppose for the understanding with the addressees and which they intend as an answer, like any word in a dialogue. In the form of such a substrate, they at least still have something of the orchestration of a living dialogue in themselves. There is no doubt that misunderstandings can also arise in the case of the transition from speaking to writing, which 262 in the face-to-face of a living encounter would be dealt with in a timely manner, while becoming intractable when written down. Although letters are obviously this possibility of continuing the dialogue and developing its thread, we all still know the misunderstandings which can arise even between friends in an exchange of letters and which would be eliminated in living discussion through immediate self-correction. This was also Plato's well-known argument that what is written cannot come to its own assistance and is thus helplessly exposed to misuse, distortion and misunderstanding. As a letter, what is written always already veers into a certain zone of abstraction or ideality even when, in our more literary world, it still wants to be the continuation of a living dialogue, or at least the resumption of a living dialogue in accordance with the idea of a letter. In contrast, there are other forms of writing, which I call literature in the broader sense, for example, when instead of notes, I speak of codification, if I may express myself in such a way. I use the expression codification intentionally and do not mean by it the linguistic terminology of today, but simply have in mind the natural use of language and its basis. That is to say, what is written always remains written, as Luther says in his translation of the Bible. It remains written, it has gained a definite status by its being written down, and this status obviously means that now what is written speaks by itself and does not first receive its power to speak through the return to an original speech situation. This is the sense of all these painstaking regulations in our world dominated by writing, in which we formulate an agreement which has something like the force of law. The oldest documents of humanity, as we must admit to our chagrin, are for the most part not exalted works of the intellect, but commercial agreements or tax lists, at best tablets of laws. At any rate, they are matters of a documentary character, in which there is obviously no looking back at an original speech situation, but a forward focus on the implication of what has been established. This is of great hermeneutic significance. I may only remind us that jurists, for example, when taking recourse to what is written, the civil code, the statutes of law and the like, in no way confine themselves to going back to the original intention of the legislator for interpreting the law. Studying, for example, the acts of the legislating commission in the modern parliament is a secondary and more than dubious way of supporting the interpretation of the law. It would be a historian but no jurist who would be content with reconstructing the original intentions of the legislator. It is the ratio legis reason for the law which matters for the jurists. It is the function which pertains to what has been set in writing in accordance with its own content and for the legal order and its preservation. 197. 263 I thus take note of the fact that we have here juxtaposed to one another, two different forms in which the dimension of writing has a connection to language. One is a substitute for the living dialogue and the other almost like a new creation, a linguistic being of a new, unique kind, which, precisely because it is written, has received a claim to meaning and a claim to formality, something which is not granted to the ephemeral phonetic sound as such. Now, it is clear that the concept of literature belongs more closely to this second form, in which what is decisive is not the referring back to an original speech situation, but the pointing ahead, here to an appropriate way of letting the text speak and understanding it. I already touched upon the fact that, from this point of view, we can easily understand why the so-called belles lettres can most properly fulfill the sense of literature. The belles lettres are called beautiful because they are not linked to application and thus to the immediate effect of an action. This is the old sense of Kalin beautiful and of the arts liberals liberal arts. Even in knowing there can still be a freedom from the useful and what is to be used, and, hence, the Kalin. Not being a literature of use fully defines the concept of belles lettres. What I would like to consider in these matters is how this narrower eminent concept of literature has the necessary effect of making a kind of demand. 3. Writing is in this case not simply writing something down for oneself or for someone else, but becomes a genuine writing, which creates something for the reader who is anticipated or to be won over. This is the writer in the proper sense of the term. Such a person must be able to write, and this means to compensate in artful style for everything contained in the immediate exchange of words in terms of emotional coloration, symbolic gestures, voice modulation, intonation, etc. We must assess writers according to how far they are able to achieve the same power of language in writing which is at work in the immediate exchange of words between people, and perhaps an even greater power, for in the case of poetry the power of language is so intensified that the reader remains continually captivated. It is clear where this points to, an art of language which renders what is written capable of speaking. It is an art of writing. What comes out of this is literature. It is clear what this means. With this, the convergence between language and writing, which is realized in reading, reaches its highest intimacy. Speaking appears in the dual form of writing and reading. This is the basis for my third key term. For it is to be shown that reading is not something like a third term, which is added to them, but that the third is here precisely the point of convergence between writing and language. 264. Writing is really a phenomenon of language only in the fact that it is read. It is worth submitting the ways of reading and the process of reading to a closer analysis, as I intend to do. I am aware that I am treating in this way a topic which is, in a certain sense, opposite to the main topic of voix language, voice and language. An opposite topic always has the advantage that it produces delineations and thereby also makes what is delineated visible. We are thus asking, what is reading? I would like to go through a series of phenomena which may clarify for us all how the retrospective connection of writing to language looks like in each of these cases. I make my distinctions in a serial manner. First of all, as a statement of fact, reading is not spelling out. As long as we are spelling out, we cannot read. Reading always already presupposes definite anticipatory processes for grasping the meaning and has, as such, a specific ideality. 198. In itself. This is how we can read something handwritten despite the fact that we all have our own individual handwriting, or how we can generally read over typos without being impeded. The devil of the typo is the best known witness for the comforting fact that we are generally carried by the context of what we understand and fruitfully read over the factual defects pertaining to the visible existence of signs. This naturally has its limits, but within these limits it shows something about the teleology of meaning which guides reading. Now, there are intermediate forms which came to be known in earlier times. There is not only the reader of written literature, but also the listener of unwritten literature. We should think of the phenomenon of oral poetry. It is a very important and recent insight that the epic tradition of peoples can remain alive over very long periods of orality. The well-known investigation of the Albanian epic songs in the Balkans by the American expedition of the early 1930s has produced such astounding findings that, for example, our whole Homeric research today appears in a new light. We now know much more about the perdurance of the traditional epic forms of the oral type. I am saying this to stress a point which seems to me to have been generally overlooked. The new enthusiasm for the fact that traditional forms remained alive for so long in an oral manner has, I believe, blinded us to the fact that already in the linguistic means used in oral poetry 5 there lies a specific manner of being on the way to writing. I do not only mean what is obvious in relation to mnemonics, as, for example, meter, padding lines and the like. What also belong to the techniques of mnemonics are the repetitive formulas, recurrences which have the sense of fixing in a definite way the uniqueness of the recurring presentation. The investigations in this field are highly interesting. They have shown that even here there is a great amount of trust in the memory 265 of the epic and a certain room for filling out this memory. This room for filling out is precisely the same, at a higher level of freedom, as what I described at the beginning when I spoke of the room for configuring all conventional signs, both our phonetic sounds as well as our written signs. I would like now to discuss a certain culminating point of phenomena, which perhaps has for our relationship to language and to the linguistic transmission of our culture a significance which has not always been sufficiently considered. I mean the point at which reciting, reading out, reading aloud and silent reading reach their peak. This peak has a reasonable logic and we have to ask what changes in each of these forms. As it will be shown, all these forms of reading are in principle more or less different from the immediate ideal of a speaking which reproduces in the form of a new, actual act of speaking. Reading out is not speaking, even if it happens in phonetic form. The case of recitation is more difficult. Here we can wonder, is recitation a reproduction? We are familiar with genuine reproduction, for example, in the utterances of the actors on the theater stage. In this case, it is indeed true that genuine actors really speak although their text had been written for them in advance, and bad actors do not speak. They always leave us with the impression of merely repeating something out. They start a second too early, a well-known phenomenon in theater, and we can never get rid of the feeling that they already know the next word when they speak. Speaking, though, means speaking into the open. Real actors reproduce a genuine act of speaking so that we forget that it was written for them in advance. As a matter of fact, genuine. 199. Actors also possess the art of improvising, at least in some forms of theater. Even in literary theater, the text leaves open a space for filling it out. Through this contrast with the art of the actors, we can see that even recitation, which brings a text back to its phonetic form, is not yet an act of speaking, but is somehow still reading. It is not yet the act of speaking of the actors who incarnate their role. When they succeed, then they really speak, that is to say, they break the silence or keep silent, they choose to utter a word or they keep silent. We speak of recitation primarily in the case of the epic and the lyric. We are familiar with recitation mostly as the art of the rhapsodes. As the literary forms of the epic seem to me to indicate, the rhapsode is not really the reincarnation of an original singer or original speaker. In Plato's Ion we have the depiction of a Homeric rhapsode who has shaped his public presentation in so virtuoso a manner that, when some terrifying scene comes up, his own hair stand on end, and when it is some sad scene, his own eyes well up in tears, etc. Plato describes this obviously with a critical intent. He sees in this the emergence of a definite dissolution of the 266 epic and the religious tradition of Greece. The rhapsode has become a virtuoso. Genuine rhapsodes were pure intermediaries transmitting mythical and epic events, and did not themselves wish to be known by name. Yet, it must be said that the professional singer is no longer a mere narrator, but already begins to place the narration under certain literary conditions. These are difficult problems. What are the relations, for example, between the art of narrating, which appears as a work of literature, and the art of narrating, which we also encounter outside literature? What bridges lead from the gift of a good narrator to the narrative art of a novelist? If it is true that recitation maintains a certain relation to the dimension of writing, or at least to the memorized text, then this must itself be reflected in the possibilities of literature. I am reminded of dramatized reading lace drama. Here, we have a drama, which not only is also read, but was written only for being read, or at least failed when the attempt was made to transfer it onto the stage. Think, for example, of Maeterlinck, 6 whose staging directions alone, because of their own linguistic density, rule out implementation. In recitation we thus have a connection with reading, whether in oral poetry, 7 in the oral transmission of the epic or even in its revival. This is by the way a further problem which has in the meantime entered into the discussion with oral poetry, 8, and we should never forget this. What may be more important is not whether a tradition was set in writing or not, but whether it was only heard in recitation or whether there was also immediate use of the text by readers, without the mediation of the reciter or the rhapsode. Speaking by heart seems to me to be a phenomenon in which the whole problem of reciting comes to a head. Earlier, this was something entirely respectable for poems and, I remain convinced, it still is. A poem we really know by heart is recited, whether mentally or vocally. It is not reproduced. It is not supposed to be the reawakening of some original kind of speaking, but it has its exclusive relation to the ideality of the text itself. It has its art of speaking indeed recorded in the dimension of writing, but alive in memory. When we know something by heart, this art of language is manifestly present in its full actuality. For a long time, I have been interested in the question of the extent to which recitation always really belongs to the ability of knowing something by heart. That is the question. 200. I do not believe that every poem one knows by heart can really be recited in front of others. There are poems which exist for being recited. I do not only mean those which were originally performed on the stage, such as the choral lyric, for example Pindar's hymns. What about the poems of Horace? We can rightfully wonder whether Rilke 267 can be recited. The examples I have concretely experienced leave me in doubt about this. The question is not about the art of public presentation, but about the artistic form of the linguistic work, thus about poetry itself. It is a silent speaking to oneself alone which corresponds to the linguistic disposition pertaining to this kind of poems. For other poems it is different. Georg can naturally be recited. He had in fact used the term saying out loud Hörsegen as an expression for reciting and rehearsed it with his young followers and disciples. Yet, can Rilke or Hölderlin or Trickle be recited? In German poetry we must distinguish between what is really transposable into the materiality of a voice and what is only to be heard in the inner ear. The latter obviously belongs to lyric language. Poetry is the manifestation of the phenomenon of language itself and not a mere passage to meaning. It is a continuing harmony of the comprehension of meaning and the sensuous phenomenon of sound through which meaning becomes alive. But this does not mean that there must be a real voice, that it must be really heard. Or better, it is only like a voice to be heard and must not, indeed cannot be a real voice. This voice which is only to be heard and which never speaks is fundamentally a model and a measure. Why are we then in a position to say that someone is good at reading out? Or, this was badly read out? Which authority tells us that? Certainly, not the way the poets themselves read. It is true that poets can be very instructive by the way they read. However, they are not for this reason the models for how their poems should be heard. It is not only that they are often not expert speakers. Rather, it lies in the essence of literature that the work has separated itself so much from its creator that poets at best can be good but never privileged interpreters of themselves. I thus hold the connection between literature and voice for absolutely essential wherever we have literature in the eminent poetic sense. Yet, the form in which the voice is present here does not have to be the materialized voice but is primarily something in our imagination which is exemplary like a canon, which allows us to evaluate any kind of recitative performance. The relation between voice and text becomes even clearer in the case of reading out for Lesen. In this case, one does not strive for the immediacy of speech, which belongs to the stage. Reading out must make audible something which is written as a text. This presupposes certain restrictions on the immediacy of what is speaking. It is a question of tact and a question of understanding. We only know all too well when, for example, during class we ask students to read out a given sentence and they have not understood it. Then, none of us understands the sentence either. We cannot understand any sentence being read out to us if those reading the sentence out have not understood it. Why is this so? What is the kind of idealization to be found here, which 268 establishes what is common? I would call it hermeneutic because it depends on the understanding. It is a kind of announcing which is loaded with meaning, a kind of being speaking, of being talking. With understanding, this does not mean with expression. The situation already turns quite bad when someone 201 reads with expression. Actors who incarnate a role must give expressive power to the whole person they play, but only to the extent that they also give expression to the text. Should the one who reads out give expression to a text by referring it back to the original speaker or writer, and to what extent? Must the expression which, say, the narrative text demands not have something of an impersonal meaningfulness and intuitiveness? An analogy from the plastic arts may clarify this. In contradistinction to Renaissance art, we notice in the painters of Siena, for example, that the curve of an angel's garment can be really expressive, whereas the face or the proper gesture as such simply shows no expression, most notably, not even the eyes. Something of such an anonymity of expression lies in the correct style of reading out a narrative. My decisive point is that at any rate all use of the voice is subordinated to reading and is measured against the ideality, which the inner ear alone hears, in which what is contingent in the specific voice and the specific speaking disappears. At this point, I must still linger a moment longer to make fully clear how reading something out modifies itself when we are dealing with a linguistic art and not with the mere transfer of meaning, the transmission of a definite content, the delivery of a definite message. In the case of the linguistic art, the how of what is being said, the language which manifests itself and rings out must rather be configured at the same time, in contrast to a message, of which we say, yes, yes, now I get it, and are no longer listening. By contrast, when we read a poem, for example, we do not say, I already know this, and stop reading. Those who reread a poem do not believe that they do not need to read any more. On the contrary, only then do they start reading in the right way and really understand only when they know the poem by heart. The epic genre, by contrast, is characterized all too well by the tension in the way the narration unfolds and by its surprises. Here too, the problems concerning the way time is configured play a decisive role. What sort of tarrying is engendered here when we are dealing with art? Is the course of events as such not held back, so to speak, for a kind of vivid present? This is the art of language. Naturally, language appears very differently as language in the diverse artistic genres. In theater, this is relatively simple, although it remains a problem why, in a masterful performance of a role, we can always detect the style of the poet behind the way in which the actor speaks. In the reading in which there are distributed roles, there must still remain something of reading. In reading out dramas, which was once a first-rate social event, I am thinking 269 of Ludwig Tieck, it is doubtless not so that speakers lose themselves in the person whose words they utter in the moment. There remains a certain overall tone of reading, thanks to the sameness of the voice, which in order to play a character modifies itself only slightly, remaining conscious of the existence of a text being read. Even in a phenomenon such as Tieck, for example, who spoke all the roles of a Shakespearean drama so that it was almost like a living utterance with distributed roles, we would no doubt experience a certain diminishment in comparison to a stage production. This is surely because Tieck's reading out had a stylistic unity that was one of a kind. In the art of narration, things again look different. Here, we can surely detect the style of a narrator, but in such a way that we are taken by the narration and almost without noticing it we forget ourselves, even if afterwards we may admire the art of language. 202. In general, we are dealing here with silent reading. I am not clear about it and do not even know to what extent we know how to do this. Since when did we really read, without reading aloud? In ancient times it was obvious that one reads aloud. We know this from an astonishing remark that Augustine makes about Ambrosius. 9. Let us continue. Since when does one read silently without being an auditor? Since when is this fact of importance to writers that we read silently without making a sound? What I mean is that writers then write for another kind of reproduction of their linguistic art in reading than reading aloud. Yet, there can be no doubt that the transition to the general culture of reading is also anticipated by writers and has modified the stylistic forms of writing. In poetry this is at times unmistakable, for example when we have before us anagram forms in Baroque lyric, which were also meant for the eye. The same may be true for Mallarmé's play with the layout of the text for his Un coup de dés, a roll of the dice. Visual layouts can serve the outer or inner listener of the language of the poem, in the way George's writing, for example, virtually demands a saying out loud Herzhagen in order to differentiate itself from the art of recitation in theater. I can only marginally touch on the peculiar topic of the temporal form of reading. We are dealing here with the question of how language takes form in the inner ear of readers and in their mind. 10. There are modifications, for example in the case of a song one sings or of the poem one knows by heart and recites for oneself. At another end, we have pure literature for reading, for example the novel. Even when, in the case of many narrations, we can undertake an uninterrupted temporal sequence of reading, the author of the novel is still aware of the discontinuity, which narrative literature must fully take into account. Musil 270 certainly did not expect that people would read his novel The Man Without Qualities without pause. Epic literature almost aims at making it so that discontinuity passes over into a new continuity. Epic literature relies on this, which also gives it freedom in the treatment of the temporal sequence while narrating. This, however, also places new demands on the art of writing, for example to increase and intensify tension. In contrast to a scientific book, it is not a recommendation for a novel if readers have to leaf back through the pages. The temporal form of reading still remains in a certain correspondence with the temporal form of the text. However, they are not the same and, at any rate, not like the unity of execution in reading a poem or in listening to a piece of music. In all of these differences, though, a common feature persists. This is what Dilthey, for example, called the structure of the centering on the middle point, and this remains fully at the forefront in modern French structuralist research. Thus, the process of reading varies in manifold ways when the successive temporal dimension is mediated by the cyclical temporal dimension during the performance of the reading. The temporal structure of reading, like that of speaking, indeed presents a wide field of problems. 271 Since Nietzsche, philology has been called the art of slow reading. In truth, this art of lingering on something, instead of rushing through texts and gleaning the information stored in them, is more and more on the wane. The task I have set for myself today is to reflect a little on the particular structure of reading. Reading is linked to writing, handwritten or printed, and writing goes back to language. Reading is letting speak. Therein lies a hermeneutic moment. Who can read without understanding? So long as one is not led by language itself into what is awakened in it, it is no reading, but it would be a stuttering, a stammering, a spelling out. Speaking thus requires understanding the word said. Even understanding one's own words. We all know what it means for one not to understand one's own words. We say it, for example, when the room is too loud. We mean by this something very fundamental, namely, that we do not understand our own words because we cannot see how the other person receives them. This does not mean that we are listening to our own words, but that one must get the other to hear them. It is a matter of words arriving at the one addressed. We have indeed to ask ourselves the question, any time our understanding of ourselves falters, which is certainly one of our fundamental reflective experiences, is it not in fact a failure in getting on with ourselves? If I consider the phenomenon of reading in conjunction with listening and seeing, it is because this theme has two aspects, an anthropological one and a poetological one. The anthropological aspect is ancient. The rivalry of these two most human senses of ours is a well-known phenomenon. We all know that a hawk sees better than us and that a cat hears more than us. But from time immemorial, the interplay of hearing and seeing is a particular distinctive feature of human beings. Hearing does not mean only hearing. It also means hearing words. Herein lies the distinctive feature of hearing. Thus, in the well-known idiom which says that our hearing and sight fail us, too we see that hearing comes first. Aristotle is certainly correct when he says at the beginning of the Metaphysics that, of all the senses that human beings have, 272 seeing is the most important because it presents the most distinctions, the most differences, and for this reason, among all the senses, stands closest to cognition, to discernment. 3. He also says something about the priority of hearing. Hearing can receive human speech whose universality surpasses everything. Now, we know how much these two essential human senses compensate for each other. All those who have a bad eyesight train their ears much more than others. But, conversely, we know how far the ear can be replaced by the eye, for example, by 22. 1. 204. Reading the movements of the lips. The relations between hearing and seeing and hearing are, however, much more complicated than it first appears. Obviously, when we speak of hearing and seeing in relation to reading, the point is not that we must see in order to be able to decipher what is written, but rather that we must hear what the writing says. To be able to hear means to be able to understand. This is the real theme of my reflections. The connection between reading and hearing is obvious. It is only in the late phases of our European culture that we got around to being able to read without speaking. We know from a passage in Augustine that the Church Father Ambrosius drew astonishment because he could read without having to speak aloud. From my own youth, I remember that my German teacher at the Breslau Gymnasium had first looked at me with suspicion, until he became convinced of my innocence, because I always moved my lips when writing as if I were speaking. Perhaps this was an early indication of hermeneutic talent that, when reading something, I still always liked to hear it. What is at issue is thus the reverse transformation of writing into speech and the hearing associated with it. Here we find ourselves in a certain new field of questioning. It must make a difference as to whether a text is written down for being recited or whether a text is to be read from the page, whether a text is to be read out in public and written for that purpose, or whether, as has eventually become increasingly common in our culture, we only have to reckon with silent reading. It is not that these are clear differences. Yet, the manner in which what is written is put to use must play a role for the art of writing itself. Herein belongs the much discussed problem of oral poetry for today. What I had learned as a classical philologist, namely that the epic tradition could only be developed on the basis of the dimension of writing, is to be qualified by the fact that an astonishingly long-living oral tradition, especially in the case of epic legends and the tradition of epic poetry, has come to light. This is what the American expedition in the Albanian mountains has shown. We must obviously assess this knowledge correctly as to its significance. 273 It means, in fact, that mnemi, memory, the engram in us, must be acknowledged as the first form taken by the dimension of writing which engraved itself in the psyche. We can see in Homeric epics as well as in other epics, which were composed for rhapsodic transmission, the extent to which repetition, set phrases, stylistic means, and recurring metaphors relieve the burden on the memory of the rhapsode as well as that of the listener. The stabilization provided by the dimension of writing is already almost anticipated in the oral transmission of poetry. Now, I cannot discuss here how the portion of oral transmission and that of the condensation in writing has influenced the editing of our classical epics. My only concern is to draw attention to the connection between reading and hearing so that we do not neglect the addressee to whom writers and authors turn and who is so decisive for them. We know from rhetoric that the great representatives of the art of speaking familiar to us from Greece consistently prepared written speeches, that is, literature. They read out texts when they made their famous appearances. Already at the time, the relationship between rhetoric and literature was thus very close. We clearly see that this is a relatively late period and our tradition of speech-making solely goes back to it. 205. The various ways in which what is readable is transposed into what is audible are obviously of very wide-ranging significance. Think of how different it is, for example, when the professional rhapsode or narrator of a particular genre, such as the epic, sings before an audience or when choral lyric is performed on the stage. Even here, there is fundamentally nothing performed other than language, but language performed in dance steps is something totally different from the language of the epic. Choral lyric implies several individuals singing and acting together. If we run before our eyes the whole series of phenomena connected together here, we learn something about reading and what a session of reading is. Here I refer back to investigations I did as a young lecturer in 1929, when I spent an entire semester in a seminar in philosophy discussing the question of what reading actually is it a kind of performance on an inner stage? Goethe once called it so. The expression is certainly not ill-chosen, for when reading one must carry a stage in oneself, if one wants to take real measure of the articulation of the language in its entire range of tension or wants to convey this articulation. Yet, the comparison obviously is very limited. This becomes somewhat clear when I remind you of a translation such as the Shakespeare translation by Gundolf. I will illustrate my little contribution with it. For the last time I heard Rudolf Sunnel speak, I heard him lecture on his beautiful work on Gundolf. There he showed how the reception of Shakespeare in Germany 274 shifted more and more towards the classical age of a reading culture and thus towards the inner stage of reading. In Gundolf's translation, his capacity to translate poetically rose straight to a form which was unfit for the theater. These are interesting matters. Goethe saw things entirely in this way when he says, for example, that Shakespeare occupies a great place in poetry and that his place in the theater was more accidental and extraneous. The reception of Shakespeare in German classical literature was in fact completely dominated by the word and oriented towards the poetic effect of language. This obviously means that this reception was essentially based on public reading. Goethe was a tremendous public reader of his own poetry, and we know about Ludwig Tieck that he was an incomparable master at reciting Shakespeare's dramas. But what kind of reading is such a reading out? Is it a mime? Is the total transformation of the voice the ideal, so that one gets the impression that it is always someone else who is really speaking? Or is it not rather a soft modulation in accordance with the various people who are speaking, and this modulation is held together by the tune and the melody of the one voice of the poetical work and its speaker? Obviously, what we have here is an intermediate form between the actual performance on a stage and a performance on the inner stage, which is not a performance at all, but merely an inner listening to language becoming resonant. Now it is clear to everyone that this latter characteristic is the distinctive feature of literature. It is rightly called literature, but its object is language and not writing. Language is the authentic reality of what is transmitted in literature. It is this most supreme possibility of retreating from everything material and gaining something like a new semantic and tonal reality out of the very exercise of language within the fixed text. All other arts, and, naturally, even that of theater, are bound to materially restrictive conditions. Thus, one can say of a theater piece that it cannot be played, and this means the following: the restrictive conditions, which arise from the transposition. 206. Into yet another mode of appearance than that of speech alone, also infringe upon the sovereignty of this meaning appearing in language. Here, we can grasp the inner connection between reading and hearing in its core. Where we are dealing with literature, the tension between the mute signs of writing and the audibility horbarket of all languages finds its full resolution. One not only reads the meaning, one hears it. To speak of inner performance, as Goethe does, is thus not without justification. This leads me to the second point, the relation of reading to seeing. Naturally, it is not about the triviality that one must be able to see in order to read what is written, but about the fact that, through reading, something visible is awakened, which we call intuition Anschauung. It is the wonder 275 of the evocative power of language in general and its perfection in the evocative power of poetic word. One can really say that the poetic word demonstrates its autonomy through this very power. One must call Philistines those who, for example, would like to seek out in reality the landscape depicted in a poem or a story in order to understand the poem better. The evocative power of language rather leads to an intuition and vividness, which has the almost puzzling presence of self-attestation. This is the second point upon which I would like to make a remark, because it touches upon a much discussed problem since Emil Steiger treated time as the medium of poetic imagination under the influence of Heidegger's insights. Today, this matter is almost driven to extremes in post-structuralist poetology. In such a poetology, all presence is supposed to be put on trial. I take this to be a misunderstanding. Derrida sees in such a presence a continuing effect of Greek metaphysics. Now, Heidegger in fact taught us that Greek metaphysics and its understanding of being are directed towards the present. What is presently at hand das Gegenwärtige Vorhanden, what is present das Gegenwärtige constitutes the proper character of the Greek understanding of being. This temporal mode of the presence of being Seinsgegenwart is, in fact, contradicted by the temporality of speech and hearing, which includes succession. However, what one must see is that the same is true of the intuition awakened in speech. In the context of his little essay on Shakespeare, Goethe himself makes the distinction between the sense of the eye, of the physical eye, and the inner sense, which can only be adequately satisfied by the word. Herein lies our problem: what is the basis of the vividness which we know to appreciate not only in the poet but in anybody who uses language, as the quality of their linguistic expression, and how is this vividness constituted? We are speaking of the vivid report. It does not require one to be a poet to narrate something to us in such a way that one has the feeling that one was there. We also and especially praise it in poetic discourse when it stirs our imagination and sets up in us something like an overall effect and an overall intuition from a fullness of changing, appearing and fading visions. What sort of event is this? Obviously, it is not about the inner sense in the manner in which philosophers, such as Kant, speak of it. When Kant calls the form of intuition of time the inner sense, he means by it time as succession. In contradistinction to the simultaneity of things in space, time presents the sequence of one thing after another as the form of intuition. This is clearly correct given the purposes for which Kant made this distinction. However, this has manifestly nothing directly to do with the problem of vividness, which we consider here for good reasons when speaking of genuine reading. 276 What is constitutive? 207. For all reading is not succession as such, but the presence of the non-simultaneous. Whoever does not comprehend or reproduce texts in the complete execution of their articulation, modulation, and structure cannot really read. Reading is not the mere sequencing of word after word after word. This is spelling out or repeating after. By contrast, reading is a quiet way of letting something speak again, and this presupposes the anticipations of the understanding. We know what it is which we understand as a good act of reading something out. This act of reading out must be such that we can understand it well, and this can be the case only when those reading have themselves understood it. I fundamentally do not believe that it is possible to read something out such that someone else understands it while the reader does not understand it at all. Indeed, what do we mean here by understanding? Certainly, we are dealing with a wide-ranging continuum between the vaguest hint of meaning and a comprehension capable of justifying itself. It is certainly most conspicuous where one is not just reading or reading out, but where there is a theatrical performance. The different levels of understanding which, for example, led an Attic theater audience to form a consensual judgment, are not mere augmentations of a partial understanding towards the ideal of a complete understanding. The levels are rather concentrically arranged within one another. Even a stage actor nowadays is always within the space of variations between mechanical imitation and intentional interpretation. We know this through counterexamples, for example, in a rote repetition of poems, as we had to do for our parents' birthday when we were little children. This is a kind of saying that is no saying. For, in this case, the exercise of language has sunk into the extremes of a thoughtless form of mere memorization, which is not embedded into an enactment with understanding. It is not the rendering of something na common, but the whole performance is mechanical imitation among. Thus, there is an essential difference which evidently exists between the temporal form of vividness in presence and the temporal form of the succession, whose pure expression lies in physical time, measured time. The distinction is manifestly connected most closely with the essence of speech, with the anticipation of meaning, to which all speaking is oriented in its seeking, failing, and finding. Real speech is oriented precisely towards the awakening of intuition such that the intuitive presence of what is said is produced through the fact that it is not merely a sequence which unfolds, but that an anticipation of unity takes the lead and acquires a configuration. We talk, for example, about the unity of form, about which Gestalt psychology has informed us. Or we speak with Dilthey of the centering on a middle point, and we know all this the best from listening to music, for what does understanding mean in this case? An interest focused on informational content cannot understand anything in music. Who then 277 understands? The negative extreme clearly stands out when one must look anxiously around oneself at the end of a piece of music to see whether one has to begin applauding. Understanding, thus, includes that one is already ahead, so to speak, of what is still pending or is no longer pending and has it so clearly in the ear that no problem of this kind arises. On what is the formation of this unity based? What is the time in which such understanding of linguistic configurations composed of sense and tone is ahead of itself? It certainly does not have its essence in the measurable succession of now points. 208. At one point, Aristotle treats the essence of a sudden change. He means by this such phenomena as the sudden freezing of an overcooled liquid, the metaboly change. He wants to say with this that not all movement takes place in the dimension of time. There is for this physics of appearance also the suddenness of a change. Now, such a suddenness of change lies in all understanding. We know this when we listen to a simple exchange in daily life, we listen until we get it. The moment we get it, the whole thing is there, so to speak. Impatient people do not like it at all if others go on speaking to the very end. Now, it is certainly not the same in the case of literature. Here, the whole phenomenon of language is meant alongside the whole meaning of what is said. But this whole, which is brought to a vivid presence through language, and especially through poetic language, is not constructed word by word, but is present as this whole, as if in one stroke. Naturally, this kind of presence presens does not have the mode of presence Gegenwärtigkeit of an instant but entails space-filling simultaneity. In the German Romanticism of Novalis, Bader, and Schelling, we have the first hints in this direction, which gained universal recognition through Bergson's Matière et Mémoire, Matter and Memory. This is clearly reflected in the linguistic use of the foreign word presence presens. We say, for example, of some people that they have presence by the fact that we notice when they enter the room, while we do not notice it in other people. Also, in the case of great actors we say that they have presence, that is to say, they fill the stage, even when they only stand in the background and the other actors exert themselves more, without attaining such presence. Presence, thus, means something which spreads as if in its own present, so that the mysterious and uncanny aspect of the passing of time, of the rolling away of the moments in the flow of time, is as if suspended. The art of speaking is based on this. It is capable of making something lasting in the wavering duration. In fact, we do not really read a literary work of art for what it offers by way of information. Rather, we are always thrown back to the unity of the structure, which is always articulated differently. Science, from ancient rhetoric through 278 philology right up to textual linguistics and phonology, teaches us of the stabilizers which give speech such a heft. The function of rhythm and rhyme, of assonances and phonological symmetries, permeates all speech, from advertising to poetry. What rhymes is not always poetry. Rhyme certainly belongs to the stabilizers of speech, which we encounter in poetry. It is perhaps one of the artistic means of lyric poetry which is most difficult to handle. Modern poetry has probably become so hesitant in the use of rhymes for the simple reason that their misuse has become more and more widespread. Thus, it is always harder to avoid the rattling of the rhyme. We also find the same kind of misuse in other artistic means, for example, in the case of alliterative assonance. In fact, the uniqueness of poetic composition always stands guard against the erosion of language. The erosion of language means that language no longer achieves what it can, to create a new presence, a new familiarity which does not wear out, but constantly gains in depth. This certainly implies that the words are not received, first, in the externality of the sound, then in the capacity to convey meaning, and finally in the insertion into a meaningful context, and thus gradually built in this way into a whole. Rather, the effective unity of meaning and sound, which is sustained by a whole, as it were, is already present in every word. This 209. Being in of the whole in all the individual elements of the structure, however, entails that, in turn, the one who is fully engrossed by the whole is fully immersed in the whole, as the spectator in watching, as the singer in the song. This contains the true meaning of knowing poetry by heart. The ever-renewed advent of the presence of poetic words is that in which we are completely at home. In fact, we speak of knowing something inside out, and this is what also prepares the proper overcoming of strangeness, the being at home, the dwelling in something. Goethe once used the term dwelling in such a context. Heidegger dealt with it extensively. Thus, the theme of hearing, seeing, reading, when considered in its proper limits and in the inextricability of the different aspects in which it presents itself, appears in the end in a context which is of widest scope. All our experience is reading. It is a reading out of that to which we are directed, and reading oneself in the whole which is so articulated. Thus, reading too, which makes us familiar with poetry, helps existence become livable. 210. 279. A famous quote from Benedetto Croce says, "Tradutore traditor, translator traitor." Any translation is like a betrayal. How could a man who was such a polyglot as the prominent Italian aesthetician was, not know this? Or how could any hermeneutician not know this who has learned his whole life to heed the tones associated with language, its overtones and undertones? Or anyone looking back on a long life? With age, one becomes increasingly sensitive to those works which are partial or half approximations to the truly living language and which present themselves as translations. It becomes increasingly difficult to tolerate them and, on top of that, increasingly difficult to understand them. Nevertheless, it is a hermeneutic imperative to reflect not so much upon the degree of translatability as upon the degree of untranslatability. We must also give an account of what was lost, when something is translated, and perhaps also of what is gained. Even in this seemingly hopeless loss-making business of translation, there is not only a more or less of what is lost. Occasionally, there is also something like a profit, at least a profit of interpretation, a growth in clarity, and occasionally also an explicitness, wherever this is a profit. The part of language which we encounter as a text is alienated from the original life of dialogue, in which language has its essential existence. Speaking itself is in fact never so completely precise that the right word is always chosen and found. Already in a dialogue there is a lot of beating around the bush, and the same happens with the text, where there is a flight into the empty formulas of a trivial rhetoric. In living dialogue all this is covered over and imperceptible. However, when such artless speech is encountered as text and then literally translated, it produces a disaster. On one hand, we have the writer, who instead of using the proper word has lapsed into empty conventions, and, on the other hand, the same threat again appears with the translator, who takes what is conventional and empty for what is really said. Thus, what the text says, which was already imprecise in its original, becomes completely imprecise in translation simply because one wants to be precise and render every word, even the empty words. It is 280 really an education in how to express oneself with clarity and succinctness when a German writer makes use of English or even, like a burnt child dreads the fire, writes for a translator, and this means writing for the reader of the coming translation. The writer will avoid complicated verbiage and steer clear of long periods, which we, Germans, love so much and which were instilled in us through the reverence the humanities had for Cicero. The writer will also avoid the soulful obscurities, which we find attractive. 23. Reading is like translating, 1989, 1. 212. In the end, the art of writing, even in the theoretical scientific realm, always aims, like the art of living discourse, at forcing the other to understand, to speak with Fichte. Nothing of what the medium of living speech offers comes to the aid of the one who writes. Unless it is about a private letter, writers do not even know their readers. They can neither sense when the reader is not following them, nor can they come to the assistance of their work when it lacks the power to convince. What the writer can achieve through the power to convince has to be accomplished through the fixed signs of a script. Nothing but signs written down must replace the articulation, the modulation, the rhythm of speech, whether loud or soft, the emphasis and the subtle hints, and what is the strongest means of all convincing speech, the hesitation, the pause, the search, and the finding of the word, which results in something like a lucky find, in which the listener participates, almost joyously startled. In this regard, there are so many of us who are simply no real writers, no masters and artists of writing, but solid scientists and researchers, who ventured into the unknown and simply wanted to report from there about how things looked and how they were progressing. This is how much is demanded of translators. We may apply a witty saying to them, what Friedrich Schlegel once said of the comprehending reader, the interpreter: in order to understand people, one must first be cleverer than them, then equally clever, and also equally stupid. It is not enough to understand the proper meaning of a confused work better than the author understood it. One must also be able to understand the confusion right up to its principles, to be able to characterize it and construct it. The last part is what is the most difficult. We run the risk of being even stupider than the author, when with a broader perspective and clearer insight we convincingly bring the meaning of the text we have read to word. We do not notice how easy it is to read into the text something that comes from us. Reading and translation have to overcome a distance. This is the fundamental hermeneutic situation. As I have shown, any distance, and not just the temporal distance, means a lot for the understanding, in terms of loss and of gain. Sometimes it may seem a relief 281 when there is no temporal distance to overcome, but only the transposition of a contemporary text from one language into another. In fact, translators are then exposed to the same danger in which all poets find themselves, who are constantly threatened by a lapse into so-called colloquial language or into the dull imitation of poetic models. This is true for the translator in both cases, but also for the readers. For both translators and readers, opportunities are constantly offered, pouring out of human interactions in conversation and idle talk, for the translator's own desire to compose and for the reader's desire to understand. These opportunities can inspire, but they can also lead astray. The translator must take care of all this. To read translated texts is generally disappointing. It lacks the breadth of the speaking person, which inspires the understanding. Language lacks the substance of the original. Nevertheless, translations are sometimes for this very reason a real aid to understanding for those familiar with the original. Translations from Greek or Latin writers into French or of German writers into English are often of astounding and illuminating clarity. This is quite a gain. Or is it? In the cases where we are dealing exclusively with knowledge or nothing other than a grasp of what is meant in a text, such heightened clarity can very well be a gain. Reading is like translating, 1989, 213. This would be a gain like photography and magnification of a sculpture we see with difficulty in a murky dome. In the case of many a research book or textbook, what matters is again not so much the art of writing and thus the art of translating, but sheer correctness. Professionals understand one another, if they want to, very easily, and it certainly annoys them if too many, or indeed beautiful, words are used, just as it is annoying in a verbal exchange when one wants to continue explaining that which has already long been understood. An anecdote will make this clear. The young Karl Jaspers, it is said, was one day conversing with a colleague about his first book and got to know from him that it was badly written. Jaspers replied, "You could not have told me anything more pleasant." This is how much Jaspers at the time followed his great role model, Max Weber, and his passion for objectivity. Jaspers, who matured into a thinker of unique stature, certainly had his own highly artful and so individual a style in writing that it was hardly translatable. We can understand that English has increasingly imposed itself in many sciences to the point that researchers write their original work in English right away. In doing so they are certainly safe not only from their own fancy words, but also from the translator. For a long time now, in many fields, for example, in marine navigation, air navigation, and 282 information technology, English has been standardized in a secure place beyond the good and evil of the art of translation. It is no accident that what really matters in these fields is a correct understanding. Misunderstanding could be deadly. However, we also have literature. Here it is not dangerous to be misunderstood by the translator. Yet, it is again not enough to be understood. Like any author, a poet indeed writes for people who speak the same tongue, and the fact of having a common mother tongue separates people from another language. In addition, literature is not only belles lettres shown literature but rather encompasses the whole field where the printed letter must fully replace living speech. Against the young Jaspers, it is really questionable whether writing badly is a real advantage for a historian or philologist or even for a philosopher, where it is debatable. This question first and foremost applies to translations. In reality, style is more than a dispensable or rather suspicious decoration. Style is a factor which constitutes readability and thus obviously also represents for the translator an unending task of approximation. This is not a matter of craft and technique alone. We have a readable translation when it is also in some measure reliable, which is already a lot and indeed almost everything that one can wish as an author or as a translator, or as a reader. However, the situation is totally different when the task is of transposing genuine poetic texts. This will always stand between translating and paraphrasing. Art overcomes all distances, even a temporal distance. Thus, translators of poetic texts, without being aware of it, identify themselves as contemporaries of the poet, and this requires from them a new formulation, which still has to reflect that of the original. It is completely different for mere readers, whose humanistic and historical education, or lack thereof, makes them aware of the temporal distance. As readers, we are more or less conscious of this when we are dealing with translations of works from classical Greek and Latin literature or from the history of modern literatures. These are texts which have been the objects of such efforts for centuries, lugging behind them an entire translation literature of at least 200 years. It is in relation to this history that we 214. As readers with a historical sensibility, have experienced how the literature belonging to the time of the translator was reflected in the formulation of those translations. Such an existence of an entire history of translation, which displays a manifold of translations of the same text, is, in a certain sense, a relief for a new translator and yet also a challenge, which can hardly be met. The old translation has its patina. When we are really dealing with literature, the criterion of readability cannot just suffice. The degree of untranslatability rears its head menacingly, like a gigantic mountain range with many layers, with lyric poetry looming as its final peak 283, glorified through perennial snow. With different literary genres, the requirements and standards for the success of a translation certainly also vary. Let us take for example the translations meant to be reproductions, as it is the case today for plays. This means that, in this case, we have the aid of the stage and all that, which literature by itself has to do without. The translation itself should, for its part, not only be readable, but also capable of being spoken out and true to the stage, whether in prose or in verse. Gundolf's translation of Shakespeare, which was poetically improved with the assistance of Georg, must almost be called a new Germanization after the one by Schlegel and Tieck. It is said of this translation that it cannot be performed. Many today may not even find it readable. The colors have faded away. We again have a peculiar situation with the translation of stories. Here, we can hardly expect any unanimity over the aim a translation pursues. Is the aim faithfulness to the words or to the meaning and the form? This is almost equally true of any high prose. What is the goal in this case? Take the great literature in translation, which, for example, brought the English novel to Germany, or the translations of the great Russian novels into other world languages. As we immediately notice, the loss of what is proper to the original, of what is close to a people, the loss of vigor and vibrancy, which is an unavoidable part of a translation, is hardly of any consequence in comparison to the presence of what is narrated. How the words used for narrating are chosen is actually not so important. Something else is involved: the vividness, the thickness of its tension, the depth of its soulfulness, the enchantment of its world. The art of great storytelling is a unique marvel, which itself remains almost undiminished in translation. Those who know Russian assure us that the German translation of Dostoevsky by Rossen in the Piper edition, with its smoothness and readability, is hardly suited for the halting, rugged, careless style of Dostoevsky. Yet, when we pick up Notzel's or Eliasberg's better translation instead, or the newest one published by Aufbau, we simply do not notice the difference as readers. If we exclude exceptional cases, such as Gogol, the bar for what counts as untranslatable is extraordinarily low. It is thus no accident that the coining of the concept world literature, which is inseparable from translations, was contemporaneous with the spread of the art of the novel, and dramatic literature intended for reading. It is the spread of the culture of reading, which made literature literature. Thus, we must almost say today that literature demands translation, precisely because it is the object of the culture of reading. In fact, the secret of reading is like a great bridge between languages. At completely different levels, to translate or to read seem to be the same hermeneutic achievement. Already the reading of poetic texts in one's own mother tongue is like a 284 translation, almost like a translation into a foreign language. For, it is a. Reading is like translating, 1989, 215. Transposition from fixed signs to a flowing stream of thoughts and images. The mere reading of original or translated texts is in fact already an interpretation through tone and tempo, modulation, and articulation. All of this lies in the inner voice and is there for the inner ear of the reader. Reading and translation are already interpretation Auslegung. Both produce a new textual whole from sense and tone. Both demand a transposition that borders on creation. One can venture the paradox: every reader is like a semi-translator. In the end, is it not truly the greater wonder that we can really overcome the gap between letters and living speech, even when we are only dealing with the same language? Is it that much more when one overrides the distance between two different languages in reading translations? In any case, reading is what overcomes the one distance as well as the other, that between text and speech. Is the mutual oral understanding between different languages despite distances not rather natural? Reading is like a going over Übersetzen from one riverbank to another one, farther away, from what is written into what is spoken. In the same way, the activity of the translator of a text is a going over Übersetzen from coast to coast, from one continent to another, from text to text. Translation Übersetzen is both. The phonetic configurations of different tongues are therefore untranslatable. They appear like stars separated from one another by light years. Yet, readers understand their text. But how is it with the poem, which one must not only read and understand but also hear? In this case, translators with their Greek 3 are at a loss. Or still better, what they present remains Greek to us. Certainly, there are exceptional cases. When real poets carry over into their own language the verses of other poets, it may become a real poem. Yet, it is then almost more the poem of the translator than of the original author. Are the translations of Baudelaire by Georg still really flowers of evil? Do they not sound like the preludes to a new youth? Or Rilke's translations of Valerie? What is left of the brightness and the hardness of Provence in Rilke's wonderfully soft meditations on the graveyard by the sea? We would truly do well if we called something like this not so much adaptations nach Dichtungen as poetic rewritings Dichtungen. We could more likely call the rendering of sections from the Divina Commedia by Stefan Georg an adaptation. On the whole, real poets can only operate as translators if the poetry they choose fits their own poetic work. Only then can they maintain their own tone even when they translate. For real poets, their tone is their second nature. Thus, the consequence is this: when those translators who are not real poets borrow poetic equivalents from their own language and 285 arrange them artfully into a poetic language, it always sounds Greek which means artificial and alien. However, many poetic resonances and linguistic beauties from the literature of the target language may chime through. The tone is missing, the tonos, the chord which has been tightened and must quiver under the words and tones, if music is to be heard. How could it be anything different? Equivalents must not only be found for the word meanings but equally for the tones. But no, neither words, even the most appropriate, nor tones, even the most appealing, could achieve it. Verses of a poem are sentences. But no, this is not even the case. There are verses and the whole is a poem, a song, a melody. It does not even have to be a melody with its repetition. Yet, it will always be something which resonates. 216. Meaningful tone, made of one tone and many, a hidden harmony, which is stronger than an open one, as Heraclitus knew. Therefore, we should all admire the translators of poetry, who do not completely hide from us the distance to the original and yet at same time bridge this distance. They are almost like interpreters. But they are more. Interpreters speak from the in-between. The greatest ambition of interpreters can only be that their interpretation too remains a mere mediating discourse swish and read, which folds, as if self-evidently, into the rereading of the original texts, and disappears in the process. By contrast, the trace of the translator's poetic contribution remains for all of our reading and understanding a firmly established arch or a bridge, which can be crossed from both sides. Translation is a bridge, as it were, between two languages, like between two riverbanks in a single country. There is a constant flow of traffic over such bridges. This constitutes the distinction of the translator. There is no need to wait for any ferryman to take us over to the other side. Many will certainly require help to find their way over and will remain solitary travelers. Perhaps they meet someone now and again, who helps them read and understand. Any reading of a poem is every time a translating. Every poem is a reading of reality. This reading is a translation, which transforms the poem of the poet into the poem of the reader. Octavio Paz.